Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth edition of the Business Fashion Environment Summit by Vogue Polska and BCG Poland, where industry leaders, activists, policymakers, and creatives get together to discuss, address, dissect fashion's industry most burning issues. Thank you so much for joining us today, whoever is here in person and who's watching us online. We have an intense day ahead of us. We're excited. There's a lot of ground to cover, so make sure to stay with us until the very end and get hydrated. With this year's edition, as you might have seen from this little teaser of where we've been, where we are, and where we headed, with this year's edition, we're shifting the weight from E in ESG to S, social impacts, and the people within the industry across all the supply chain. The focus is on inclusivity, diversity, equity. But inclusivity is not just visibility. It's about fundamentally changing the dynamics of power and access in our industry. And when we talk about access, this goes far beyond of making it, inclusive for people from all sorts of ethnic backgrounds, different sizes, but also abilities and ages. So as we will engage today in many discussions, make space for different perspectives. Allow other voices to be heard. Be surprised. Open yourself up to something completely different. These are not always comfortable conversations to be had, admitting where we are in order to move forward. But as Aja Barber said, being uncomfortable sparks change. So let me just say we had a slight change of plans. Speaking of change, let's just speak of the logistics. We were meant to open with a conversation with Alec Weck, the absolute trailblazer who has made fashion history several times, who has paved the way for Black models in the industry. Alec is with us in Warsaw. It's just been a difficult time, I think, for all of us, seeing what's happening in the world. It's never stopped, but it's very visible right now. So Alec will hopefully be joining us later today. But instead, we will kick off with the fabulous 5 designers and fashion provocateurs at the forefront of the fluid movement. So bring a round of applause for these incredible people.
Good morning. Let's start with introducing ourselves. I am Michaela Sandel. I'm a designer, stylist, and a manager for the oldest drag queen in Poland.
My name is Raf Swider. I'm originally from Poland, Rafał Świąder. However, I'm based in New York right now, and I have a store, Art Swider, down in Soho.
Hi, I'm Carolini. I'm the founder of Carolini V2, a size-diverse brand based in London. I'm originally Brazilian.
Hi, I'm Louis Ruby. I'm from Spain, and I'm the founder of LR3.
And
Hi,
I'm
Louis.
Louis Pisano. Oh, hi.
Hi,
I'm
nice
Louis
to see you.
Pisano. Hi, I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm glad I can be here, digitally. So I'm Louis Pisano. I'm a fashion writer, journalist, commentator, creative in general. And I'm an American living in Paris. So I'm really glad to be here.
Fantastic. Nice to have you. So this panel is, maybe you know, maybe you don't, it's about fluid, unisex and unisize. So I'm going to start by a question for you, Mr. Pisano. Since you've been to Fashion Week and all that, maybe you can give us a recap. Has fashion delivered on its promise of more diversity, or was it just a last season trend? How do you see it?
It's really interesting because I think in regards to last year this time, I think we've definitely gone downhill. I know that last season, last year this time, people were talking about how it's the most like racially diverse and in terms of body sizes on the runway, the most diverse season. But as we've just seen in the Vogue Business report that was just published, just under 1% of shows this season had plus size looks. 3.9 of the percentage of the looks on the runway were mid-size and 95.2% were straight size. And I saw a lot of headlines from Milan saying, oh, Milan finally had body positivity on the runway, which was really interesting because that was thanks to only one show, and that was you, Caroline, which was really amazing. So I think, as usual, fashion likes to take one instance and tokenize it and sort of, slap that up and say, oh, look, we're finally like diverse, we're finally doing the right way, when it's not actually them doing the work, but that's fashion. But another interesting thing that I've seen is the most booked models of the season, basically the top 8, were 4 African models. The top runway model was Alato Jazikar from South Sudan, who did 38 shows. And just under her was America Gonzalez from Venezuela, and under her was Victoria Fowole from Nigeria, who did 35 shows. So that was also a really interesting fact. But I would say overall, I would say that in terms of diversity, we definitely as an industry slid down. I think that, again, as I said before, the industry likes to take these instances where there's been a big, buzzy diversity moment and across the board,
Oh, you're breaking up. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's breaking up a bit.
Okay.
With more brands moving away from binary collections, retailers need to rethink how they merchandise. Is the business side of fashion ready for this gender fluid revolution, you think? Or is it just like just now like a trend still going on, it just will disappear, or will the whole system change? Could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I think that, in terms of gender fluid clothing, I think it really starts from the way that designers design their collections, the way they present them, the way that they're merchandised in the stores, because, as much as a designer can do and say that, my collection is gender fluid, a lot of the designers are still presenting their collection in terms of the binary: menswear, women's wear. And then when you go into the store, men's section, women's section. So there's still a bit of a disconnect.
But you think in the future, this will be like the normal standard when you go to the high street shops? Like you just walk in, it's just basically clothes, not gender, targeted?
I would say hopefully, but I honestly don't think so, because I don't think that your average customer going into the shops is really ready for that. And I don't mean like open-minded enough. I just mean in terms of logistics. And a lot of people, of course, in this world still think and have been conditioned to think on the binary. So I think it's going to be very, very difficult to convince your average customer and sort of change their mind on how things are set up when they go into a store, and just sort of be like, okay, well, there's no women's section, there's no men's section, everything is for everybody.
All right. Rafał, how do you see it? Do you think this fluid fashion will come mainstream? I mean, you have your own brand. How do you see it?
I mean, I think it's very exciting to even have this kind of conversation. So I think that's like, we have to acknowledge that the change has started, and I don't think there's a way of going back. I think we're on our way. I think that it will take a long time. I am one of the few stores, I think, where we do not have a men's or women's section and everything is gender optional. And the most asked question that we get in our boutique is, oh, is this for men or is it for women? And there's a lot of like hesitation from some of the clients, like a lot of men particularly would browse through the rack, and as soon as they get to item like a skirt or a dress, their immediate reaction is, I'm frozen, like, oh my God, am I supposed to be here? So I think the challenge is to keep the conversation going. I think it's really exciting that obviously the subcultures and fashion is already on it, and we're showing gender optional clothing, we show men in dresses, we show clothing with no gender. And now the biggest challenge is how we do that with the society. How do I get to wear a dress or a skirt and walk on the street and not be looked at in a certain way? And you can see those things happening in places like New York, but not everywhere. Like there's places in New York even where it's still dangerous to dress that way. And I think that's what's going to take the longest. Just training the society to think differently.
And Mr. Ruby, I could ask the same question to you. You have your own brand. Maybe you would like to say something about it as well?
It has started already. I think we are in a moment in time where a lot of people feel restricted. The book of rules of the fashion industry, it's very, very heavy, and we all carry with ourselves. And it's time that we leave the book behind us, and we think clothes as a form of joy. And I think it's time that people, our idea was always from the beginning to inspire everyone to have fun with clothes. No restrictions. So clothes, this is fabric. The person that wears it chooses how to wear it. And no rules, no restrictions. People decide, and they have the power. Will these go into mainstream? I think the new generations will mark the move, and they're already in it. They don't see clothes the way all generations see it. So those rules are very blurry, and they deleting those very thick lines that divide gender, age, body, all that. So we are in a good track. I think, yes, it's happening.
But why is it still, I mean, for me, it's never been a question of, what I'm wearing today could be worn by basically anybody who fancies it. I just don't understand why it's taking so long for the fashion industry. Now it's just beginning. Why? I mean, fashion is supposed to be fun and provocative and make you think. And why is it taking so long, this whole process of gender fluid? Why is it still so hardly divided into menswear, women's wear, children's wear, and so on?
But isn't it that's because that's how the industry is set up, right? You have a men's buyer, you have a women's buyer, you have a men's editor, women's editor, and I think until that changes, the industry will have a hard time making a difference because we're trained to show what we do in a certain way. And right now we're changing that, and we're starting the conversation, we're challenging the whole idea of Fashion Week and how we show our clothing, but the industry is still very much set up like menswear versus women's wear. And the gender fluidity and gender optional, it's something that's sort of new, and the conversation is just happening right now.
Caroline, how do you feel about this?
I think it's very interesting because also from a size perspective, when you look into the wholesale structure of the business as well, this is what happens. So like you were saying, you've got men's buyers, women's buyers, and when in terms of sizing as well, the buyers are used to buying the same sizes that they know that work for their stores. So for example, in my brand, we run up until a UK 28. But when I've been approached by buyers before, they wanted to buy the size 8, the size 10, and maximum the 12. So there's all this potential that is not being used because obviously there's this huge wholesale structure behind. And, you know, it's been there for a long time and it's going to be difficult for it to change because there's all these sets of foundations in place. And I think that applies to both gender and size as well. And it's a conversation that we were having before because all of us are working on a direct-to-consumer model now. And I think one of the reasons for it is because then, first of all, we can get that direct contact with the customer. We get that data back. We understand what our customer really wants. And then if we wanted to go later into wholesale, we can feed back that to the store and say, look, actually, my customer is buying the larger sizes, or my customer is gender bending these pieces. So it doesn't really matter. So I think now with brands who are operating a bit more independently, we might start having some change. Might take a while, but
No, how do you feel about this?
I think that, you know, as much as we, you know, love this industry to be about the art and appreciating beauty and fashion, I think, you know, fashion, you're a commercial client that walks into the store, and sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes that's a bad thing, as that does really erase a lot of potential for progress in this industry. But I mean, I just don't believe that your average commercial client at the moment, because of societal conditioning, is really ready to fully embrace sort of these ideals that we wish were, you know, much more common in fashion.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%, and I see that again in our store, because at the end of the day, we have to make money as designers. If you don't make money, you're out of the game. So how do you stand by your vision, but also how do you present your collection to the customer without turning the customer down? And we're very much aware of that in our boutique as well, because sometimes just depends on what's in the window, we see the traffic go up or slow down. So that is a very important point, that at the end of the day, it's also a business. So it's a very fine line of trying to have a strong message, but also remembering that we have to also pay our bills.
I'm quite intrigued. What gives the less traffic? What you put in the window? What's the
Well,
bummer?
maybe not less, but it's who's coming. So if there is more of a dress or a skirt or something a little more fluid, you definitely see more female clients coming in. And then if there is something, it's just, you know, very like basic idea, but if you put something more masculine or a coat or pants, then you definitely get a different client. But then again, as soon as they come in and they see the whole store, a lot of clients get a little like, you know, intrigued. They think it's nutty.
So it goes about consistency, I think, because what we see in the industry is that we don't have consistency on one message, and that message is that it's for everyone. So if brands focus on being not just for the tall and thin, as a message for people, and on the communication and the runway, in their stores, with the mannequins, with everything. If you really show that it's for everyone, there is no much explanation that needs to be made. People will understand that there is no gender, that there is no body limitations, that there is no structure in place. So yes, the industry is all divided, but I think so that you've got a business model that you are consistent with one single message, which is this is for everyone. It allows people to just simply understand and see themselves in it. So we need to be in it constantly.
Well, I have been since I was born, I always say. So I have a question for Caroline, which is actually a very, very interesting question, because we're talking about body positive, and it's more the aspect of the female body positive. What about the men? Are they inclusive in this? And you said something very interesting about finding the plus-size male models, that it's quite of a struggle.
Yeah, so we see a huge increase, relative increase in body diversity for women when it's compared to men. There's not that much going on in the male space in terms of body diversity on catwalks, on campaigns. We do see plus-size models on editorial, but then what happens is that they don't even have the samples to fit them. So normally they're shot either nude or with fabric draped around them, or it's a beauty shot. So you can see that the industry wants to do it, and there's this space for it. People have been asking for it, but the brands are just simply not making the clothes yet, or some are, but there's this disconnect between knowing which brands are doing it and the stylists and editors finding these brands. So it's still quite, in our previous show, we were trying to find male models as well, and it was quite difficult. Most of our models, actually, for our Milan show, we had to fly them from London, because also there was this issue of the fact that there was not that many curve models in Milan. They were not
Crazy.
They were not represented there. We did an open casting. We found some models there, but the majority of the models, we did bring them from London. And we were looking for male models as well. There's a few great ones, but just because we are already bringing quite a few people in, it became a logistics priority, really. And that's how we ended up casting for last season. But yeah, it's very difficult to find more representation, especially in other cities.
I don't know if you all know, but Carolina is, well, according to me, a pioneer. Maybe you should tell us something about your collection and the Dolce & Gabbana. Well, is it D&G or Dolce & Gabbana? Well, it's the same supportiveness and all that. It's great, actually.
Thank you. We were supported by Dolce & Gabbana this season, SS24. We were the most diverse show across all fashion weeks this season. And we walked 30 looks, and none of them were straight size. Thank you. None of them were straight size, and that's how the brand was born. I always sample on a size 16 or a size 20, sometimes on a 12. I never really sample on a size 8. First of all, that started as a preference. As a designer, I just prefer it. I just find it more inspirational, and it's how I like to design, really. But for us, what that meant was that because we started the design process from larger sizes, it kind of looked better, it fitted better, it made more sense. And when we graded, we would grade between sizes. So we wouldn't simply just have one proto and then start grading from there. We would create several samples across the collection and grade in between. So do this kind of more artisanal approach to grading. We also hand grade everything. So nothing is done by softwares. Obviously, we're a very small studio, so we can afford doing it. So on larger scale, it becomes much more difficult. But for us, because of the scale that we are in, we can afford doing it. And I think for me, one of the advantages of being a small brand is that we can do these things. Obviously, now when we talk about other brands in the industry that have been doing this for a long time, how can they implement these approaches on a structure that is already existing? So you've got huge teams, and they're already working on product development a certain way for how many years? So how can you maybe revolutionize everything still using what you have in your own company? So for us, it was a different start, I would say.
Such a good beginning for you. Wow, amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
So Rafa, how do you think? I mean, you did a collaboration with Sam Smith, which is obviously, well, is it oversized or mid-size?
We've dressed Sam, in the past. I mean, for me, again, we're a very small brand, so we don't really participate in Fashion Week simply because of the budget. But what we do is we definitely include the sizes in our production. And again, we produce everything in advance, so we try to produce from size 26 and go all the way to 38. So it's a really wide size range, and it's really important for me to have that. And I know that seeing from clients, once they know that this is available, you build a really loyal business because those people will come back to you. It also comes back to budgets again, and also like where do you, there's only so much money you can put into production, so it's like, where do you put your money into? But for me, it's really important to have all the sizes available, from the smallest to the largest, because we can't forget these clients. Like it's important business. And
I mean, I know that Sam, he got a lot of hate for just, well, basically doing what he's doing. I mean, did that reflect on your business when you dressed him? Did you get a lot of like hate comments? Like, you know, did you see a difference?
I mean, people that know the brand are always very excited when something like this happens, and they're very supportive. I think with that, any kind of exposure like this, I think there always comes like, you know, a crop of haters that will come in and have something to say about Sam being, you know, a certain size or wearing a dress or whatever he's doing. And I think that's just part of, unfortunately, what we're doing. We're putting ourselves out there and we're putting our work out there. And it's unfortunate, but it's part of it, and you just have to deal with it. So then it's like, how do I try my best not to pay attention to those comments and just focus on the positive and celebrate someone like Sam and what he's doing? Because those comments will always be there.
Yeah, and to change something, regardless if it's politics, fashion, or whatever, is always so problematic in the beginning. And this is the whole thing with fluid and Unisize and all that. It's just starting now. So maybe, Mr. Ruby, you could give us some reflection on the male plus-size body positivity.
So when we first started thinking about creating LL3, it was all about let's write down the things that we don't believe in. One of the things that we don't believe in is the current size system, because there is a lot of psychologically damage into sizing, because we believe we should be one size that we're not, and so on. Different brands work and play with sizes. So one of the things that we did from the beginning, it was like, we're not gonna do sizes. So everything is one size. And the idea that we include absolutely everyone, all different body shapes, it's one of our main cores. How do we do it? Obviously, there is a limitation to creating one size. All our clothes are adaptable, and trousers hug your body in different places where you want them, and so on. We cover a really crazy big amount of body shapes, but still we don't cover everyone. So for those, we will create special customs. So it's about not thinking that I'm a size, I'm thinking this piece will sit well on me. So there is something really crazy that happens when people try our clothes on, is that, I don't know if it has happened to you in the past, but when we try clothes, we basically judging our bodies. We basically saying, oh, I look too short,
Yeah.
I look too fat, I look too this, too that. So with our clothes, people are free from that. So when they put the clothes on, they're not thinking how my body is being reflected. They basically playing with the volume and with the fabric. And you can see that there is a very beautiful moment when people feel free, feel that they can just be themselves. So not having a size, it's a moment, because people at the beginning are like, I'm not that, I'm not you, I'm not in. But the moment they try the clothes on, they're yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I think one size is an idea, but I think, and I go with the consistency that I mentioned before, I think all brands should cover everyone, because it makes no sense. It makes no sense not having everyone in, because we're all different, but we're all beautiful, and our bodies are just something that we need to celebrate, not hide.
I agree with that. Mr. Pisano, what is your view on this male body positive thing?
I think it's really interesting, the sort of disconnect between when it comes to the body positivity movement as celebrated by fashion, when it comes to speaking in the binary, women's bodies or femme presenting bodies and male and masculine presenting bodies. I think within the sphere of women's, it's a lot more. It's a lot. I think fashion-wise, it's a lot more accepted, and I have a sort of theory about that in regards to why male designers are a bit hesitant to push it. That has to do with self-body image and the way that we've been conditioned in society, and the sort of way that, you know, female designers are more conscious of the sort of pressures of society. We want to contribute to combating those. So I think there's definitely a lot more work that needs to be done for male body positivity, but I think that really has to start from a societal point of view and sort of decolonizing the way that we look at ourselves, especially for men and masculine presenting people.
Because during the fashion week, I might be wrong, but I didn't see a single plus-size male person at all. Did you see any?
There were two. There were two.
Well,
I saw two. Two in Paris. They're two good friends of mine, James Corbin from London and Mathieu from Paris. Both walked the Christian Cowan show, which was really great to see.
Oh, well, that's always a start, isn't it? We're going to have to wrap it out soon, so I'll just... For you designers, what's the next step for you in your company? What's the next level to take it more fluid and all that? Or what's the next step?
I mean, for me, it's important to continue to do the work that I'm doing and keep pushing the gender optional clothing because it's something that's really important to me personally and the vision of the company. And now just how do we grow our business, right? How do we scale from being a small New York designer to making it bigger and bringing it out so more people can be exposed to it? I think that's how a change happens, just by simply exposing people over and over and over until the fear is gone. So that's my plan. Just keep doing it.
Caroline?
I think for us, it's about connecting with people on different levels as well. Not only digitally, obviously, we are an online business at the moment, but physically. So that's the next step, being physically present in a physical store. And also working with other brands, because I think the customer is there, but, you know, the style might not be like my style, you know? So just understanding how we can collaborate with other brands and maybe bring a bit of our expertise and our vision into different aesthetics as well. So I think for us, it's that kind of expansion and being in different points with this customer that is already a fan of the ethos and is present.
So I think I chose clothes as an excuse for a bigger purpose, and we're creating a body of work that talks about beauty and self-beauty and independence and self-love. So we are going to carry on working on the idea of like the first skin that we are, which is our body, and the second skins that we choose, which is the clothes we wear. And we're just going to carry on creating that body of work that will allow people to be inspired to play with clothes and not just to see themselves in the mirror and love what they see, but also to stop judging others. Because there is something that happens a lot, which is we judge others the way they look, the way they are, and that is actually something that reflects on ourselves. So we really want to inspire and affect change on people individually, and that's what we are committed to do.
Thank you all. You're all lovely, and I see a really nice future in the fashion industry. Mr. Pisano, the written word is equally important. Thank you for joining us and for your words.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody, for coming and listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to echo the words of one of our panelists, Louis Ruby, I think it really is about, seizing this opportunity of freedom, freeing yourself from the constructs that have been enforced upon us, to consider one thing as masculine, another thing as feminine, to hide yourself underneath the clothes because you do not accept what's underneath. So I think it was a really liberating conversation, and I've really enjoyed it. And speaking of challenging the notions of what's masculine and feminine, you know, this goes beyond just the queer community. Like, I think that men are the ones most harmed by those stereotypes that tell them, like, boys don't wear skirts. That's not true. Anyone can wear skirts. And boys used to wear skirts. So I'm really excited. There's another fantastic conversation that will follow the one we've just had with, I think I can dare to say, with the most stylish couple in the room, because it's all about mismatching, matching, you know, playing with fashion and the expression. So we'll have young emperors with their friends, visual artist Agata Ingarden.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. My name's Agata Ingarden. I'm a visual artist working with sculpture, video, and performance. And I've met Isabel and Nelson many years ago in Paris, young emperors.
That's us.
Welcome in Poland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dziękuję.
So, you're visual artists also, working also with performance, fashion photography, and film. How did Young Emperors start?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it started with love, I think. We met in photography school 8 years ago. And we started working together right away as fashion photographers and video makers. From the beginning, we noticed we were kind of dressing the same type of clothes. And we thought it was very interesting because first, it was very fun to do matching outfits. And also we wanted to express that we were more than individual. We wanted to create something together, to be a team. And we thought it was a nice way to express it.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, when we exited photography school, we decided to become a duo. And we just didn't want it to be Isabel and Nelson anymore. When we decided that, we decided we should be more than just two egos and become an entity, a family, a team. And clothing has always been really important for both of us individually, but this was a visual way to represent that love that we had for each other and that will to become something other than ourselves and to expand our universe through our work, but through our life 24/7. So in a sense, we decided that our life will become a performance in itself through clothing. Yeah.
So, can you tell me one of your performances, like one of your favorite performances statements? Maybe
Yes.
in New York or...
I think in our performances, we want to express the fact that we are ourselves an island in a world full of information, full of people, full of cultures. And we have always seen ourselves as an island. We are together, just two weirdos that found each other. And through our performances, we install ourselves in that space, in the world space. It started when we actually moved from Paris to New York, and we were dressing alike. And in Paris at the time, it was like the very beginning of social media. People looked at us really funny in the street, let's just say that. And when we arrived in New York, it's almost as if people... They didn't really care, you know? It's like, okay, there's a bunch of weirdos over there, and it's fine. And I think the performance started with that, where we felt really free in a sense, but also very isolated in another sense. And we started to place our bodies in the urban space with people going around us, not giving a care in the world. And so we traded the funny looks to the indifference, which was freeing in a sense, but also just solidified this idea that we were an island, both of us.
So the performance was about you standing in a public space for many hours still and not moving.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's in essence the performance. Yeah, but then it sort of evolved into social media later on because we were still fashion photographer at the time, and the performances were a very selfish way of expressing ourselves for ourselves. We were not really presenting it. I mean, a little bit. We did have an agent, contemporary art agent, that put us in some galleries and stuff, but it was more so a selfish thing. But social media was arising quite rapidly, and Nelson quite intelligently told me, let's do it.
Because we had, at the time, we have only a fashion photography account, and it's very strong visually when you have fashion picture. It's really hard to bring something else into it, so we thought it would be interesting to create another account for that, Young Emperors. And we really created to advertise our performances originally, but the fashion got a lot of attraction. And so that's why we became influencer, because people will ask us about our style and this.
Yeah. I like how your individual statement became something more, and when you didn't find like a box in contemporary art or in fashion, you created your own. And I also like how you play with like the strict idea of gender and like how a man and woman are supposed to dress. And I guess I wish that the influencers like that were present when I was young in Poland, because I always felt like I don't belong into either how I dress. And so like, anyway, that's personal, but tell me more about how you express that through your clothing and how you play with this idea of identity, or like, through your clothing's performances, and also as a couple, I guess, how you like play the roles.
I mean, the thing is, I think for both of us individually, before we even met each other, we never really understood, I guess, the gender roles of clothing. I think I've always just wanted to wear what I want to wear. And that's the thing. I've always been a huge vintage shopper. And what I loved, I remember seeing the way of, like most vintage stores are, is that there is no section. There is no, like, it's not sorted by size, it's not sorted by gender. And I think that sort of built me into becoming blind to those sort of barriers in clothing. I've just saw a nice skirt, I just see a nice sweater, and no matter the size or the gender it's assigned, I just wear it and I style it so it fits my own body and my own personality. So I think that's always how I've seen clothes, and I think that's how you see it too.
No, for sure. I mean, we are both big lovers of fashion, and we like clothes in the sense that, when we, especially at the time when we arrive in a store, then I will direct myself to the men's section and I will see only pants and shirt and really basic design. I will be very sad, so I will turn myself toward women design, because usually it's more original, there is more research, and also personally I'm lucky because I think my body shape fit very well women's wear in general. So I think it was very selfish at the beginning, the fact that we were genderless in a way, because it was just to shape our body and to express our emotion. We just felt more comfortable this way. Most often I feel more comfortable in a skirt than in a pants, just because of my waist and stuff like that. It fits better on my body.
Yeah, so I think it started as just a selfish expression and ended up being somewhat of a message. But personally, I've never thought that clothing has to be assigned a gender, nor does it, you give the meaning of the clothes you wear yourself. And that's why clothes look different on different people. I think because your personality also adds a layer to the clothing. And the rest, all the symbolic that we attach to clothing is man-made. So in a sense, a skirt can mean whatever we want it to mean. If you look at history, it's a complete mess from one day to the other. Color means something, religiously, socioeconomically, gender even. Why is this color allowed to have 5,000 personalities throughout history? I give the meaning to that color. So I think that's how we think.
So that's very interesting. You mentioned colors and the history of like how they were assigned to certain genders. Would you like to expand on that?
Absolutely, I would. I think we're referring to pink and blue specifically because we talked about this in the past in our work. I just thought that this example is quite striking because blue and pink, before they were nowadays known as the color for girls or boys, they have switched around in a crazy manner throughout history. Like I would say in the court of France a long time ago, blue was assigned to girls because blue was a calm, peaceful color, a really mellow color that suited the feminine gender best. And red or pink was a color of blood, of war, of passion, which of course suits more the male hair, right? And then this started to switch, and now, as we know it, but the pink is for little girls and blue is for little boys. But when you look at the background, the socio-economical background of that history, it's clearly that was a ploy made by the industry to sell twice as more toys, twice as more, baby garments. And that whole industry appeared after the war, when we started to be able to see the gender of our baby beforehand. So parents could buy the blue, all the blue sets to make the baby room in advance. So when you see that, you start to think, are we, is this our decision? Or is this the industry's decision? And how does this affect the child? Just in general, we adopt a behavior really because of these sort of industry rules that have been placed upon our head. And maybe I'm just someone who hates authority very inherently, but I don't know if, I want my child to sort of choose for themselves. And it doesn't mean I don't like to be feminine or I don't like to be masculine. It's just I want to make those choices my own and express them in my own way. Voilà.
Thank you. Wow, that was very beautiful.
Sorry, you told me to speak a lot earlier. So I did.
No, that's perfect. Well, okay, so how do you think more about like sustainability also, and is that also something that that you talk about in your performances or your work, or
Yeah, I think it's all linked together in a sense. I think when we talk about style beyond gender in clothing, we talk about what I just said about the industry and the choices that are made for us, but sometimes we have to question these choices. And the fact is, the more you individualize clothing, to a specific target audience, the more you produce, so the more money you make. I just think that if we remove this choice that it has been taken from us and how do you say?
Reshape? Reshape?
Se réapproprier.
Ah.
Anybody French? Réapproprier? Yes, thank
Reappropriate.
you. So if you reappropriate these choices on your own, I do think that is going to impact industry and sustainability for sure. And yeah, no?
No, yeah, for sure. I have nothing to add. Isabelle is way more well-spoken than me. So I approve everything you say, Shari. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I would like to ask maybe how do you feel that your statement is being received, or how are you being received? Well, you haven't been in Poland for a long time, but yeah, just in general, how do you feel that people respond to your statement, to you as a couple, to how you dress? Like, do you feel like you're welcomed? Do you feel like you're being judged? Do you feel like, do people judge you for what you do? And if you would like to share, like, your point of view on that.
No, yeah, for sure. I think we are very lucky. I don't know how, but we have most often only positive response to what we do. And it's always mind-blowing to me, even in the street. And, you know, I understand sometimes between the performance or look or anything, someone who is not introduced to fashion could be surprised about what we do. But it's always positive. So it makes me very optimistic. It means, you know, everybody actually is really open-minded when you bring something to the table with a positive mindset. I just think we are very happy in what we do, and I hope you can see it. And I think people react to that in a positive manner.
No, for sure. And it's what's crazy. It's we have had the opportunity to really travel in a lot of countries these past few years, and I'm always so surprised by the overwhelmingly positive response that we get from people all across the board. And you know, I was scared, I would say at the beginning, maybe a little bit about putting myself out there like that. But I think what we have been doing has always been quite egoistical, to be honest. We've always just wanted to please ourselves, and I think what we do makes us happy and makes us laugh, and I do think that translates to other people as well in the street. But still, I'm very surprised how positive interactions we've had so far. So I hope it's going to stay that way.
Well, I think that what you do is also quite brave, and as you know, I'm from Poland. We met in Paris, but I was born in Poland. And to be honest, like, I would not always feel safe expressing fully how I look. And I think there's a big community of people that feel that they're not accepted, or are being judged, or even can face violence. Like, this is reality in Poland. And so I'm very happy that I can welcome you with your statement here. And also, like, what you do, I feel, gives hope and changes ideas of people on like a very basic level. And to me, it's very important.
Oh, for
so
sure.
Thank you for that, I guess.
Thank you.
No,
so
thank
much.
you. I mean, I do not like to. We're not the Joan of Arcs of, you know, gender fluidity at all or something. But I do feel like it's important to normalize things on the visual sphere out there, and I do think that everybody should try to their own scale to make their life their own, and closing is such a great way to do that because it is such a normal thing to get dressed every day. But when you think about it, it has such a strong meaning. And in this day and age when we have access to internet and social media, it's so interesting to me that I have this tool that puts me in touch with the whole wide world. And I find this fascinating, that we can discuss with people from everywhere in the world and show them what we do and have a positive response from these people and get connected to people who might not have the opportunity to express themselves in that way, but that they see that online. I mean, it's just fascinating to me that social media has this power and that, you know, we are influencers, but to me, we're just visual artists using social media as a canvas. But on top of that being a canvas, it's also something that connects us to the rest of the world, which is absolutely incredible to me. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. And I hope that you will enjoy your time in Poland.
Yes, we're going to eat a lot of pierogies, for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're great. I got her. So if there were a few takeaways I'd love for you to take, just takeaways to take, never mind. Experiment, have fun, be playful, don't feel constrained. And now we're going to move into an entirely different subject, which wasn't initially slotted for the streetwear segment, because we're actually elevating the streetwear and moving into the luxury. I would love to welcome on stage my wonderful panelists. Please come. The future of luxury, it's a big statement. It's a big statement. I'm looking at you, Iris, because we'll be speaking about driving change, you know, particularly during the times of instability and insecurity requires visionary leadership and courage. The question of what makes responsible business has moved from a niche focus for corporate social responsibility teams and sustainability experts to a central issue for chief executives to address. So we'll be dissecting all of that. I would love to go around and just do short introductions.
Hello, my name is Iris van der Vieken, and I'm the Executive Director of the Watch and Journeyship 2030. And thank you so much to the Vogue team for welcoming us. You know, it's been an amazing experience since yesterday, so thank you.
So happy to have you here.
Hello, I'm Claire Baus, and I'm a co-founder of the German skincare brand Gezeiten. We launched only a few months ago, so we're incredibly proud to be invited by Vogue. Thank you so much for having us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fernanda Hernandez. I'm the head of sustainability of Luisa Via Roma. And also, thank you very much for having me, Vogue, and everyone for your time and your interest.
Given that each of you represent a very different segment of the luxurious industry, from fashion, retail to beauty, watches and jewelry, I would like to start by setting the scene and with a question of what luxury means today and what customers expect from luxurious brands, you know, in the light of increased emphasis on sustainability and responsibility. How about we start with you, Iris?
Thank you very much. I think there's an evolution of the concept of luxury. If we think about luxury, we think about aspirational things. We think about art, we think about beauty, we think about craftsmanship. We expect high quality. And luxury makes us dream. You know, it's a world of experiences. And I think what is typical about luxury is that people assume or expect that brand promise, of course, behind that beauty, I would say that external beauty, the process is also beautiful. In other words, with respect to the people and to the planet. Now, when we look at today's luxury, you know, we see a very different connotation because we know by 2025, 70% of the luxury market will be Gen Z. And this is a very different conscious generation that is looking at, you know, what is the purpose behind this brand? You know, are what they're claiming or telling to us, is this true? Are they respecting human rights? You know, do they understand their impact on climate? Do they take care of Mother Nature? So you have this very conscious consumer, and I'm very happy about that, who's asking more critical questions. I do believe that luxury needs to be timeless. You know, it needs to have this kind of timeless and element. But I also believe, because of the experience, you know, that brands will have to really look at a very different kind of communication and touch points on, you know, telling that authentic story. And I think at the heart of luxury is integrity. And that's a big responsibility for brands.
Absolutely, integrity is key. So speaking of actually communication, I mean, you yourself, as like a multi-brand retail platform, you offer a curated selection of sustainable products and brands, including also luxury craftsmanship. Would you say, you know, so much has been talked about the quiet luxury trends, valuing quality pieces, but making also investments. Do you think that it really resonates right now with customers more? Is it something that customers are turning more towards?
Of course, I think that looking for sustainability, it's something that really resonates with the customer. Like Iris was mentioning, all the clients are not looking just for the mere possession of a thing, even if it's like amazing, the uniqueness. It should really be a hand in hand with the values of the client. So of course, it's like really important. We have seen it also on analysis and everything, how the customers is acquiring like much more sustainability. The client that is looking for sustainable items, they really know what they are looking for, and they are looking for more content, more information. They read more, you know, I mean, on the website. So definitely it is.
But is the responsibility then on the client, on like customer sides, to look for that information, or do you make it, you know, widely available? Like, how do you communicate
well,
it? And
speaking as a company, and I do believe that companies and brands, we should really provide the information and clear information for the customer, because the customer should not be an expert in sustainability to know that. But at the same time, these are speaking as a customer, you know, and not just about, you know, fashion, but as customers, I think that we should educate ourselves more to demand more, because it's like, you know, we demand more, we make the companies give us more information and so on. So definitely as a company, it is, but I do believe that also for sustainability, a balance that is really important to make this shift happen is properly the company or the brands that are providing all this information, but at the same time, the customer, like making the right choice, because if you do the choice, has a lot of impact, no? Every choice that we have, everything that we buy has an impact. So the customer, the companies, and the policies. Mm-hmm. So we have these balance that could make it like a shift happen.
Absolutely, it's all interconnected. Claire, how do you define luxury? I mean, when you've created your brand, and it's now been a little bit over 6 months, yes, just past that, you know, it's not even a year. So when you were creating, did you create it as a luxurious product?
It's maybe not the first thing that came to mind. For us, the first thing that came to mind was nature. And as a skincare brand, you know, people expect you, or the customer expects you to use natural ingredients, which seem very obvious in the type of brand landscape that we are, or marketing landscape that we are. But actually, you need to think well, where is this natural ingredient coming from? The resources are difficult to find, difficult to trace. And so with Gezeiten, we really approached it with a very genuine curiosity. How do natural ingredients make it into a product? And that really drove us to look at, okay, who are the suppliers out there? Who are the innovators? And where do they find their ingredient? How is it harvested? And what do they do in return to make sure that where it is harvested, the biodiversity is either protected or actively regrown as well, so that we have this kind of life cycle. And so it took us quite a long time, and I think this is luxury. Luxury is about the time you take to go thoroughly into the detail, research, speak, and push it. It means that you also, you miss certain deadlines, and it becomes more expensive for you. But at the end of the day, you have a product that is really thoughtful. Also you have now the luxury of information, so you can find pretty easily suppliers or partners that either have the right certifications. You can go and visit them. You find out how do they grow all of the ingredients, what do they do on their own harvesting sites. So it was quite a long process, but that for us was the concept of luxury, really.
I have to say, I really love reframing the conversation on luxury, on the notion, that like not rushing certain processes that have to happen naturally, organically, in order to deliver good quality. It just cannot happen, when you're cutting costs because you need to meet certain deadlines as it is. Another aspect of luxury that might not be so, clear when people, associate luxurious products is actually the heavy responsibility that comes with that. You've shared with me, and I know this story, but you've shared with me a vulnerable story yesterday of, making a bold move of quitting a C-level job because your values did not align with the values of the organization. That was at the onset of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, and it was in regards to diamond mining. And that actually brought you into this new role that you're now at the helm of at the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030, which is an incredible initiative as the idea of building alliances, of bringing all the stakeholders into the conversation, not fighting this fight alone, because it was founded by Kering and Cartier. But I'm just curious, how did that make you feel, and how do you reflect on what had happened?
Well, first of all, I had been working in the jewelry industry for over 20 years, very passionate on the field in India, Africa, Thailand, mostly in factory environments, because I love how products are created. And CEOs can do a lot of good, because if you give people decent wages, if you give good infrastructure, if you give good health, insurances, there are huge opportunities, for people to grow and to develop. So this has been really my passion. And then, everything goes very smoothly in your career, and then the war in Ukraine starts. And for those of you that know the global jewelry market, about 30% of value comes from Russia in diamonds. And at that time, of course, we were waiting for everyone to take a position. And for me, having a background in law, it was very clear for me that this was a major breach on what we call the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So I took quite a firm stand, and I said, look, we need to have a strong position on it. So I resigned. And actually, we talked about it. Yes, I felt very vulnerable, and I was wondering, what's my next step? And then indeed, I think I was very lucky to have Kering and Cartier come up to me and say, look, we have this coalition of brands, and the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030 really wants to move the industry forward in 3 key pillars: climate action, biodiversity, and inclusiveness. And inclusiveness, we really focus on going deeper into the supply chain on human rights, which I think is key, because again, living wages, decent labor, going deeper in diversity and inclusion. And for an industry of jewelry where 90% actually is influenced by women in jewelry purchases, it was key to break that cycle and to accelerate on diversity and inclusion, and also on the topic of gender. And you know, today we have over 50 leading companies, and we're now almost 1 year operational, and the first results are in. So no one can do this alone. So you need CEO-driven leadership, and I think that's the proof of it.
Absolutely. Speaking of ethical choices and moving forward, I know we've touched upon that yesterday, and I'm not expecting of you to make a statement, but I'm just curious because it's been so visible, you know, on the runways. And I'm not talking now about fashion, I'm talking about disruptors of fashion. You might have seen PETA's activists storming, you know, storming runways. And, you know, it has really put a spotlight on high fashion's love for leather. And do you see the industry going leather-free as it has, you know, distanced in the past from animal fur? I mean, Apple has actually just announced that it would no longer use leather in their new products. You know, is this a new shift?
Well, I personally believe that definitely there's an evolution, and now innovation is happening. We see the apple leather, we see the cactus leather, we see there's a lot of brands that are doing vegan amazingly, but of course we need to understand. We enter into another topic because vegan, it comes also with, you know, plastic or how they are tanned, you know, if the leather it's vegan. But just like to keep it in the first topic and not go it deeply, I do believe that definitely is innovating. Leather will be. What I personally believe is that to produce more is what we don't need. There's like a lot of leather. So if there is that leather, it could be reused leather, you know? And then there are several brands that, for example, I was speaking the other day with the CEO of Gani, and they mentioned that they took like this decision of take off, you know, the leather, and they are coming to vegan leather, knowing that of course they are taking the risk of that there's more like plastic in it. Mm-hmm. But on the carbon footprint, definitely it's less because of farming is like doing a lot of carbon footprint. But yeah, definitely the things are shifting, and I think that this is the most important thing, not just to leather, but to a lot of natural as well resources is what we need an innovation. You know, more innovation, more technology, so we could like take off less of the planet and damage less our planet.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of ecosystems, and you know, so much of what we're talking about is sourcing, you know, manufacturing, and I wanted to ask you, Claire, you know, with like sustainability at the forefront of your brand's ethos, how does Gezeiten ensure the ethical sourcing of marine-based ingredients?
So, well, first of all, finding the right suppliers, as I mentioned. And so we look for suppliers that are part of a union called the Ethical Biotrade. We look at if their harvesting sites are in kind of eco-cert sites. And then we look at what they do really on land and how they also not just respect the environment, but also respect the local stakeholders. That was quite important as well. And there's fantastic things that they're doing. For example, the ingredients are set on lines and then they're cut by hand. So it's still a very manual harvesting technique. And they really follow the seasonality, and that's the important thing for us, the idea of seasonality and rhythms. We employ it within our range, but this kind of idea of going back to our origins, going back to the rhythms that govern our bodies, that govern, you know, the seasonality of the weather and the plants. So we look at that. Then we looked also for biotech pioneers. So we truly believe as a skincare brand that biotech is the only future for us to be able to do cosmetics nowadays. Biotech means that you can grow certain plants or algae in really, how do you say it, protected environments that use no pesticides, that use less water, and you're able to also grow and harvest plants and algae that became very rare. And so you're able to continue plants that, if they were grown in a normal way, wouldn't be able to survive. So that was very important, that we found kind of people to work with that do constant research, and then also are able to provide ingredients that themselves are actually efficient. Because it's one thing using a natural ingredients. You need to find a natural ingredient that is efficient. Only then do you have a product that's actually worthwhile having on the market, instead of just adding another product just for the sake of it. The aspect of efficiency was important to us. And it comes back to the idea that we don't need more, we need a little bit less. And you can only do that if you find the right quality of product, of craftsmanship, of ingredients. And then hopefully we get into perhaps a slower rhythm, but a more qualitative rhythm that is more, that ensures more longevity for us all.
And continuing with the theme of, materials, ingredients. I mean, I don't know if you can call it ingredients, but sourcing. Like, what major shifts in like material sourcing have been made in the watch and jewelry industry? Like, what are some of the biggest trends in sustainability that you see within the companies that are, leading the charge?
So first of all, I think the generic concept of transparency and traceability. So we see that customers want to understand where the diamonds or the colored gemstones come from. And we see that companies are investing huge resources and innovation to be able to track and trace. So that's one concept. I think second, and I think it was also, I think it was Michaela who mentioned it about the people's factor. I think at the heart today, where originally companies were much focusing on their, I would call it the inner circle of their employees, actually now they're going so deep dive in mapping not just their majority contractors, but really creating collaborations to build capacity building. So it's not just about having an audit and tick-tock the box, right? No, it's how can we get the value driven throughout the value chain, that these suppliers, are more empowered, that they understand better also their impact, and especially on climate, because most of the time when you look at measuring climate, the biggest scope is in scope 3. So this is the suppliers. So it means is all these brands have to bring their suppliers on board. They have to educate, what does it mean? What does it mean emissions? What is the alternatives that you can do? How can you create production sites? With solar energy, and this is a trend that is really, really boosting. So you see, and of course, I think what is fantastic is when I speak to younger designers, is that they are absolutely looking at even more, probably creative on new materials. So I think that trend will continue to accelerate.
So People on the Planet is the manifesto behind Luisa Villaroma sustainability strategy. Can you just elaborate and say more, with a more so focus on the people, since, we're all speaking of the social impacts?
Yeah, totally. I will say that this part of the manifesto, we started like several years ago, and the people were speaking just about, the environmental, the footprints. We are a retailer, of course, that we resell brands. And we thought it's really important that it's not just about, the footprint. Of course, it's matter, of course, the environmental, but what about the social perspective? For example, just to mention the women working in the fashion industry, from the production perspective, the percentage is huge. It's much more higher from women than from men. Then if you see the people that is studying fashion, it's like bigger. The people that is working in the companies are more women, but the pay gap still is there. And it's like a World Economic Forum, in all the industries. So given that the industry of fashion is doing a lot of these relation, with the women, we thought it's really important to do something. So we enter into the people, women's empowerment. So we promote brands that are like also focusing on women's empowerment, and we do a lot of campaigns on social things. So just to come back to your question, on the part of the people, we have several icons, community engagement, craftsmanship, because of course people and the savoir-faire and everything that comes up to the people. And from the part of the planet, of course, all the part of the environmental, low impact and so on. So we wanted to have like these 8 icons that are really clear. So if you're a client and you want to buy something, you should not be an expert. You should just see, and you want to highlight what you want to buy with these values. So it will be something really easy and in a good way. Also, another thing that is really important to mention, you were, one of your questions before was what as a company should you share information about? No? So we thought that it's really important also to share information on educational information. So we're bringing a section that is called the aftercare, that it's really important because as customer, it doesn't matter if I buy the most, great item, but if I throw it away or if I wash it in a certain way, I'm also creating an impact. Or maybe it's not last longer because I'm putting things that are not well. So in that aftercare section, we're bringing information on how to care these items and how to give them a long life and to do a less impact also, because every time that we wash something, we're doing some impact. Even with the recycled materials with plastic, there are microfabrics.
Absolutely, and that's, that's actually the responsibility that comes on part of the consumer customer is that, once you acquire this item, like it's your responsibility to keep it in a good shape. But we'll have a segment dedicated to repair and care. We have Hasna Korda sitting here from Save Your Wardrobe. If you don't know the app, then check it out. But just as like a closing statement, I want to ask you, Claire, is beauty minimalism the luxury of the new age? Since we're like speaking of what's the luxury?
It is in a way. It is in the sense that if you can just rely on less if it is of good quality. I think this has been our first concept at Gezeiten. We thought, actually you need maybe just 2 products, one for the day, one for the night. Why? Because there's natural rhythms. And so we looked at really each of the ingredients and we wanted to support this. Now, we really live in a very oversaturated brand landscape. It's a lot of loud messages, a lot of loud marketing, especially for skincare, because it's a very competitive market. And I think that the customer is used to this really, really loud and quick marketing communication. And so we hope that with Gezeiten we're able to maybe break this this a little bit by going slower, by being less loud perhaps, which is not an easy thing, but also really communicating to the customer what the product is, what the ingredients are, where do they come from, and why things are done a certain way, instead of being a face brand where it's all about the founder or about the doctor, which to us is really kind of secondary. It's more about what are we trying to provide you here. And so we hopefully were able to break away from that, which obviously is a challenge in itself, because we are in a market that needs this constant marketing, because you're pushed with sales numbers, you're pushed by competitors. So yeah, we're about to embark on a big challenge.
Even though you don't want to be the face of the brand, we have the other half of the brand sitting in the audience. And I just wanted to say, we're about to break for half an hour for coffee. This is also your opportunity to approach the speakers, continue the conversations, ask the questions that you want to ask them, and just peel off a little bit more of what cannot be really said on stage. And thank you so much. This was really illuminating. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. No, that's good. So we're done with our first segment. We're now going into a little coffee break. Half an hour break, but if you feel like you've got enough break, 7:25. just going to give a second for people to come and sit down. Fill up the space up front, you know, be at the forefront of the revolution. Don't hide in the shadows where we can't see you. Yes, I invite you all to come center stage. Well, without further ado, let's jump into the second segment, which is titled DEI. I imagine majority of you will know what it stands for, as over the last few years, the terms diversity, equity, and inclusion have moved from the margins of organizational efforts to center stage. The call for inclusivity surpasses marketing and surface-level efforts, from the creation of DEI leadership positions to commitment to DEI strategies. Brands have been serious about changing their culture. And I'm actually going to quote one of the speakers that's coming on stage in just a second, but I think it's a really beautiful line that to me encompasses what this is all about. A culture of inclusion where diversity is celebrated, equity is the norm, and action is the commitment. That's a quote from Gus Bassman. And now I'm excited to welcome on stage Octavian Zając, Managing Director and Senior Partner, Head of BCG Poland, who will present the grand reveal, the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Zuza. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. And let me actually kick us off by asking Gen AI about the current state of the fashion industry. And in particular, let me ask the mind journey about how does a fashion model look like. And when I asked Mind Journey that question, I got a couple of very interesting pictures. Now, when you look at those pictures, what is really striking is actually a lack of diversity, because all those models are white, all those models are young, there's not a single plus-size model, while 40% of the population is overweight, and there is clearly no model with visible sign of disability, and 16% of population has some sort of disability. And all of that in the times when consumers, so the customers of the fashion companies, pay more and more attention to those topics. So 90% of Gen Zers actually believe that companies should act on social issues and should be proactive with that respect. And also about 2/3 of customers actually value more the brands that are actively promoting diversity. Now, it's not that industry is not making progress. Actually, we see quite visible progress when you're looking at the governance of the fashion companies. So when we look at 56 top fashion houses globally, we found that over 80% of them by now already have diversity strategy. They have chief diversity officers in place. So this is quite a high number, and I was pretty surprised when I saw it. However, that still has to come with representation of minority groups, because still less than 40% of people in the board position are women, for example, and that is in the industry where in some companies about 80% of the workforce are female, and if you look at the graduates of the fashion-related faculties, up to 85% of them are women. So that still has some potential for improvement. Now, when you look at recruitment, we see that on one hand, about half of the companies from those top 56 companies offer some sort of scholarships for students from, say, less represented backgrounds. But then on the other hand, over 40% of them still requiring fashion-related specific degree for, quite entry job positions. In marketing, it's pretty impressive that over 90% of companies, when you looked, are using diverse models, but then, when you look on the other hand, only about half of them actually are pushing diversity agenda more actively in their social media. And then on the product side, it's pretty interesting that 2/3 of those companies have pretty inclusive sizes available when you look at availabilities of products. But then still, when you ask consumers, on the other hand, over 60% still admit that they are really struggling to find the optimal fit for their body shape and size. So we also see that those companies that don't get it get really under pressure, not only from the consumers, but more and more actively from the press. That's why industry is being pushed to raise diversity more higher up in the agenda. We've also looked in our studies inside of those fashion companies. So we actually surveyed recently over 5,000 employees of leading fashion houses in Europe, just to understand whether there are any minority groups there and how inclusive and included they feel in the company. And we actually found an interesting observation. We use here so-called Bliss Index. You can read about this index a bit more in the report. In essence, that's the index that measures diversity and inclusion in companies. And we found out that there are 3 groups within the workforce of those companies that are statistically less included than others. And those are LGBT people, those are employees with disability, and interestingly enough, also employees from the manufacturing side of the business. And more on that you can read in our report. And that creates a nice opportunity for companies, not because this is just a good thing to do, because of some altruistic or ethical reasons, but simply because it makes perfect business sense. So when you look at your workforce, for example, those employees, those teams that are diverse, that feel more included, they are actually 36% more motivated to perform better, to perform at peak at work. Actually, we also found out that they are 31% more likely to stay in the business versus going somewhere to the competition. Then, actually, there is a direct correlation between diversity and innovation in the companies. So more diverse teams are simply much more innovative. So when we looked at the revenues from innovative products, from new products, we found out that those companies that have those diverse teams actually have over 70% higher innovation revenues than those who don't. So it's clear business sense behind that. And finally, for some industries such as fashion, embracing a bit more actively diversity can actually help to solve some of the major business problems, such as the case of returns and all the carbon-related emissions that are associated with the wasteful returns from the fashion industry. And as I said at the beginning, actually we see more and more use cases of AI that can support companies in that industry to be more diverse. And that spans across the whole value chain. I think in our report you can see some very interesting use cases that are being applied globally, starting from product design, where companies use AI to sense some of the emerging trends, cultural trends, consumer trends, to actually engineer and design products that fit better customer needs or specific markets or specific niches of those markets. So that's one use case. So a lot of use cases around the sourcing. So combining, for example, satellite images with advanced machine learning to actually track your supply chain and, for example, understand which specific fields produce organic cotton. On marketing side, actually, AI-generated models, so La La Land is a great example. Actually, all the persons that you can see in these presentations and in our report are not real. They are all generated by AI. And those models can be obviously very diverse, can be more responsive to the needs of the specific customers of the given company. And a lot of applications in virtual reality with virtual try-ons, augmented reality, something that is helping to reduce the returns and waste along the whole fashion value chain. But that's not only this. We see more and more use cases also within internal processes and talent assessment in those fashion companies. So, for example, on recruitment, we see now the AI solutions that actually analyze video recordings of interviews with candidates and score candidates, assigning probabilities of success in the given roles, removing any bias that the human interviewer could be prone to. We also see some very interesting applications in actually performance assessment of people. So, for example, when managers write the evaluations of employees, there are some AI solutions that help remove bias from this evaluation. So we recently done a very interesting study when we actually found that there was a substantial bias between male and female evaluations. So different language was used, different kind of strengths and development areas were raised. And those solutions can also help to put a bit more inclusive language in those evaluations. And those are not things from the future. Those are already things that are helping the companies to be more inclusive. And again, not because of purely altruistic purposes, but just to achieve better business results. So I encourage you to check out our report. I think we'll have a very interesting panel right after this presentation with some very interesting guests that will, deep dive on some of those aspects that I just briefly mentioned here. And last but not least, let me ask Mind Journey about the future of the fashion industry and the future of fashion models. And that is the picture that I got. So I hope that our future will be much more diverse and much more inclusive. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite all the great panelists to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Patrycja Król, and I'm project leader at Boston Consulting Group. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to our discussion, The Time is Now for Diversity and Inclusion. Today, we will be joined by great leaders who are driving the change and transformation towards more equitable future. Please welcome with me Annie Hu, Global Head of Inclusion and Diversity, H&M Group. Dr. Gus Bassman, Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Action Senior Manager at Lululemon. Rashmi Verma, VP Employee Experience at Hugo Boss. Okay, let me begin with a quick warm-up. So you all share a similar role within organization, but I'm pretty sure that you face different challenges and you also represent different background and perspective. So could you please tell me in 3 words, what is the description of your role? How those words best describe what you are doing on an everyday basis?
I guess I can start. I would say my 3 words are lobbyist, influencer, and if on a really good day, change maker.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gus from Lululemon. It's a pleasure to be here. And my 3 words would be strategy, enablement, and bridge. And I'll explain that later.
So hi, everybody. Rashmi Verma from Hugo Boss. My 3 words are change, resilience, and lots of fun.
Excellent. So I see a couple of common words, but also like different perspective. So maybe now let's go to the main discussion. I think we all already realize that diversity is not a passing trend, that it's something that is like long-term commitment and it's a journey. And we all know that there is still a lot to be done within the fashion industry. So maybe my first question to you, Annie, where are you currently on this journey with H&M?
I think this journey and this type of journey is always ongoing, right? The world is always changing around us, and so we need to be cognizant of that fact and how do we move with the trends of the world. I think we started this when society was in a type of transformation, and we've ridden the wave with this as we've gone on. And I think as we see, current events, wars, unfortunately, and many other things are continuously happening. So we just need to be transforming along with it.
Excellent. So maybe actually now let's talk for a minute about why diversity is so important. Our report highlights that diversity is not just moral imperative. It can also boost employee happiness by almost 50 percentage points when the direct manager is dedicated to diversity. So Rashmi, from your perspective, what are the observable changes that you see when you started to actively promote diversity in your organization?
So I really envision diversity, equity, and inclusion like an organizational change journey where people are at the center and core. If you have to think about categories, I would say there are 2 types. One is what you can drive structurally, the processes you define, the changes that you can really measure and track in terms of facts and KPIs. The other part, which I think is a little bit more delicate and intricate part, is the culture aspect of it. Yeah, these are basically what your report also specifies, the everyday employee experiences, which define the underlying fabric of a company. And with our journey, we are on a mission to change it. Just to give you a couple of examples where we have kind of tried to integrate both the structural and the cultural aspects for us and are seeing some success on our journey. We started with our talent acquisition processes where we have really improved the representation of internationality, like national representation in our different locations. Overall, we have 131 nationalities represented globally, with a 7% increase from the previous year. And at our headquarters, which is in Germany, we have 93 nationalities, which is like a 17% rise from the previous year. Wow. Yeah. We are also working for making sure that we help our employees integrate their personal and work life seamlessly. So policies around flex work, we have freedom of work, we have vacations now with the work from anywhere EU possibility. We have job sharing. We also have co-leadership models. So many things which are going on culturally. And for that, we really have so-called diversity task force and our own crew members where employees really support us in terms of bringing their specific representation, be it in form of culture, be it in form of how they feel connected to religious aspects and many such things, which we co-create internally for our employees. And being fashion and being Hugo Boss, we also take our responsibility externally quite serious. So we are also present at prominent events externally where we bring the message of inclusion to board. This was all about what we are doing, and your question was, how are we measuring it, yeah? So very overwhelmingly positive response and feedback, first of all, from our employees, which is very heartwarming being in this change journey and everybody who is on the journey know how tough it gets sometimes. And factually, we run the Great Place to Work survey results, and it has been quite promising. And for all the D&I aspects, we see results in the range of 83 to 96% positive feedback, which are very high numbers. And my aim is to get to 100% someday, but that's the kind of vision we have for the topic. So that's in short our journey so far.
Great. Gus, what about you? Like, how does it resonate in terms of Lululemon situation? Did you also observe any, tangible benefits of promoting diversity?
Yes, IDEA for Lululemon stands for Inclusion, Diversity, Equity in Action. So it's really important for us to continue to be in action at all times, to listen, to get feedback and action on those things at all times. And over the past 3 years, we set up this new structure for the IDEA team. And we've been working really hard to foster diversity, but also mindful of having a more diverse workforce. How do you cater to these diverse needs? It's really important for us that we have a sentiment of belonging across the company, across all demographics, and that every people manager is committed to remove barriers for equity. And when we think about inclusion, there are different ways we can think about it. And personally, I like to think that every person and every demographic has a different experience of belonging. So if globally we think that we need to foster the sentiment of belonging across all demographics, regionally we really have to make an effort to understand what does it mean in different geographies. So we currently measure over 18 ways of intersectionalities of our teams, and we understand the different experiences of belonging in every region we're in. And then once we have this data, we also track the brand experience of our guests. So when guests come to our store, which is one tangible way of thinking of the brand experience, we also ask them, how was your experience in store from beginning to end? And in this holistic approach, we understand if they felt welcomed, if the time they waited was long enough, if it was short enough, if they found the product they wanted, but we also measure the sentiment of belonging, if they felt that Lululemon is a brand for them. And we noticed over the years that in regions and in stores where the sentiment of belonging is higher on our employees, it also translates to our guests. So it's just this way of thinking that you foster your community with your employees, but then you're creating an impact with your guests, with your ambassadors, your supply chain, and the communities at large.
I actually love this last link between the employee and the final customer. And actually, let me ask about this consumer lens. I've lately read that the average European woman wears size 44. And I actually double-check, and there is only 20% of clothing that are designed to accommodate this size, which I think is pretty much not meeting entirely the consumer needs. So Annie, from your perspective, what fashion companies can do to actually better support and reinforce those diversity or diverse needs of consumers?
Oh, I think it starts with education, right, and awareness of who the customer is. So I think those kind of research and analysis of who actually is our core customer, we start with that. And then understanding that, size and shape inclusivity is different in different countries, like geographies that Gus just mentioned. And we need to know also the shopping patterns of people. I think we've seen companies try and be more inclusive in size of availability, but maybe not with the right lens on exactly the reasoning behind the bigger assortment process. And also, I think it's super important to work with the suppliers, because the suppliers are the ones that are going to be able to extend these sizes for us. And if you don't work hand in hand with our supply chain, then no matter what the designers come up with, it will take too long for it to come to market. So there's an entire production process behind it that you also need to think of before just deciding that this is the offer that we want to make.
Excellent. So we clearly see that there is an impact of diversity. So maybe now let's talk for a second about the enablers. So how we can make this world even more diverse. So basically our brains automatically sort things as familiar and not familiar, and we make the judgments very quick, and we are exposed to different biases. So question to you, Rashmi, what is your take on AI role within this diversity world to reduce those biases?
So, as you said, our human brains are really hardwired to trust what's familiar and automatically be suspicious of being what's not familiar. That's where the biases creep in. And for sure, technology can help. And with my computer engineering background, technology has been quite a companion for my career journey and also personal interest topic. But in the end, there is a human that's behind the technology. So all the biases that we as humans carry along with us are naturally, automatically also being integrated in the technologies, whether we talk about AI, machine learning, RPAs, whatever, and the latest ChatGPTs or generative AIs of the world, yeah? I think AI can really be an enabler for fashion if we look at some of the processes where we talk about inventory management or supply chain optimization, even help with some of the design processes in terms of being the creative guidance or waste management, which are really important for sustainable future businesses. But there is a thin line which we need to draw in terms of where and how AI is applied. And that's where I think we are missing currently speedy progress, where we can see a lot of frameworks and ethical guidelines around how AI can be applied, even in terms of the consumer lens, which Annie just spoke about. Yeah, today's consumers are very digital, and with the rise of Gen Zs, which will come up in the near future, we can really enhance the overall feel of a consumer experience with AI, but at the same time, the personal boundaries, and coming from Germany, GDPR is a very important topic. We have to be conscious about these regulations and be secure of the space that this can invade for us as individuals. Yeah, so definitely an enabler, but missing a proper ethical framework which can guide us as companies to use it with its full power. That's my current thought process.
I think it's a relatively fresh topic, so as all topics, it requires some kind of regulations. The other thing which is coming to my mind in terms of diversity is that to build like truly diverse ecosystem, we of course need all hands on board. So collaborations are very important, and actually Lululemon has partnered with over 750 nonprofit organizations. It's like, wow. Gus, can you tell us how do you manage such a complex landscape of partners?
Of course, and when you say complex landscape of partners, the first thing that comes to my mind is collaboration. My colleagues call me the most cross-functional person in the building, which is really interesting. That's why I use the word bridge. So my work is to bring our global strategy for IDEA to the region, Europe and Middle East. And I report to Stacia Jones, who will be on stage later. But I also work as an enabler of the work and strategy for our regional work. So I sit with our leadership team and make sure that all leaders across all functions have commitments related to IDEA. And that includes digital, human resources, retail spaces, brand, community, marketing. So that's how we start thinking about collaboration from inside. But the work of well-being, diversity and inclusion, and sustainability at Lululemon is divided under 3 pillars, which is be human, be well, be planet. Under be human, you have the IDEA efforts, but cross-pollinating across everything we do. But then when we think about be well, and acknowledging that today is Global Mental Health Day, we're launching our most recent well-being report. But under this pillar, we have our Center of Social Impact, and one of the initiatives we have is the Here to Be program. Here to Be is a program that helps not-for-profit organizations with financial aid to advance inequalities in communities that are historically underserved. And with that, we have partnered with over 750 organizations over the past few years. And just to quote 2 of the most recent examples we've been working with, We have the Travel Project in North America, to whom we donated over $1 million this year to support crisis with youth LGBT communities in the world. And in EMEA, one of the 7 that we currently are in relationship with is the Citizen to Be program, which is for women that have been affected by trauma and war to be reconnect with their bodies through yoga.
Wow, that's a very comprehensive set of initiatives, I must say. As we conclude this panel, I would like to ask you one last question. So what is the key takeaway that you would like the audience to remember about the future of diversity and inclusion? Maybe Annie, if you want to start.
The key takeaway, I think, is that we have to do better. We have to start including people in the right ways at the right times. And as a world society, I think, we need to be just kinder to each other and be more empathetic and understanding of where the other person is coming from. I mean, like we heard, you know, as humans, we are hardwired to fear the unknown. But I think the world has only gotten smaller, and we understand that we all have this one planet to live on. So if we don't do this now, the world will be a very bleak place. So I loved the headline of this panel, because the time really is now for inclusion and diversity.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think what I would like to start with is that the future is diverse. Innovation comes only from diversity, but when we think of diversity, we also need to make sure that we are fostering inclusion and removing barriers for those who have been historically oppressed and underserved. But we start with being curious, with seeking diverse viewpoints, and with that is the only way we'll be able to reach the future. But if I can quote our culture statement in our company, it says that we are a team of committed people who care deeply for each other, believe anything is possible, and relentlessly pursue growth together. So I could focus on being relentless, which is something that shows up quite a bit in our world, but the key takeaway for me is that we have to believe that anything is possible.
So maybe I start a little bit from my own perspective, yeah? So I came to fashion about 2.5 years ago, being the first one in the role of Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion at such a global setup with a well-renowned brand like Hugo Boss. After 2.5 years, I would say the approach which we have used with our strategy, and probably for those who have not yet started the journey in the company context, go global, act local really works. Yeah, so we have really a global strategy, which I'm bringing very close to our local subsidiaries with the senior leadership, closely engaging with the employees to make sure that this strategy aspect, which we are thinking from the headquarters, actually makes sense for the people on the ground everywhere along with the world, with their own diverse set of values and cultures that they experience and the diversities that they have in the societies around them. So this is super important, and I would really encourage that everybody who wants to start this journey new, please, I would even give it as a mantra to use for your new journeys. And the second thing I would like to say is, I think we are a brilliant group of leaders, influencers, and change makers in this group. Do you agree? Yeah. Come on. I think we really share a collective responsibility to take diversity forward, and I would say even create new inclusive and equitable realities which help bring in a new fabric, underlining fabric to the society which comes in future, not only for ourselves, but for the generations to follow. And I would like to use a famous quote from Martin Luther King Jr., which says, "The time is always right to do the right thing, and DE&I is undoubtedly
the right thing to do, and the time is absolutely now. Thank you. Very beautiful quote. Thank you so much, guys, for such an inspiring conversation. It was really a pleasure.
The lively response from the audience. I love knowing that we're all on board and we're all in it together and you all agree. Like, I want to feel that sense of commitment from all of you in here. As we're moving towards the digital space, the challenge with AI-generated models is how not to replicate biases based on race, body type, age, and disability. Will technology help foster inclusivity and increase representation in the offline world? The answer will come from Michael Musando, the CEO and founder of La La Land, an Amsterdam-based fashion startup that creates customized, photorealistic AI models for the e-com brands in fashion.
Hello, very good morning to you all. My name is Michael Musandu. I'm the founder and CEO of La La Land. Before you even ask, we have nothing to do with the movie. We're actually an Amsterdam-based company that uses generative AI to create fashion models. So the models that you see here are completely generated. So these are not real people. And what we actually do is provide software that allows brands to customize their own brand aesthetic models. And we are built off two main pillars, which is social empowerment and sustainable impact. For social empowerment, we try to pluralize the beauty standard by making the web as diverse as the market it serves. You see, as a little boy, I never got to see models that look like me, whether it's runway or whether it's e-commerce. And for sustainable impact, we strategically work with 3D. So we help reduce the amount of physical samples that are needed, and hence reducing the amount of waste that's caused by landfills or incinerators. But let's start at the beginning. So although we do empower different brands, also global brands, we also help level the playing field by helping brands that are just emerging, that don't even have budgets to shoot. So in this way, you can actually empower them to actually represent the underdog and compete head-to-head against global brands. My story starts in Zimbabwe, where I'm born, in the heart of Africa. Before you even ask, this is not my pet elephant. This is just what arrives when you call for an Uber in Africa. I met my love at a very young age, which was building technology. And I was inspired to learn more, so I moved to the Netherlands, did an undergrad in computer science, did a postgrad in artificial intelligence, where I met my partner who was working in fashion at that time. And for us, we realized that the best way to predict the future is to create it. We knew that one day, this is about 5 years ago, that synthetic media was going to take the world by storm. That actually the media we're going to consume, whether it's videos or images, is also going to be generated. And we wanted to make sure this is done in a good and ethical way. So we joined forces and built La La Land.
Welcome to the AI-powered digital model studio, a world for the new creators. Building a new dimension of imagination, where we create, style, and perform. Digital technology creates a space for innovation and imagination. Join the movement. www.lalaland.ai.
And the workflow is really simple. So as I mentioned, everything you see is generated content. We work backwards from product detail pages to try to replicate that unique brand aesthetic, Whether it's lighting, whether it's shadow, whether it's makeup levels, all of these attributes we feed into our algorithm. Our algorithm is not magic. I'm actually going to show you underneath the hood today how it works, so you can see visually how the computer actually learns and generates. The next thing that we do is we provide these assets in 3D. We've actually integrated into browseware, so computer-aided design, and that's basically our way to actually integrate into the designer's workflow. In this step is where they actually use more custom-specific sizing that you create products on that you can now have avatars or models replicated on a one-to-one. So based on this, you can select different type of poses, and this is really beginning in the design process of fashion brands. So really early up in the value chain, not even e-commerce, but really when that product detail and product designs are actually being made. For the first time, you can visualize these designs on actual on-model images. So actually see what your total addressable market looks like. Then after that, you can actually use those same images to then do B2B selling, whether it's with retailers or other different type of brands internally, and then D2C, which is direct to e-commerce. So what happens then in a couple of minutes after you've created your design, this is taking about 5 minutes to go from a design idea to on-model image, which is unprecedented. This has never happened. So this is really going to be impacting the way the industry works. And I want to make it super clear that the technology is here to supplement traditional photography and not replace it. I say this because we still need real models. You need models with genuine consumer effect that can create connections. You need models that have social influence, that can actually drive traffic towards websites. So hand in hand, we also need this. Also from the data side of things, we create all of these opportunities to actually purchase data from different type of minority groups. It could be BIPOC groups talking about representation. It could be folks with different gender identification, disabilities, or the data that doesn't exist online is super interesting for us to actually process and purchase ethically. And in this way, what we end up doing is also giving things like copyrights away and IP away, and obviously the exclusive and customizable way that's needed to create these type of models. So how do we do it? It's not magic, it's not witchcraft, it's just machine learning. So what happens is we use these neural networks, and you're also going to see anything with synthetic media is either using these diffusion-based models. We have our own proprietary way of doing this, which is more adversarial networks, which basically use real training data and synthesizes. It does not copy pixel by pixel at all. It really creates something from nothing. Actually, what you see in front of you now is a blurb, which is the computer learning. This is what it first thinks how to generate a person. It then learns other things, which is just probability distribution of all of these type of things that it learns from its scenery. And it then learns things like modes of how the body is shaped. And then colorization is then introduced. And then over time, you have all of these different type of parameters, like hair, like pose, that you can train and control. The control part is super, super important, and that's what differentiates us. If you see the models on the screen right now, you can actually see when you play with these parameters. The one on the left, you see the ethnicity completely changing from being East Asian to a person of color. The one in the middle with the eyebrows moving up and down, and the one on the right with the eyes moving left to right. Same thing happens with age. So fortunately or unfortunately, your body also starts to change the older you are. So we take into consideration all of these type of soft tissues to be able to replicate this and follow those type of parameters. Same thing with emotion. So everything is really compressed and pixelated, but it's generated in about 6K. And you can actually control what the level of happiness looks like. What we also try to do is make sure that we understand, based on runway, what's going to be upcoming in next seasons. So really predicting trends and hopefully one day setting trends on what type of hairstyles, what type of makeup levels are actually going to be there. And just to wrap it off, what does the future of generative AI look like? As I speak now, it's starting to be embedded everywhere. It's really going to disrupt our industry. And the way that we see it, you already see with the popular tools like DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion, is helping a lot with the creativity process. Where we really want to add value is on the fashion on-model images. So our whole mission is really to democratize the accessibility and the adaptation of AI models for digital fashion brands, about 10% of them, by 2030, while wasting absolutely nothing but data. Thank you so much.
That was amazing. Wow, that was so impressive. What should follow this should be a conversation. Are we all out of work right now? Yes, I think we might be. Wow. Despite fashion's rallying cries for inclusion, our understanding of it is still pretty limited. We apply it to race, gender, sexuality, age, sizes, but rarely to one's abilities. People with disabilities, the largest minority, remain neglected by fashion brands. Bringing accessibility to the forefront, in our next panel are Helia Mohammadian, founder of adaptive underwear brand Slick Chicks, who will join us from New York. Bear in mind, it's a 6 a.m. call for her. And Yasmin Keats, the executive director of Open Style Lab, a nonprofit making style accessible for everyone.
Hi, hello everyone, and a warm welcome. I'm Sandra, a consultant at BCG, and today I have a great pleasure to host this pivotal conversation about adaptive fashion. Today we have two amazing guests, so please let's welcome Yasmin Keats. And online we have Helia Mohammadian. Welcome, Helia. So your innovative work not only challenges conventions, but also demonstrates that style has no limits and no boundaries. And it's really amazing to have you both here today, even if virtually.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Great to have you.
It is 6 a.m., so I apologize if I'm a little slow.
So each of you plays a unique role in advancing adaptive fashion and making it inclusive for everyone, but you share a bit different perspectives, academical and business. So could you please tell us how your focus differs in your efforts? You can start, Yasmin.
First of all, also thank you so much for having us here. So with Open Style Labs, we focus mainly on education of designers, of industry, of occupational therapists, and how do we educate the next generation of designers to do inclusive design processes. Open Style Labs have been going since 2015. We started at MIT. Training through our summer program, we bring together designers, occupational therapists, material engineers, and people with disabilities to design together, not for. And later on, we were in Parsons for about 5 years, and now we're independent. But our goal is primarily education, research, and innovation.
Great, thank you for your perspective. And Helia?
No, thank you. I'm honored to be here. So at Slick Chicks, our approach to inclusive fashion is really deeply rooted in empathy and personal experience. I started the company 6 years ago after seeing family leadership with changing. Not wanting to see her in so much pain, I decided to create a product that would make her feel more independent, dignified, and confident, which is really what the mission is to help people feel empowered in their clothing. And so it really helps with perspective, something that a lot of us take for granted every day. Is just changing your clothes. Accessibility should be compromising on fashion. We use very user-friendly fasteners such as hook and eye, Velcro, And it's really just making dressing easier for everyone, whether you have a disability, chronic illness, or you're part of the population, which is essentially. But additionally, what we believe in is being inclusive through and through. The soul of our company, our products are also made by people with disabilities. We work with the manufacturer employees about 280 people with disabilities. So, it's part of, our complete overall mission as a company. So essentially, we're just bridging the gap between class and function.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing, Helia. But according to WHO, 1.3 billion people worldwide, or 1 in 6 people, experiences significant disability. But what I found out when writing our report in collaboration with Vogue is that we lack a clear definition of disability. And without such a holistic definition, disability will be underreported, misunderstood, and lacking in role models. So that's why it's so crucial to educate about that. And Yasmin, I know that Open Style Lab is famous for its collaboration with a number of organizations, and one of it is Parsons School of Design. So could you please tell us how such an educational collaboration could help advance the movement?
Definitely, and as Helia said, style is our self-expression. It's the way that we move through the world, and allowing everyone to have that. Our mission is to make style inclusive for people of all abilities, but that always starts with education. There's very little universities or programs for fashion designers or design in general that looks at co-design with people with disabilities, and also looks at how, through looking at people with disabilities, you can also get amazing innovation. So, for example, we work 1 year with people that had spinal cord injury. With spinal cord injury, there's a lot of trouble with temperature regulation. So we worked with material technologists to look at what type of fabrics we could use, how we could use laser cutting, different technologies to look at how we could ventilate. And as we've seen in so many different industries, such as, touch screen, furniture has ergonomic design, technology has so many different assistive technologies. We've seen how when you look at disability, and I don't really like to use this phrase, edge case, but when you look at extremes, you get amazing innovation. And so we look at it from that lens. And I'm very excited to see, when you start to look at different bodies in these different situations that we've never done before, what innovation can come in fashion through material and through design.
Thank you. Did we lose Yasmin? I think we don't have Yasmin for the moment. So I wanted actually to get her perspective on that and the inspiration that she had before starting Slick Chicks, which is an underwear fashion company that makes it cool and accessible. But maybe we'll find out once we have Yasmin back, Helia back. So let's move now. You've already shared a little bit about technology, but now we are in an era defined by innovation. And we see that technology can be a powerful ally and agent of change in advancing the movement towards diversity, equity, inclusion. So I wanted to see your perspective about your collaboration with MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, because there you bring technology and design together to drive innovation in this area. So how has this technology supported you and this collaboration?
So at the core of Open Star Labs, we started from MIT, and we started in this multidisciplinary team. So we bring engineers, designers, people with disabilities, OTs together. And what we saw, for example, 1 year we were using Clo 3D to design clothing with the students, and there was no avatar that was seated. So one of the things that we did was we worked with them to design an avatar that was seated. And you just start to see, I think it was Rishma said in 2 panels ago, people are behind technology. Technology is only as inclusive as the people who are designing them. And technology has an amazing ability, especially as we're starting to do one-to-one designs through scanning, through printing different patterns, through avatars. Technology has an amazing ability to bring more inclusion into fashion, but it needs to be built in. And we have worked with a number of different technology companies with scanning on how do we bring inclusion into this as well. Even one year, we were just looking at the tools for making. How do we make making tools accessible so that people with disabilities can also be part of the design process? I studied architecture originally, and I think I was the only physically disabled person in the whole school because it was full of stairs. You couldn't even get through the door. So it's around making these spaces more inclusive so that people with disabilities who are the best problem solvers, because they are born in a world that is not designed for them. They are problem solving every day. And so if you bring them in on the team, you'll see it as we see looking at this subject as a way of innovation and a way of pushing boundaries in all design.
Thank you for sharing. I think it's very important that you mentioned that technology needs to be inclusive. Also, the people who make the technology should be diverse. And with the potential of technology comes an equally great responsibility, actually, to use it thoughtfully, because we see that it's really evolving very fast. So there might be biases, and the technology can actually bolster stereotypes. We are also observing that technology can objectify women online. And Yasmin, as you are back, I would like to touch this topic with you, because I know that several years ago you mentioned that you have experienced a significant amount of harsh censorship in social media platforms like Facebook. And how is the situation now? Have something changed? Do the algorithms finally learn that content about disability shouldn't be censored?
Yeah, no, indeed. We faced a lot of challenges. That was a really tough time for our company because all of our content was restricted or flagged. We couldn't even access our website. And there's been some positive change since. This was in 2018, I believe. But the situation is still far from ideal. Social media has definitely made efforts linked to the feedback of incredible advocacy organizations and the community and their unwavering support. But the challenge does still exist. The issue is algorithmic bias and content restrictions are, that are related to disabilities are very complex. It's really trying to strike a balance between, preventing harmful content that is on social media, but allowing for meaningful conversations and meaningful advocacy, which is, what we're all about. And, we were promoting meaningful conversations and showcasing people with, various, disabilities, just promoting diversity just in general. So to be restricted and to be flagged like that for many months was, it was really hard because we're also a platform that's about education and resources and sharing voices. So it was a very challenging time for us. But again, it is our responsibility, I think, as, as a brand, as, someone who is a huge advocate to continue to push for that change, and we will do so because that is part of our overall mission, and that's the heart and soul of what we are is to push for change, and also because we have just an incredible community behind us that backs us.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to hear that, although I would say that I would be even happier if I could see from you that you are seeing a real progress already. But we all know that this is a movement, not a moment. So this is the time for the progress and for the advancement, and it's still yet to come. But I'm wondering, what are your plans for the future? And maybe, Yasmin, starting with you, do you have any plans for Open Style Lab to further advocate for accessibility?
Definitely. I mean, first of all, we're opening a branch in London. But we see just more education, more raising awareness. I think, we've been nearly 10 years making and innovating and looking at, actual design innovation and programming. And I think for us in the future, it's more how do we've started doing this already, package this so that it can be used by more people, starting to bring more education and educate multiple design schools, so that this can trickle down. Because, a lot of the problem is that a lot of the design schools don't know how to teach this. So it's, we've got to go in and start to teach them about inclusion and how to do this type of programming. Next year, we're focusing on footwear, which came up as the most challenging item of clothing to put on. At like 60% of participants said that. And to give you context, the next was 20% in with trousers. But there's really hardly any innovation in there because footwear's hard. It's not adding a seam or a zipper. It's a whole other ball game. So next year, that's what we're going to be more focusing on as well. But I think you can expect more exhibitions, more thought leadership, and more trying to bring what we've learned in the last 10 years into a way that can be accessed by more and more people.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
And Helia, how do you see the future of adaptive fashion and the role of sleek chicks in it?
Sure. First off, I have to say I agree with everything that Yasmin's saying, and it's the work of Open Style Lab and organizations like Open Style Lab that are, educating and starting to do that work from the ground up with the students. And it's such an incredible organization. And so I think, she touched on something that's actually, I think the biggest part of it, and that is the education. I think it has to be a shift in the fashion industry's mindset. And so for us, I think the biggest part of that is just really working with our retailers, working with the buyers, working with the merchant teams, really kind of doing a lot of hand-holding to educate them to make sure that, the products are being seen and that they're being, that they're accessible to people that need them. We work with a lot of retailers who, carry our products online, like major retailers, and they can't bring us into their stores because their stores are not accessible. So I think that it's just really starting conversations that need to happen. But, for us, for the future of the company, I think, the biggest, contribution that we have is in design and innovation. So we are definitely looking to expand our product offerings just so that we can encompass a wide range of accessible clothing so that we can, help create products that are for, various disabilities. But the overall vision, and this has been a vision for me since I really started this company several years ago, was to, to integrate inclusive fashion into mainstream culture so that, we can ensure that, everyone, regardless, of who you are and what your situation is, has access to accessible clothing.
Thank you. That's inspiring, and I hope that Hopefully it will inspire others. But as we wrap up the discussion, I would like to ask you to leave our audience with one powerful message about the advancement of accessibility. So also taking into account the fact that it might be difficult for us to fully grasp this notion, this topic. And yeah, so what is the one thing that you would like us to leave and to advocate for?
I think when you're talking about inclusion, especially within disability, disability is the one minority we're all going to be a part of, whether through aging, even, we've seen a lot of similarities with people who are going through pregnancy with some of the clothing needs or innovations that can help. And it's just better design. You're going to get better innovation, better design. We're just going to be designing for everyone's future. And yeah, think of it as a way of innovation when you're looking at inclusion, especially around disability.
Thank you. And Helia, final word for you.
Yes, thank you for that question. I think the final, two final things. So I started this company not even really understanding what adaptive meant or what it was. I created a product that I saw a need for someone very close to me who was just in a temporary situation where they needed something that was accessible. So I think it's really having empathy and putting humans first, which I feel like a lot of times we are so far removed from just person-to-person contact and conversation. So that's the one thing is to really have empathy. And then the other is that fashion should be a reflection of self-expression. It should be a reflection of diversity and inclusion. And everyone knows that, what you put on really kind of sets the tone for, your confidence level. And so, it's not just about what we wear, it's about how we feel when we put on the clothing. And so I think, for everyone who, wants to be part of, this movement, it's definitely something that should be integrated into our culture and in society. And I think it starts with having those deep conversations and having empathy. It should be a core value, and again, not just a trend. So that's what I would leave you with, is that, put people first, have empathy, and everybody wants to feel confident and dignified and independent in their clothing. And so that is, I think that's something that everyone can work together to really make fashion truly diverse and accessible for all.
Thank you. Thank you for joining. Yasmin, Halia, thanks a lot, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Designing with, not for the community. I think that's a key takeaway for me. Continuing with our, commitment towards DEI, we'll be discussing the necessary steps that need to be taken on our journey towards equity with Stacia Jones, Global VP and Head of IDEA Lululemon, together in a conversation with Giada Maldotti, a BCG partner specializing in social innovation, sustainability, and digital transformation.
Well, hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Stacia, it's a pleasure to be here with you. And You are actually regarded as one of the most prominent figures in inclusion and equality within the fashion industry. So one of the first questions that I have is what actually compelled you to embark in a journey, in a career in this field?
Well, you know, I have always been drawn into conversations and situations around fairness and equity. I can recall back in high school writing many letters to teachers. Sometimes they were anonymous, but writing letters about things that I did not think that were fair in school. When I went to college as a journalist, I would write different stories about things that, again, fairness and equity were at play. That is combined, that passion I have has been fueled by my lived experience as a Black woman living in the US. It has been informed by what I have observed of people from other marginalized backgrounds in the different communities I've been in. And it has been empowered by the fact that I'm an employment lawyer. And so for the past 20 years, I have been around the table in countries around the world, having discussions about people not feeling that they've been treated well. And so with all of that, I have made a personal and professional commitment that I am going to be a part of change. I want to be on that journey, helping to lead us towards equity.
Thank you. I mean, this is something I recognize a lot among people that work in inclusion. It's more than a profession, right? And if you think about, like, I mean, you have a great experience. So if you think about common, mistakes that companies might actually do when defining or implementing inclusion and equality strategy, what are like the most common ones?
Well, I think the biggest mistake that companies make is to think that DEI work is something that's simple. They think that it's enough to say, we value diversity, or think that it's enough to shuffle someone's duties to have them do some diversity work off the side of their desk, or even think it's okay to hire someone, give them some resources, and then to have them within the confines and the restrictions of the workplace try to build a DEI program. DEI is not at all a simple thing. It is very, very complex. With DEI, there are always contrary opinions. There are always those forces that are pushing against it. There are those systems and processes that are in place that we have to push against. Organizations have to be willing to go and to look at how they operate, look at their processes of bias that are in place and say, what are we doing in our workplace that is hindering people? What are we doing with our product that is also hindering our guests? And then be willing to actually make a change and be willing to deal with the costs that come along with making that change. So that is what I think is the biggest error with organizations, is that they feel that they can continue to operate the way that they do and simply say, I value diversity, and it's enough, and it's just not.
Thank you. And I mean, based on your experience, your deep experience, in the most recent year maybe, what are the activities or the initiatives that you have taken that resonate like closest to your ethos? Also, maybe the one you are most proud of, if you can mention us.
Yes. I teach on the side at the University of Washington out on the West Coast. And I have been doing a lot of research and just reading about history and context. And so those programs and initiatives within DEI that really take into play history and then takes them and looks at the current workplace, the current work environment and the marketplace for the organization, and then builds a program to help make change for specific groups. That is what is really important for me. At Lululemon, we have a program that we started this year, and it's called Women Of. It's a program for women of color. At Lululemon, 70%, more than 70% of our people leaders happen to be women. We're an organization that is very, very positive for women and for women leaders. We do know that in the workplaces around the world, that women do have certain hurdles and barriers in their way, and even more so for women of color. And so we have this program that understands that we all do not start from the same place in the workplace. We have this program that understands that workplaces are set up around a status quo. Again, workplaces around the world are set up to serve those individuals who have been in the majority. I'm from the United States, and so where I'm from, it's the people who have the most privilege are white males who have really set up what the workplace is supposed to look like. So then when I come along and other people who look like me, we have to try to fit into the workplace. Sometimes we have to change how we act and respond in order to try to fit in. A program that says you don't have to do that. We're going to remove those hurdles. We're going to move those barriers because we know that you have them. They don't make any sense. We should be willing to make that change. And so programs like that, I think, are the most important to really get in there and say, what are we going to do to help make sure that this group that we know has barriers is not going to have those barriers go forward.
Thank you. I mean, inclusion and equality, I mean, it is a journey. There are different cultures, there are different places, and I believe that there are companies in very different stages in their, maturity to embrace equality within, their boundaries. So if you think about, a company that is just at the very beginning of, its own journey to bring inclusion in their strategy, what would be your suggestion for who is starting today?
Yeah, I think I would start by referring to Josh Bersin, and I believe it was early 2021, conducted a study. So in 2020, we know that George Floyd was murdered in the United States, and when he was murdered, that sent out a call throughout the entire globe. And there were a lot of people who were responding at how racialized individuals were being treated. A bunch of organizations around the world then went and said, we're going to start a DEI program. And there were a number of organizations that did that in a very performative way. They set something up and they really weren't ready for what it meant to actually have a sustainable DEI program. So what Josh Bersin and company did was to conduct this survey to determine what are the top signals or what are the top identifiers of a healthy DEI program. And that study found that one, having a CEO that is committed to DEI. So starting a DEI program, you have to make sure that your CEO, your senior leaders truly believe in DEI. The second thing that he talked about was accountability. Once you say that DEI is what you value and that is your culture, when people do things that are contrary to that, you have to hold them accountable. He then talked about data and metrics. We have to make sure that we are measuring the impact of our programs and making changes where we need to make them so that we can have the most efficient, sustainable impact from the program. Also talked about fourth, making sure the human resources department, that everybody in that department is able to handle DEI matters as they arise, that they're not afraid to handle them. And then the indicator that was the highest indicator of DEI health was listening. Actually having more than 7 ways to listen to your employees, and then not only listen to make sure that you understand, and then to actually action on it. So those 5 things are kind of the 5 basics to start with. I would add to that again, our workplaces are set up in ways that there are the processes and the systems that are in place that are based on bias. We didn't do it, but that is how it has been set up. So if we're in a workplace and it's a traditional workplace and we haven't made changes to it, it is the status quo. So an organization that is embarking on DEI should do those 5 things, but also understand that there are barriers in that workplace and being willing to look for those barriers and then to actually remove them so that the most people are able to benefit from it. And that's not just for the employees, it's also for their guests. There is something that we have at Lululemon, it's called inclusive and equitable design. It is not something that was created at Lululemon. A number of you are probably familiar with inclusive design, but this is something that indicates that all of us are designers. So those people in human resources, to the people the lawyers, to the finance people, to the people who make the product, the designers, all of us design. And if we are designing an employment policy, if we are setting up the facilities, determining how many bathrooms are going to be in a place, where are you going to set a fitting room inside of your brick and mortar store? With all of those, with what product are you going to create? With all of those things, If you look at it from an inclusive and equitable design, if you are willing to do something different than what you have done in the past, you are going to make it better. So with these organizations, we have to be willing to do something different from what we have done in the past. I would then say that with these organizations, it's really important to know that the work of equity and inclusion is not something that is always rainbows and smiles. This work, again, is complex work and it's difficult. There is always opposition. Whenever there is social justice work, human rights work around the world, you feel good when you get in it. It was kind of after George Floyd's murder, like, okay, we're gonna do this thing. But pretty quickly, when people realize, or at least people perceive, that their privilege is being taken away, when people get focused on other things, it takes the focus away from DEI, and you get a lot of people who complain. And you get complaints from all different sides. And so being a DEI work, you need that commitment at the top level, and you have to make sure that you are resilient, that you are ready to take the distractions, that you are ready to take the opposition, and that you're ready to do that because you're committed and you know how important DEI is. So there is a quote that I really like by Dr. Angela Davis, and she says that we must act as if it is possible to radically transform the world, and we must do it every day. In DEI work, there are times where like, this is not going to change. No matter what I do, there's always complaints from the different sides. I don't see the numbers moving and that sort of thing. A company that gets into this work has to get into it full speed and understand that there are going to be a lot of times where it doesn't feel like it's working, but it is so worth it for our people. It's so worth it for our employees. It's so worth it for our consumers. So the 5 things I said from Josh Burson: being willing to reconstruct your workplace, be willing to reconstruct your marketplace, and then just be resilient. Know that waves and storms are going to come, but again, it is all worth it.
So, bringing that again, because I think that what you said is extremely important. There is a lot of resistance to change, right? Mm-hmm. So since we're not going to stop, I believe, and since we have a lot of work to do, how can we make sure to bring, equality, inclusion, and diversity initiative in every aspect of a company's life, from, policy to, all the processing, to really embed this way of thinking by, for example, breaking some resistance to change? How can we do that? How can we make sure to work in that direction?
Well, one of the things in particular that we have done at Lululemon, so with our program IDEA, Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Action, from the time that we started IDEA at Lululemon, I have made sure that no one thinks that IDEA is some sort of offshoot of HR, that we're just kind of a side team in HR that holds celebrations here and there. And instead, that IDEA is bigger than just human resources. It is the entire organization. We are a function that serves the entire organization. And through our CEO, our senior leader, our board of directors, we emphasize that everyone is responsible personally, and then for the entire organization are personally responsible for IDEA. And making sure that no matter what department you're in, that inclusive and equitable design that I talked about is a part of how you design anything that you do. So that, again, if it's someone in facilities or someone in the legal team, no matter where they are throughout the organization, we understand that IDEA is important to all of our humans. It's important to our employees, to our guests. It's important to our business partners, our ambassadors. It's important to the communities that we serve. So every part of our organization touches one of those, and we make sure to emphasize the inclusive and equitable design, and that IDEA is to be the foundation. We then have the team that I lead to make sure that we are there if there are any questions, that we are there to make sure that we're holding the company, the organization overall accountable, and giving whatever resources are needed to make sure that we're pushing forward and that we're embedding it in all parts of the organization.
Thank you. Since we have a little bit of time left, I think, you know, as you said, sometimes it feels like a very big challenge to face, and sometimes people that work like us in inclusion and equality feels a little bit overwhelmed. But for example, I like to stay positive and believe in like the butterfly effect that is going to create maybe a positive hurricane. So what is, I don't know, the sentence, the thought that, you know, helps you to keep a positive energy and to keep on pushing even when, you know, we face some, I don't know, moment when it feels like too big to tackle?
I think part of it, quite frankly, from my lived experience, again, as a Black woman growing up in the United States, I know that even with the cycles that we have experienced, again, whenever there is a big push, a big move that's positive from a social justice perspective, it is always followed by a really long period of retracting and going back. As a Black woman, I do not have the privilege of being able to sit back and say, okay, just wait till the next cycle. For myself, for my husband, a Black man, for my children who are both Black, this is extremely important for equity that they can have, my children, my legacy, for other generations that are coming up. I just think it is so vital. It's so vital to us as human beings that we are in this work and that we continue to push forward with it. So even if it seems bleak, it is so important for the equity, for our collective liberation as a global community to make sure that we stay in this work.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
That was really powerful. I'm all about these raw, honest conversations. It's a lot food to process, much to process. Sorry, I already have food on my mind because we're about to break for lunch, but I meant to say that you should process all of it over lunch. I invite you to engage in meaningful conversations with strangers. Open up to the unknown, and we'll see you back. For all of those who are watching online, we'll be back at 1:50 p.m. For everyone that's in the room, we'll be back at 1:45 with Alec leading another Energizer. I don't need to sell it to the ones who've already experienced. I'm feeling super energized. Join us. Super excited to welcome you after the break. Hope you're feeling energized. I wish I was part of that breathing exercise. I feel like I need some of it because my heart is pounding right now, knowing what's coming. It's a panel I feel emotional about because I feel, well, truth is that before we pledge to become part of the solution, we need to acknowledge that we're part of the problem. And I didn't quite know that my obsession with secondhand clothing, my love for vintage, was part of the problem of overconsumption until I've gone to Copenhagen 2 years ago for the Global Fashion Summit and seen Liz Ricketts speak on stage. And I'm so excited that Liz is here with us today. And it's not just Liz. Please welcome on stage Liz Ricketts. There she is. Executive Director of the OR Foundation, educator, and also an upcycling designer. We have with us as well incredible Anne Ranel, founder and CEO of Reverse Resources. From our neighboring country, Estonia, well, not directly neighboring, but in a sense of, sea. And Matteo Wards, co-founder and CEO of RADS, author of Junk, and Junk is the clue word of what we're going to be discussing today. It's a docuseries produced by Sky Italia, where he visited Ghana, Chile, Bangladesh, Indonesia, India, and his native Italy. It's currently available only in Italian, but coming to your YouTube in English starting November 11th.
That's a spoiler.
Well, it's all cheery because we really like each other, but what we're going to be discussing, Liz, you've said it. Waste is sad, right? Wasn't that your...
I said waste sucks.
Waste sad. But what I've said earlier about, realizing that we're part of the problem, as individuals, we believe that we're doing our parts in donating garments to thrift stores or into recycling boxes that, many brands love to have in their shops, also as a way to encourage you to out with the old, in with the new. But most of these garments end up being exported to countries in the global south, like Ghana. Traders sort for garments for local resale, but their sheer volume and decreasing quality leaves these countries overwhelmed and landfill sites overflowing with waste. So I hope you don't mind that I will just start with Liz as a way of, just if you could walk us through the process, like what happens? How come I donate an item in Poland and what's the journey, how it ends up later on the beach in Ghana?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. And thank you, Zuzana, especially for your hospitality. I came here because I really wanted to see the waste. Poland used to be a core middle country. So countries like the UK would ship clothes here, they would be sorted and then end up in places like Ghana. So I asked Zuzana to take me to a sorting facility and she facilitated that yesterday.
Yes, a little field trip.
Yes. So just a little background, I work in Ghana with the largest secondhand clothing market in the world. It's called Kantamanto Market, and it's in the capital, Accra. Kantamanto sees 15 million garments a week, and the population of Ghana is just over 32 million people, so not that much smaller than Poland.
Let that sit just for a second, I'm sorry. It's 15 million a week.
15 million a week in a country of 32 million people. And there's 30,000 people that work in this market, repairing, upcycling, reselling clothing 6 days a week. They're doing an incredible job. They successfully recirculate around 25 million garments every month, which is unparalleled by any of the innovative platforms that we have here in the global north. But the reality is that a lot of the clothing is too low quality to be rehabilitated. So how the clothing gets here, going back to your question, there's essentially 5 touch points as a consumer in the global north. So the first one is donation, which is what most people are aware of. So if you donate to a Salvation Army or to a Goodwill or to an Oxfam, Then second is those metal bins that we find in parking lots, oftentimes in the mall parking lots. So basically the idea is that you can take your old clothes, put them in that bin, and it will be recycled, and then you can go buy new clothes. And then third is in-store take-back programs, such as the one that H&M has, where a lot of the clothing ends up being exported. And also now we have take-back bags. So companies like 4 Days, basically you can clean out your closet and then put all your clothing and put it in a bag and mail it to them. A lot of that will end up in the secondhand clothing trade as well. And then in addition to that, some resale platforms also can't sell everything that they receive and will end up selling it onto the global secondhand trade. So this is really important to understand that with all these 5 touch points, the reason that the clothing becomes waste in the global north is because those entities could not profit from it. There is not a strict criteria around what is waste or what is high quality or what is reusable. It is what can I profit from, what can I not profit from. What I can't profit from in the UK, I'm going to sell to someone in Ghana. So then the clothing arrives in Ghana in the form of bales. These bales weigh 55 kg, and retailers buy them with only 2 pieces of information. 1 is the country of export, and 2 is the type of garment. But they have no idea what the quality of individual items are inside. So as Susanna said, they open the bale, and they sort it. So even though the clothing has been sorted in the global north, they also have to sort it based off of what they know their customer wants. And because fast fashion has lowered the quality of clothing overall, there's less than 18% in a bale that is high quality. The majority of the bale, 46%, is what is called third selection. And that's clothing that they have to invest in if they want to resell it. But they don't have money to invest in it anymore, because there's not enough high-quality clothing to recoup their expenses on buying the bale, which costs an average of $200 a piece. So they don't have a profit to repair and upcycle the lower quality stuff. So what we found is that of the 15 million garments that end up in the market, roughly 40% of the average bale will leave the market as waste. And we don't have a landfill in Ghana. It exploded in August of 2019. We don't have any kind of sanitary means of dealing with this waste. So most of it ends up on the beach. When I first started working in Ghana in 2011, you would see maybe a garment here and there on the beach, but now there are piles of clothing taller than I am. A lot of it will end up in people's backyards, in burn piles. And it's putting people in debt. It's causing not only an economic and a public health crisis for the communities that live near these disposal sites, but also the cheapening of this commodity requires more exploitation. Cheap commodities require cheap labor. And the people who ultimately carry the burden of all of this are women called kayeye. Kayeye is a term that means she who carries the burden. These are girls, they're economic and climate migrants from northern Ghana. They can be as young as 6 years old. They're typically between 16 and 25. And they head carry these bales that again weigh 55 kg. So that's their entire body weight or more on their heads for over a kilometer. They're paid 30 cents to $1 per trip. It's not enough for them to survive. And this work is backbreaking. It's not like carrying, a bucket of water that swishes back and forth with you as you move. This is a solid brick of fashion that's a foot in front of your face and a foot behind your head, and it's crushing. So sometimes these women die because their necks break under the weight of these bales. A lot of them also have to carry their children on their backs, and sometimes the bales will fall backwards and crush their babies to death. So we had a chiropractic treatment program where we took 100 of these women and did x-rays, and what we found is that it only takes 2 months of performing this labor for there to be irreversible harm to their spine. So for us, our #1 goal is how do we eliminate this type of labor? We recycle, we're making fiberboard, we have a fiber-to-fiber pilot, we're doing all of the cool stuff that everyone wants to talk about in the fashion industry, but none of it matters if these women have to continue to carry this resource or feedstock or whatever term you want to use, right? Because it's inhumane. So until we can transform the physical infrastructure of the market so that they don't have to head carry, then we're not going to be satisfied. And that's how we look at circularity, is from the point of view of these women. Thank you.
This dystopian landscapes from textile waste, cliffs made out of piles of clothes with cattle grazing through it. You've seen it firsthand, Mateo, not just in Ghana, but also in Chile on the Atacama Desert, you know, the dump site that's actually visible from space. I feel like Liz has already touched on it, you know, and spoken about, you know, the human consequence, the human impact. But as you were filming the documentary, I mean, it's not a question of what didn't make the cut, because we've all seen those images. You know, you can just look them up. Just say landfills Ghana, you know, close discard in Atacama. We've seen it. It's all over the news. But what is beyond the frame? How is that impacting local communities that actually live by the landfills and thrive of the landfills?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I have seen it firsthand, and I asked Sky Television, Sky Italia, and Will Media, who produced the show, to go there precisely because I had seen those images. They've been all over the media for a couple of years now. And what you don't see is precisely what Liz just said. The story of circularity starts with the story of how we treat people. Textile waste, just as much as any of other ecological issues that at this point we're all aware the fashion industry is co-responsible for, have a root cause in the lack of equity, inclusion, and justice for global supply chains. And this is not new. It's not something that started 20 years ago with fast fashion. It started when the fashion industry was born. This causes this autocatalytic system. We have to think about it this way. An autocatalytic system is a situation where the consequences is also the root cause of the reaction that causes the problem. This is what has been happening, what I've witnessed in countries like Ghana, Chile, Indonesia, India, Bangladesh, everywhere, where you have social injustice, extreme poverty, which is the primary reason why the fashion industry is so successful, which causes ecological issues. Ecological issues exacerbate poverty and social injustice, and this cycle continues to augment itself to the point where not just habitats, we talked about dystopian cliffs, but the habits of people that live these countries are deeply affected and changed, and not for the good. Habitats and habits. That's what Junk, creating this series after more than 10 years working in the fashion industry and being part of the problem. I worked for a huge brand before, you know, getting into this field has shown me once again directly affecting the heart, the eyes, the head, the skin. You cannot see, witness, feel the daily life of people in these countries until you go there. A picture will not show you that. You'll see cliffs of clothes, more than cliffs. You said they're higher than you. They're 10 meters high. The morphology of Ghana has changed in certain parts of the city of Accra. There were children that have never seen the soil underneath the stratification of clothing, and you can easily see all of the different clothing collections. I was like, oh, this was popular in Germany a couple of years ago. And you see it stratified. It's almost funny, grotesque, but it's like, this is not okay. You know, when you cut a tree and you count the rings and you're like, the different ages of the geological areas can be told by a rock. You go to Ghana, you go to Chile, you go to Bangladesh, and you can probably see the history of fast fashion, of our business model in the certification of these clothes. And that was scary. You mentioned the Kayue, there's many other people. I could tell like dozens of stories of people that have encountered these in trips whose habits have changed dramatically. And what I wanted to say, it's a matter of survival. And there's an element of obviously sadness and desperation and tragedy because you realize they have no other opportunity. And that lack of opportunity is what makes this more dramatic because you can easily say, oh, why do they do that? They could just try to get another job. Well, they don't have the luck. They don't have the luxury of finding another job.
I mean, also textile industries have been absolutely decimated because there's all this clothing coming from the global north. So they cannot compete. They're not producing more.
50 million a week. How do you get around that?
How do you process that?
And you cannot recycle your way out of this problem. It's a social, political, cultural, economic problem. A technology can ease, mitigate, can help. There's solutions, and we will hear more about it in a second from Anne. But the root cause of the problem here is the social, political, economic, and cultural. And to change that, we have to take a few step backs and really understand what caused all of this, acknowledge the problem, as you said before, in order to make a step forward.
But also the root cause of the problem, I mean, let's just be blunt, is overproduction and overconsumption. And that leads to this unimaginable and unmanageable waste, because that just, like you said, we cannot recycle out of the problem.
Ourselves out of this problem.
We cannot recycle ourselves out of this problem. Brilliant line. And Anne, I wanted to ask you, because I know that you actually work with brands closely, more on the side of waste seen as resource, but I wanted to ask you, why is it that brands talk about sustainability but continue to intentionally overproduce?
Thank you. Before I answer your question, I want to kind of go even deeper from the root cause that you are talking about to the root of the root. We are all driven by the question of how to make money. That's kind of the root of everything. The business case of fast fashion is so successful with all the problems coming along because fast fashion as a business case is such a successful business model, making a lot of money. And until we start to deconstruct the business case behind it, we cannot talk about solutions. And I do agree that it's economic, social, political, it hits all angles, but the solutions start from the business case. And why I'm fascinated to work with the largest fashion corporates today, we are working with, through different projects, maybe with 50 different brands today. And the fascination for me is that as much as they are creating and causing the problem, they also have that huge market power to change things. It's a massive, massive system. None of the brands can change it on their own because they're all stuck in the same system. But when they understand the new business case together, they can make that change really fast. And through our work with Reverse Resources, we are seeing that happening. It is very difficult to communicate that change because it's like turning the Titanic. It takes time. And being under a lot of pressure, whenever there are smaller projects that don't hit the majority yet, when you talk about it, you get that attack of doing greenwashing or like not taking it seriously yet and all that. And that's also very understandable. But what I see working with the brands, I've been running Reverse Resources for 10 years, so I've seen a major shift happening in the dialogues, in the intention to change things, and there is just so much happening in the background that doesn't reach the public space, where I would say that I can say with full confidence that by 2030, at least 30% of textile will be coming from textile-to-textile recycling. Mm-hmm. And what Lise is talking about, this massive problem, yes, reuse, recycling, reuse, resales, all those valuing the garments, better quality, this helps to slow down those cycles. But until we build that proper cycle of recycling and using that textile waste as a resource for fashion industry, the circulation of this textile is not going to happen. And it's so exciting to see that today, this is not anymore a technological problem. We have different technologies to recycle over 85% of any textile out there. Today, the problem is the lack of supply chains. The fact that waste management has been informal business, black market. There is no structures, no systems, no traceability, transparency, what's happening there. And cleaning up and reorganizing these supply chains is the work that we are doing with reverse resources.
Liz, I wanted to ask you, you've said that the dominant fashion model is rooted in exploitation and extraction. So why is it that the global north preaches circularity, comes up with all those technological advances and solutions, but it is the global south that is doing the dirty work of cleaning up the clothing waste of the world? Is this what you mean when you say waste colonialism?
Yes. So I would say, the answer is colonialism. I would say that, we've been playing around with Midjourney as a team to try to place the waste in global north cities, to try to emphasize the fact that maybe if the waste was in London or in Paris, that people would take it more seriously.
Or in Warsaw.
In Warsaw, yes. And it's quite funny because the images, when we tell AI to place the waste in Ghana, it looks believable. But when we tell the AI to place it in Marseille, they have people sitting on blankets, on the beach, because it has no references for waste in France. But the waste comes from France. Okay, so AI is repeating what it knows. AI lacks the references for the truth, and people in the global north lack the references for the truth, and we are repeating the wrong things. I'm here, I'm part of the problem. I'm a white lady in Africa, okay? Why am I here? Because I have a blue passport. I can travel anywhere that I want. It's very difficult for my colleagues in Ghana to travel wherever they want. Getting a visa to come to Europe, we had to get a personal letter from the mayor of Paris to take a delegation to France for my Ghanaian colleagues. So we are operating with misinformation or a lack of information. We only have one small perspective. And I think that we continue to make assumptions, and the narrative, everyone has said the images from Ghana are all over the news, and that's true. But what about the other side of the story? The other side of the story is the creativity that exists in the market. The other side of the story is that there are more tailors per capita in Ghana than any country in Europe. I can guarantee you that. Mm-hmm. That story is never told. Why? Because it's not clickbait. Why? Because it doesn't reinforce the narrative that we have learned in the global north. And waste colonialism ends up being this domination of not only space, but culture. Because now in Ghana, you have young people who, as Matteo said, have never seen a clean beach. They don't know that they deserve a clean environment. But also, they're now coveting a t-shirt with a Nike logo on it instead of buying something handmade and hand-woven in their own country, because the marketing of these brands is so dominant, and that is also part of waste colonialism. So we really need to recognize that we need different voices, and we talk about justice-led circularity. What is justice-led circularity means prioritizing the prosperity of the people who have been most harmed by the linear economy, and that's where I would push back a little bit on Anne and just say, I think before we can make the business case for solving this problem, we need some form of reparation, some form of reckoning, because I don't trust that brands are willing to invest in a recycling facility in Ghana, for instance, if they don't directly benefit from that. We need to get to a place where the brands will invest in a recycling facility in Ghana so that Ghana can rebuild its own textile industry. And that's what it means to stop waste colonialism.
Matteo, visualizing and contextualizing the problem can humanize it. After all, the documentary will be seen by that many people who will then feel guilty, but we don't want them to feel guilty enough to feel frozen, and, we want them to be mobilized and activated rather than just, talking about change is not quite enacting change. And I'm curious, what are you hoping for this documentary to accomplish?
Yeah, I think Stacia Jones before said we're all designers. That's Absolutely right. I love that. You know, the fashion industry is made of designer, whether you work in the financial department or accountability, retail, whatever it is, we're all designing new systems, and this is what we need. We don't need to be designing more clothing that, you know, are affecting the beaches in Ghana and not only places all over the world. What I've seen in Ghana, I'll testify to that, is the most incredible creativity that sparks out of necessity, the most incredible ability to retransform, repurpose, re-engineer garments that I've never witnessed in my life. You go to London, Paris, and Milan, and you have these little repair workshops, very shy in the stores, and we get excited about little embroidery. You go to Ghana, like, oh my gosh, it's absolutely incredible what human creativity can achieve out of necessity when you have limits, when you need to, the only thing to do is to think about, you know, surviving, and the creativity is a tool to survive in certain places around the world. This means designing a system that puts the incentives on redefining the role of the fashion industry rather than trying to make more money and create more quantity and create more stuff out of this industry, which has been the formula for the system ever since it was invented in the late 16th century. King Louis XIV, he invented fashion, you know, fall, winter, and spring, summer, simply to make more money out of an industry that at that point wasn't really creating much capital, but we discovered that the industry could make more capital by fueling overproduction and overconsumption. That was a political decision that caused the problem. Designing better policies that can create the ecosystem, the environment, where there are more incentives in scaling what there is, it's live and it's visible and Cantamanto is what we need to go through. What's happening in the European Union right now, what's happening in some states in the United States, in New York, it's not perfect. No policy will ever be perfect, but at least it's the right step in that direction. And with Junk, my goal is to put pressure on making sure that we can get a little bit closer to what we think is the best policy right now to really give the industry, the fashion industry, its original role, which is a cultural industry that at one point did produce social, economic, and ecological value, because if we're talking about regenerative clothing, the clothing can go back to nature and actually regenerate the soil, rather than this rapacious, oppressive industry has become today. And I'm quite optimistic about that. So I think, going back to Stacia, we're designers of policies. Whether you're a consumer, whenever you're buying a t-shirt, you're making a political decision that you're designing a policy through your choices. If you're a designer, you're designing policies through your clothing, the collections that you're making. If you work in marketing, you can design a better policy by making people think and inspire love and emotional durability with the clothing rather than fueling the desire to get rid of your clothing after 3 uses. I could go on forever. Absolutely. That's what we need to be doing today.
Well, and we actually have, policymakers and legislators in the room. Kasia, I'm looking at you, who's going on stage later this afternoon speaking about, from climate action to climate commitment. Sadly, we're running out of time, but I just wanted... I would love if each of you could just go around in circle and say one clearly formulated call to action, and it's not like, what can you do? Because we should all be doing collectively, and it's not like regulation is also going to fix it all, And Anne, you've said something really interesting yesterday when you said that we get really worked up about the problem, but we don't have the same level of enthusiasm when it comes to solutions. So just in a few words... maybe it is, the campaigns that you're doing. Maybe it's a petition, but it is spreading awareness. What can be done? Call to action.
Okay, I'll start. I'm not going to do one, though. Sorry. Okay, so we have a campaign. It's called stopwastecolonialism.org. You can go to the website. You all have your phones. Some of you are on them right now. You can go to it and you can sign the petition, which is about making EPR globally accountable, meaning that money needs to come to communities like Cantamanto to help improve the infrastructure and support people and celebrate the good work that's happening there. 2 is that if you're a brand, I know Lululemon, H&M is here, I don't remember who else, but we need you to publish your production volumes. This is not a trade secret. Let's get honest about how many things we're producing. So let's have a little playful competition. Who will do it first? I would love to see that. 3 is let's flip this problem of excess. Yeah, everyone wants you to. Do it, wherever you are. So flip excess on its head and realize that we have an abundance. Waste doesn't need to be scary. It's only scary because we keep repeating the same thing. We have an abundance of clothes. We have enough for the next several generations. Cool. You know how many problems are in the world? Let's check making clothes off of the list. And let's focus on reusing, building new business models, upcycling, empowering people like the people that we work with in Contamanto.
And by the way, we're all coming to Ghana next year. There's the Obrani Wow Festival. Yes. And I mean, we're not missing out on that.
And that's the last thing, is just recognize, please, that justice is not crisis relief. Justice for my community, Contamanto, would be that they could be at a dinner party like we were at last night, that they could be on a vacation. Justice should be celebratory. Justice should be about joy. And until we get there, we haven't done enough.
Beautiful.
I would continue with the thought that you started about looking beyond the problem. I find it so important to stop only criticizing and really starting to look for the small signs of where things are happening. Like the power of figuring out the business case in such a way that this starts working like an acupuncture. I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen in Bangladesh, where with data and market insight, we turn the whole market around, and how much excitement there is about it. It's just that, again, the stories don't spread maybe fast enough because the story of the problem is just so much louder. So listen to the solutions without criticism and find those things where you want to invest your money and time, where you see things are going the right way.
I think one for a lot of the big brands and the business leaders that I'm sitting here, stop detaching social justice from ecological justice. Living wages, paying a living wages is the first step to solve 99.9% of the ecological justices that are all in these beautiful, fancy strategies for sustainability. Even in the panel about diversity and inclusion, not talking about diversity and inclusion in the supply chain is not okay. That's the first step. That's the only way we can truly create inclusive environments, and we can start talking about solutions and moving forward from the problem and redefining the role of the fashion industry worldwide.
You see, it started disheartening, but in the end, I hope you're all feeling mobilized. Are you feeling mobilized for change? Yes, I want to hear it. Yes, amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, because I think you're catching your flight. Oh my God. I'm seeing you in Ghana. Feeding a throwaway culture. If it's cheaper to go for a new t-shirt than to repair it, then one we have, these are the consequences. The next panelists will talk about what it takes to repair, reuse, rewash, remake, reduce. Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Kamila Wagner. I'm fashion editor for Vogue Poland, and I want to introduce my lovely guests for Repair and Care panel. Possibly we're going to focus on what we humble people can do to solve this fashion problem, or be just a part of a solution. So, starting here, Tammy Schweichler, social designer, entrepreneur and founder of United Repair Center. Then we have Martyna Zastawna, founder of Wash, first platform for cleaning, repairing and customizing shoes. And last but not least, Sasna Kurda, founder and CEO of Save Your Wardrobe, which is platform and far more beyond the app. You guys obviously all founded very successful repair and care businesses. Every one of you, though, has slightly different approach, focusing more on B2B operation or direct-to-consumer. It evolved throughout the years. So let's just start from you telling your stories, how it started for you, the repairing and caring journey. I'm sure it's going to be deeply personal because, as the care in the title suggests, it's about the relationships, essentially, we have with our wardrobes and with other people. Can you start, Martina?
Yes, I can. Okay, so maybe I will start for the emotional side, because for me it was, and still it is, extremely important. So maybe I was a dreamer, maybe I'm still am, but more than 8 years ago, I really wanted to do something which could be good for our planet. I wanted to spread the idea of circularity, of zero waste, of social responsibility and sustainability. And 8 years ago in Poland, it was something totally new, nobody talked about sustainability or circularity. So I decided that I really wanted to do something with it, and someday I took my dirty shoes from the wardrobe and I didn't know what can I do with it. And I cannot find any places where I could clean or repair my shoes. So I link all of these things that, okay, this is a great idea for a circular company. And I did it.
So you just... Yeah, so a simple need that couldn't be addressed in the market, just led you here, kind of, and then it evolved in sustainability journey. What about you, Hasna? How, the Save Your Wardrobe came to life?
Yeah, so Save Your Wardrobe is deeply inspired by my personal story. So I come from Tunisia, and from an island that just got recognized by UNESCO a few weeks ago for its unique lifestyle that knew how to adapt to scarcity of resources. And so when I was 19, I moved to Europe to study, and my first cultural shock was to see the consumerism in Paris. And I thought, wow, it was a bit naive, of course, but I really thought that everybody grew up in the same way, mindful of the way we consume and mindful as well of our finite resources. So I saw an opportunity actually to use technology to streamline but also educate consumers on how to care and repair the things that we love, the things that we buy. And so that was in 2017. And in 2020, we launched our consumer app. But our business model was really into bringing the brands in and at the center of the conversation and having them responsible as well on how we can extend the life of our garments. So the values that I grew up with merged with the technology is what I want to bring to the table and to the industry.
Okay, let's explore a little bit, because Save Your Wardrobe is a very layered idea, I would say, because it started from this concept to digitalize your wardrobe, and then it went far beyond into your cooperating with craftsmen and implementing this AI-based solutions. So please say more.
Yeah, of course. So what we did was to digitize the whole after-sales processes. So all the stakeholders that comes in once we buy something, we've managed to connect them all in the same platform, giving them a unique interface so that at all times there is transparency, there is better communication between the brands, the consumers, and what we consider the unsung heroes of the fashion industry, those craftspeople who know how to repair, how to care, that own the skills. And the idea was also to promote them in order to reindustrialize that fabric of small businesses. And to do that, we've understood that we can't do it alone. We can't put the blame or all the responsibilities on the shoulders of the consumers, but we've approached brands straight away. In 2018, we were part of the Fashion for Good Accelerator program. We had several chats with brands and groups, but they were not ready to move from a linear business model towards a circular one. So it took us a little bit of time, redefine everybody's responsibility in order to build this platform and to scale it. But yeah, the idea is to streamline those processes, improve transparency, reduce lead time, and bring more efficiency and make sure that the joy that we have when we buy something new or when we get something that is new to us, we put that same joy in repairing them and caring for them for longer.
Yeah, and you guys make it really easy because it's like under just one click of a button, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole challenge we had, was to make sure that adopting care and repair was as easy as going to a store, but picking something new. And so we understood that technology was the missing part, and also convincing brands to come with us to increase the impact and make sure that it's not just one person here and one person there, but it's a group of stakeholders, of leaders that come together and accelerate the adoption for circularity.
In how many countries do you fully operate these days? Because I know it's Great Britain, Germany, and your ambitions are going much higher, I guess.
Exactly, and so what we do is that we leverage local craftspeople in order to go global. So we are the app, for example, is you can download it anywhere in the world, but we are operational in New York, in UK, France, Germany. Thanks to our partnership with Tammy, we also in the Netherlands, Middle East. I come from Tunisia, so of course Tunisia. So yeah, our expansion on the operation grows gradually, but from a strategic perspective, we only go to a new region if we have the brands, and that's where we have to balance as well our impact, but the strength of going into a new market.
I guess if we were in Netherlands for a little while, I'm just gonna pass the voice to Tammy because we almost forgot to explain the United Repair Center history and the story behind its founding, and it's a very exciting enterprise.
Sorry, because I was talking too much in the backstage, so she cut me off. Well, as you can see by my face, I don't come from fashion, so it is. You are amazing, and you do. Fashion came as a vehicle for my passion. My passion is working with people. United Repair Center came from a company that I founded 8 years ago called Makers Unite, which is focused on creating opportunities for refugees that arrive in Europe on boats, and they carry life vests. And with the life vests, we make new products, and we make collections, and we create a storyline after this. But what I realized is that over time, it's been really challenging to create employment at scale for this population. And circularity is coming to bring a massive change into this. So we need people that can take care of second-hand clothing, for instance, like people that can take care of rental models, and we need a lot of people to take care of repairs. So by discussing this opportunity of employment, we came across Patagonia, who has been repairing clothing since before they made clothing. And we made a proposal, if they're really willing to change the world like we all here are trying to do, why not opening the blueprint? So why not using this knowledge that they have of repairs to get to other brands and vertically help other brands to create repair programs? In this path, we're creating jobs for refugees and youth with a distance to the labor market, and also Dutch people with a distance to the labor market. And the way it works is basically you have your clothing from Patagonia or from Lululemon or from Decathlon. You send to them to be taken care by repair. It's going to come to us in one of our centers. We're going to repair and send it back to you. In the meanwhile, we understand that the technology behind the system is creating a lot of value. So I have data that is now being created to track the product, but also data that is being created to feedback to product development of brands, to be reported into CSRD reporting, but most importantly, data that is helping consumers to connect to brands, and brands to understand what is the huge value that repair, and Safer Wardrobe is a great example, and I'm sure you also have the same experience. Repair is the only moment that we have now, is a new moment that we have in the consumer experience, that consumers go for the first time back to the brand and they ask something from the brand. Could you please repair this? At this moment, the brand has a very, very important timing to say, well, I could, but do you mind giving me your email address? Do you mind answering these questions? Do you mind looking at my new sustainable collection? So we're starting together with brands to create a new useful experience to leverage on the repair journey.
And the interest from brands is going high, right? Because you launched the United Repair Center not even 2 years ago, and like many brands went on board with you.
Yeah, we had this there's an anecdote that says that if you're looking into circularity in brands now, it's the same as having a smartphone in 2010, and then 3 years later the whole world flipped and everybody has a smartphone. So there's the same thing that we have with brands. We see that a lot due to the legislation, but most importantly, due to the consumer pressure, brands are changing and they need to change really quick. But no one knows how to do. So the idea is piloting and testing business models and trying to find ways of implementing transition, which is highly complex. So we have the fortunate experience of having Patagonia as a leading path that can sit together with brands and say how we do repairs, how do you, other brand, will be able to do repairs. And what we see is that, we launched it in Amsterdam 1.5 years ago. We have around 30 employees working there. In the 1st of November, starting in London with a second facility. And we're planning to roll out in Europe in the coming 2 years. Promise of the entrepreneur, you never know if it works. But it's been very nice to see this wave of positivity of people that want to change. Because I see, for instance, the size of the problem. So that the estimation is that last year, 80 billion pieces of clothing were produced on a world of 8 billion people. 60% of this is never going to get sold. It's going to get either burned or sent out. Do you have an idea of the size of the problem? So we have to do a lot. And I think that we're all together in this, and repair makes it very tangible. You know about repair as your grandpa knows about repair, as a kid of 12 knows about repair. It makes it very easy to assimilate. The consumer has now a power to make change, and that's why we try to make it visible.
I'm not so sure if like people taking this like repairing idea so cheerfully. Like claim of your company is repair is the new cool. Do you genuinely see that the narrative around repair is changing and consumers actually getting excited with repairing the stuff they already own instead of buying new thing?
Naprawa, right?
Naprawa, yes.
Naprawa jest cool. So thank you, I made it, yes. It took a long time to learn naprawa. So repair is the new cool is not something we're trying to say because we came up with the thinking. What we see happening in repair, let me be politically correct here, it's like 10 years ago becoming vegan. So you say, wow, this is like a status symbol of consciousness, is a symbol of engagement, is a sort of activism, and wearing a visible piece of repair now is like, wow, this is quite cool. But what we hope is that it's not going to take so long for the vegan steaks to be in a supermarket as repair is taking. So we really hope that what we see, the trend is coming up. So if you look, if you observe the R-leather, second-hand clothing, it has been on magazines for what, 3, 4, 5 years max. And now you see getting really, really, really big mainstream. We see repair appearing on magazines now, repair appearing on trends. So we really believe that it's going to take a bigger stage. But most importantly, we see very big brands shifting their business model because they understand that repair is one of the mandatory roles that you have to do in order to stop producing. And there's so we have to stop producing now and reverse the chain. And there's just too much material in the world, and repair paves this way.
Also, finally, regulators are helping to get brands with the aftercare services. What do you think, Martina, about how consumers' behavior around repairing is changing in Poland or elsewhere?
Okay, so I think that I could say in Polish perspective, because we are only in Poland now. So when I was started, it was in 2015, so more than 8 years ago. So as I said at the beginning, circularity was like some magic word for people.
Also, if I may add, you expected, like in the beginning of your company, you expected that there's going to be probably in first week 10 pairs of shoes brought by consumers, and the number became much higher.
Yes. I was very young, and I wasn't a businesswoman, so I created a super simple business plan, and I planned that in the first month we would have like 10 pairs of shoes, and we had 500 pairs of shoes. So I wasn't totally ready for this amount of shoes, but it wasn't because of the awareness of environmental issue, about zero waste. It was, people was just curious about that the young blonde girl did something, created a totally new type of startup. But I was constantly talking about zero waste, that this is important, that you should take care of your shoes, that you can repair your shoes instead of buying new one or throwing the old one. So I see that the awareness about circularity, even in Poland, is growing very fast, but still, the educational part of Wash is very important. We still have to educate society. We have to educate business, and this is still very important for me and for the whole business.
Okay, so education led to the motivational change, kind of. Do you agree, Hasna?
I totally agree on the education part, but as you scale the business, you have also to think about all the other areas that need to match. And what we found out was the brands were missing. They would have that booking platform or that email exchange to serve requests for repair, but the operation side, the digitization of those workshops and ateliers who will do the repair and care, the follow-ups, and that's the piece was that piece was missing, and that's also another part of the challenge if you wanted to go at a large scale and add to the impact. So the education is extremely important. So who has to do it? From a business perspective, it's very expensive to grow a direct-to-consumer business. So you look at the partnerships and you look at other ways to where can I really make a difference and how can I move the needle. And what we've seen at CV Wardrobe was on the education side, the app did tremendously. We've been incredibly supported by lots of people. And then we thought, okay, but what's next? So how can we really bring repair and care at scale? Because we are not reinventing it, we are supporting skilled people, we are also making sure that everybody has access to it, democratizing the knowledge on repair and care. And then when you look behind the curtain, you also realize that there is a lot to do. You work with refugees, you bring them up to speed with the skills, you train them as well. But then an initiative we are working on with an organization in France is also the digital training, the understanding of the new tools to make sure that they are not left behind. So this is also something we've seen during COVID, even though these businesses were considered as essential businesses, they were closing down because of footfall and not being able to receive any order other than like from footfall. So this is where we've exploring now. Education is a part of it, and once that's nailed, one that is, like you mentioned, mainstream, what's the next challenge? So it's the operations, making sure that the brands who are still kind of lingering on a linear business model, they can adopt circularity in a 360-degree perspective.
Yeah, and that's the big question: how to scale caring and repairing businesses. Because, as we know, it involves human hands, qualified people. How do you cope with that?
For us, it's bringing so the brands we work with have in their DNA repair and care, like you mentioned, Tammy. They are receiving a lot of requests already, but the experience is really fragmented. It's really poor, so people really think that throwing away an item is easier than requesting a repair and care. We are working with Hugo Boss, for example, in Germany, and Hugo Boss offers already repair and care in a centralized way. But what we've brought is that this decentralized, supporting local SMEs. More recently, we've received the LVMH Innovation Award, and now that opens the door to 75 maisons to work with them on their repair and care. So like I mentioned, they have the repair and care in their DNA, but now it's learning from them, executing, so that inspires other premium or lower-end brands to also think, I can do this as well. I can bring genuinely, that's really important, the genuine willingness to provide care and repair to their consumers. Otherwise, it's just an initiative, a pop-up that will fade away.
Yeah, sure. So synergy, I guess. What about you, Martyna? Because you also switched to more B2B oriented model. How do you scale Wash these days?
Okay, so we have 3 models, but maybe I'm focused on the B2B. So the first one, we call it B2B, B2C model. We started to cooperate with Żabka June this year. If you don't know what is Żabka, so this is the biggest convenience chain store in Poland. So it was it still is very important moment for us to scale up. because thanks to Żabka, we have 10,000 pickup points in Poland, so it's accessible for everyone. But also we work with companies such as IKEA. We clean and disinfect worker shoes. So because of it, we extend their life even up to 2 years. But all of the processes were and still are very, very hard because we need people. We use technology, of course. We try to automatize processes and operations, but it's still a new business model. We don't have any examples on the market, so we try to after all of the problems, we try to focus how can we use our knowledge to create new ideas and to scale.
Okay, so for like a final drop of energy, I want you guys to make maybe inspired our crowd, lovely crowd here, to start repairing their clothes, because I know some of them don't do it yet.
And shoes.
Shoes as well, of course.
Shoes. Now, I think there's something really powerful about us being in a fashion business environmental summit. And the majority of the talks that we heard today are about people. So if we put people first, we're going to change the clothing industry for good. And repairing is a way of doing this, but your work is very important for all of us to achieve.
Yes. And as Tammy said before, I guess, naprawa jest cool. And I guess this is what we should stay with. So thank you guys very much for being here.
Thank you.
You know what else is really cool? Regenerative agriculture. Yes, this is a hot topic right now. I mean, with a fashion landscape that is nearly 60% dominated by synthetic materials derived from fossil fuels like polyester, we forget that fashion has historically been a product of agriculture. We've been so removed from the soil, from the ground, from nature, that we just don't associate clothes as coming from earth. And here's one person that's shaking things up. Arizona Muse, model turned activist, who's going back to the roots and pushing regenerative agriculture, addressing past harms and creating a more sustainable future. In a conversation with Karolina Sobańska, that needs no introduction to how short it is. Have fun, you'll do great.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to reintroduce ourselves quickly, my name is Karolina Sobańska. I'm a podcaster based here in Warsaw, and I have a pleasure to welcome today here on stage the founder of DIRT, the foundation for the regeneration of Earth, activist and model Arizona Muse. Welcome. So I'm really happy to have you here today. You know the fashion industry inside out. You've been an activist for years. For 9 years. And I'm just wondering, out of all the angles, all the approaches and issues associated with sustainability in fashion, what made you focus on the soil?
Thank you. It's so nice to be here and chatting with you. What made me focus on soil, of all the things, because there are so many things, is that my penny drop moment, so we say in English, when I realized that I needed to do something, that I needed to change, and that I needed to do whatever I could to put my passion behind change, was when I realized that I'd been a model at the time for 6 years, and I'd been at the core of the fashion industry. I was super lucky. My career went very well pretty much immediately. I was working with the highest names in fashion, like Prada and Yves Saint Laurent and Estée Lauder, and being on the covers of Vogues. And I realized, hold on a minute, I don't know very much about the clothes that I'm wearing. What even are these things? Who made them? And I started asking those questions. And for me, that was the beginning of my activism. And it was very quiet at first, and it was pretty lonely, because 9 years ago, it wasn't cool yet. It wasn't interesting. Very few people wanted to talk about the fashion supply chain. And I found out since that I'm really nerdy about the fashion supply chain. I absolutely love it. And I want to learn every single thing about all the people who work along it and who share their ingenuity with us by making our clothes. So that was for me the moment that I realized that I needed to learn about clothes. And in every story that I started learning about clothes, guess where that thread began? On a farm. It began with farmers. Farmers grow our clothes for us. I was shocked. I was like, but I knew that farmers grew my food for me. I knew that because I grew up being grateful for the food that was grown from the earth, and I put that together. And I just hadn't thought about it, which made me wonder, okay, has anybody thought about this? And I looked around me at the core of the fashion industry and realized nobody was thinking about this. We were not connecting the dots that along the supply chain, eventually there was soil. And that soil is being dramatically polluted through agricultural chemicals. Trust me, every single piece of clothing that you are wearing, if it's a natural material, and as Susanna covered, we don't even need polyester, that we just need to move away from. Unless it's organic or grown by a farmer who you know, which is highly unlikely in our fashion industry, and you've spoken to them, and maybe they're not certified organic, but you've spoken to them and they've told you, no, we don't use any chemicals. Unless you have one of those two situations with your garments, they have been sprayed with chemicals over and over and over again, many, many, many times per year, 16 times per year, maybe. Like shock, it's not just chemical usage when there's an infestation, it's routine spraying that is agriculture, conventional agriculture. So that was a very long introduction. I get very passionate about this.
You posed a question, who grew my clothes? And I wonder if anyone here has ever thought of that concept. Like, we started asking who made my clothes, and we started getting curious, which is a great sign. But then thinking of clothes being grown in the earth, in the soil, is a whole another concept. One of the statements of your charity says that dirt can turn fashion into a climate solution. What is the vision behind that statement? How can we see that in practice in the industry?
Yes, fashion can have a positive impact. Fashion can be a climate solution. We need to start in the soil where we grow our clothes with the farmers who grow them for us. So let's take cotton, for example, a very widely used material. Cotton is a lovely plant. It's not its fault that it's so damaging for the environment, but it is. Cotton is very thirsty, but it likes a lot of sunshine. So there's cotton sitting in its field going, I'm thirsty, feed me water. So the farmers have to irrigate, usually bringing water in from a very distant source through a canal, emptying that source. That has happened on numerous times in the fashion industry. Look at the Aral Sea if you haven't yet. The Aral Sea is in the Middle East, and it used to be a huge body of water. And you can see aerial imagery of over a 20-year period, that water shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and it is shocking to see it. When you see it, you go, oh my God, I get it. I understand now what a thirsty crop means. And that's so that all of us humans can wear all of our cotton clothing, which are jeans and t-shirts, essentially. So we can become a climate solution. We can become a climate positive industry if we look at ourselves as a vehicle. How cool would it be if every single fashion business said, okay, how can I use myself to pay people as well as possible? And instead of looking at balance sheets as in like, how can we increase our profit the most? What about how can we send the most money out because we have tentacles going everywhere, this fashion industry. How cool would it be if we changed our mindset like this? And if money began to reach farmers? Farmers right now are living in an almost impossible economic circumstance. And I'll explain it to you so that you understand, because it's very important that we all know this, because the farmers, they live like this every single day. And the fact that we walk around wearing their crops every single day means that we need to know. They deserve that. They deserve for us to know. So a farmer, if they've been convinced into the conventional agricultural model, which means they've started buying heavy-duty chemicals, they've also started buying genetically modified seed, who needs those chemicals in order to grow, then they've also started buying the third thing, which is heavy-duty machinery, in order to manage all of those crops. And a genetically modified seed has been engineered partly for many reasons, but one of the reasons is so that it can be easily harvested. So for instance, wheat is a great example. The genetically modified wheat will all have its wheat berries at the same height so that a combine harvester can come and harvest it really easily. There are many other varieties of wheat. All the heirloom seeds of wheat, they produce a lot more wheat berries than the genetically modified one. And they also don't produce them all at the same height on the plant. So they're much more difficult to make a machine to harvest those wheat berries. That's just an example to help us realize that agriculture is very detailed, and we know pretty much nothing about it. If you're anything like me and where I came from, not an agricultural family, not a farming history. And it's been a whirlwind of a journey to understand how complex farming is, how incredibly beautiful it is when you're doing it in a way that is friendly for the nature that you live with. So, what was I talking about? I went on a tangent there about farming. So cotton is, we can grow all of our fashion crops without chemicals, and we must. Because the chemicals that we use in agriculture, they don't just stay on the farm. When it rains or when it's irrigated, that field, of course they run off in the water. Of course they do. They end up in every single river and every single lake and every single ocean that we have. Agricultural chemicals are a big proportion of the reason why the oceans are so toxified. So all the ocean regeneration that we're working so hard on right now, what's the point if we continue pouring agricultural chemicals onto our soil that will then run off into our oceans? It's a major, major problem. So of all the terrestrial land on the Earth's surface, about 37% of it is farmed right now. It sounds kind of small, 37%. But then when you think about it, 50% is half. So almost half, really, because 37% is 40%, almost half of of all of Earth's land is farmed. That's enormous. I don't think that was ever in the plan of the Earth, really, if you think about it. If we were to ask planet Earth, did you intend for the human species to start spraying chemicals on nearly half of your surface? I'm pretty sure that our darling planet would tell us, no, thank you, I did not plan for that. Please, can you stop right now? And to answer your question, which is the biggest question ever, how can we be a climate solution? We can change our industry and change the way that we source. So our supply chain has all the secrets within it and all the answers within it. And I really encourage all the businesses that are sitting in the room to start asking questions about where your raw material came from, who really grew it for you, because it was probably grown. And if it was a metal, it was mined from soil. Not grown from soil, but also mining has a terrible, terrible effect on soil. Completely destroys it, pollutes it, opens up big scars that take years and years and years and years to heal, even if they've been, in quotes, rehabilitated by the mining company. Often it doesn't really count. That word is too good of a word to be used on what actually happened to that mining scar.
Arizona, do you believe that the regenerative approach, the regenerative design that starts with regenerative agriculture, can be a win-win situation for both the industry, the fashion industry, and the earth? Can both benefit, or are there going to be sacrifices, especially for the business?
I love that question. I've thought about sacrifices a lot because in my own activism, I've changed the way I live in so many different ways. I've changed the way I travel, I've changed the way I buy food, I've changed the way I buy clothes, I've changed the way I educate my children. And you could call that sacrificing, but it doesn't feel like a sacrifice. I promise you it doesn't. My life is richer, more interesting than it ever has been before. So I don't feel like I'm sacrificing. I feel like my life is better than it has ever been before. Now that I'm living a more sustainable life than I was before I educated myself. So to answer your question, there will be massive changes that businesses need to make. But because businesses are filled with human beings who have hearts, like I do, I don't think we'll feel the sacrifice. I think we'll feel more engaged. And I think we'll feel more ready. And I think we'll feel more alive. And what's wrong with that?
Me and Arizona had a chance to chat before, and you said to me that the activism landscape has changed a lot over the years, and you said that we can make activism fun. How have you learned to talk about activism, talk about restoring the earth, and be aware of all of those horrible things happening, but still have this joyful, playful energy and be so encouraging?
Yeah, we had a great chat about that. As I said, it's been 9 years that I've been educating myself and on this journey. I started DIRT 2 years ago, the charity that we're talking about. And it has been a long journey. And at the beginning of the journey, I felt like I was really, looking back, I got really judgmental. I started learning things that were shocking me, and I was like, how are we living like this? How did I not know this? Stop that, you stop that. No, don't do this, we can't do that, stop. And of course, my friends and my family were kind of like, "Ugh, why is she doing that like that? Oh, that's not inspiring at all." And I would get comments from people near me like, "Oh, can we talk about something else other than sustainability?" and I took the feedback. And I realized, okay, you know what? Maybe that's not working as a form of activism. Maybe just telling people what to do and being so negative about it isn't the way to share the story. And I built a different way for myself to be an activist. And I try to have as much fun in life as I possibly can now. I look for wellness everywhere I go. I take care of my body. I make sure that if I'm not smiling, I ask myself why. I check in with myself. Why am I not feeling amazing right now? What's going on? And I try to be as honest with myself as I can, because I do think it's very important to lead by inspiration. It's part of my personality that I'm not someone who can shame and blame and shout at people and tell them, that's not my kind of activism. That makes me really shy, or I am really shy, so therefore it's not my kind of activism, perhaps. And I really respect activists who are like that, and we need that. There is a place for that. In fact, there's a place for every single kind of activism, and that's the beauty of activism. Find your own, because guess what? Every single one of us has an activist inside us. Every single one of us has a part of us that is dying to tell our truth and can't wait to share our passion. So find your inner activist and enjoy it. Allow that inner activist to help you be the fullest version of yourself. And I promise you won't feel like you're sacrificing anything. It's just a more beautiful way of having a human experience here on this earth.
Beautifully said. You keep emphasizing, yes, bravo. You keep emphasizing the word we as a collective, and how everyone should have this sense of responsibility, and how all the parties of the supply chain should be involved in the regenerative design approach. Do you have an idea or a strategy how we could implement this way of thinking, this inner drive, this inspiration, like this sense of wanting to take care of the earth while still taking care of ourselves and making the business run? So how would you install that sense of responsibility across all supply chains if we all have to work simultaneously on all these levels?
We do, and I'll break it down and just speak from the lens of agriculture right now. what we've chosen to do at Dirt is we've chosen to support one movement, a global movement called biodynamic farming. And biodynamic is one type of regenerative agriculture. It's absolutely amazing. And it encompasses so much, not just crop rotation, not just mobile grazing, not just composting. It puts together all the regenerative techniques of farming, of course, that can be used to grow food crops, to grow fashion crops, or just to care for wild spaces. You can use biodynamics in a non-agricultural, non-farming, non-productive kind of way, which is what I think is beautiful about it as well, because we have a lot of wild land that needs our love and care right now. It wasn't so long ago that indigenous peoples were managing all the land everywhere. And us modern breed of human, we don't know how to do that. We've completely forgotten. If you put us out in nature, we're like, I don't know what to do. Cut off the flower and put it in a vase. That's kind of our, like, what beautiful indigenous management of land has turned into in a facetious kind of comic way, of course. But we focused on biodynamics at Dirt because it's such a good solution for climate. I am a climate activist, but my emphasis is on the fashion industry because I happen to be a model. And biodynamics is a global movement in agriculture that's doing splendidly well growing food, but doesn't yet grow fashion fibers. And so Dirt is the place where fashion and biodynamics meet, where we are creating new certifications for Demeter. Demeter is the certifying body of biodynamics who guides the whole movement globally. We're working with them to facilitate the creation of 10 new certifying standards for the fashion materials: cotton, silk, wool, tree fibers, all the things that we use over here in the fashion space, so that Demeter can begin to guide this industry. And these certifications are not just about the growing of the raw material, but also the processing, all the way through till how do you dispose of it? So all of these clothes are going to be compostable. It's part of how they are designed. And that's where we need to get with the fashion industry. All of these waste problems. Imagine, overproduction is terrible, we shouldn't be doing it, but just imagine for a minute, if our overproduction problems that we have right now were all with clothing that could go back to soil and be eaten by microorganisms as food. That would really, really change things. We wouldn't be looking at those massive piles of clothing in the same way as we are right now, because there would be microorganisms who can eat those and not be toxified. Because eventually, microorganisms do eat the toxic clothing, is the sad part. They will biodegrade very, very, very slowly. And I use that word biodegrade deliberately. Biodegrade doesn't necessarily mean that it's composting at all. And we've become really unclear about the meaning of that word. And sometimes it's used to describe toxic plastic that falls apart into small pieces and still stays on the surface of the earth, being eaten by microorganisms and toxifying everything around it. So that word, we have to be careful with that word. Don't just believe that it means it's a healthy thing, because it's not necessarily healthy. But the toxic clothing, it does degrade eventually. And it's really toxic for all the microorganisms who eat it, or the macroorganisms, who are worms, who eat it. And they are polluted and die, and we don't really know what happens to them because we're not really researching that in a big way yet. And we have a lot of research left to do on soil and how it's actually everything for us. And this is one of the reasons why I focused on it. It's very niche. I know it was so weird to create an entire charity focused on soil regeneration, but I promise it will make sense. And I think we'll look back in 100 years and go, yeah, soil's really, really important. Soil and water, those two things. And I also want to pay attention to the social side. And I'm so glad that, Susanna, you've focused on that all day today. In farming, so there's a lot of problems in farming when it comes to gender equality, when it comes to equity, when it comes to working conditions and human rights. There's a lot of migrant workers in farming as well. And one story that I wanted to highlight is that in farms, women make really different decisions than men do when they're in decision-making positions in farms. So, for instance, we know that little boys love playing with tractors. They generally do, not every single one of them, but it's a thing. And it's still a thing for farmers, adult farmers. And men who are farmers often choose, when they have surplus money, when they're choosing where to invest into their farm, they often will upgrade their machinery. And a female farmer will often make a totally different decision in how to invest into her farm. She might plant a row of trees to create shade for her herd of cattle. It's just different, and it's wonderful, and we need to celebrate that. And as we know, we're not saying this is not a men are better than women or women are better than men conversation in any way at all. So please don't misunderstand me in that way. I'm really into the divine feminine, divine masculine. All of these are within all of us. It's not that at all. So let's not reduce this conversation down to that. Let's think of the big picture and just understand that we do need to, in agriculture, help women to have much more bigger decision-making power, because they do make different decisions, and it's quite powerful what happens when females are in leadership roles in agriculture.
Thank you, Arizona. I saw that coming. We really needed this 1 hour time to talk about all of these subjects. We've run out of time for today, but thank you so much. And hopefully we can see each other again and explore those topics in depth. And we leave you with more inspiration to be a joyful activist of your own kind. Thank you so much.
Carolina, you're so good at that. Thank you for asking such great questions. Thank you, everyone.
I have to say, my inner and my outer activist is just like my cheeks are burning from smiling, because all of it just resonates so much with me. And I'm sitting here with two fabulous inner and outer activists. Do you know what else grows in Earth? It's not just the fashion industry, it's also the beauty industry. You know, there's all this like clean girl trends, and we often abuse the word clean beauty. Can beauty industry really be clean? We're about to find out from our fantastic panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone, at the power nap time, 3 p.m. It's a daily nap time. Okay, so today we're here with 3 representatives of pioneering brands, beauty brands, and my third guest should be online. Oh, yeah. Hi, Ruth.
Hi.
So here we are with Joanna Ryglewicz, founder of OilUp, Ruth Andrade, who is Earth Care Strategy Lead at Lush Cosmetics, and Marek Gut, co-founder and CEO of Your Kaya. Okay, this panel is called Clean Beauty, but the best part is that no one has idea what that means. And us, consumers, have no idea. Specialists have no idea. Even AI have no idea, because ChatGPT says something like, it's important to know that because the term isn't strictly regulated, it can be used in marketing in various ways. Of course, clean beauty refers to formulations for cosmetics without parabens, sulfates, artificial colors, artificial fragrances. Joanna, probably you can tell more about them. But today we use clean beauty as a slogan, as well as we use eco-friendly, vegan, green a few years ago for all those huge movements that at that time a little bit greenwashed us. Yes. Okay. So panel should be for 3 hours, I think, but we have only 23 minutes. So let's talk about challenges and how you, as a producers, live in this non-regulated world.
Okay, so maybe I'll start. You're right, clean beauty is not there's no definition of clean beauty, and every brand kind of defines clean beauty themselves, which is very important, but there's so many aspects to that. There's the packaging, there's the ingredients, there are activations, there are all of the other activities from social to environmental that the company can do. So maybe we can start with the packaging, which is maybe the most obvious one, but because we're quite short on time, maybe we can jump into like really concrete examples. There's definitely the problem of plastic, which is an obvious thing that it doesn't decompose. It takes up to 500 years for plastic to decompose, and it actually never disappears. So I think this is an inherent problem, and that we should seek solutions to. Unfortunately, there are so many technologies right now that enable us to incorporate other solutions, like from mushroom packaging, mycelium packaging to be super precise, that we are using at Oil Lab, but also so many other examples like Sulapak, for example, which is a company that produces from recycled wood and plant-based materials that actually uses the same plastic machinery for converting plastic, which makes it so much easier to scale up and to make the product actually a bit cheaper with time if more brands get interested in that. So definitely there's this to that, but maybe I can pass on to you, not to get too much into it for now, but let's jump into it back.
Yeah, so you actually spoke a little bit about it yesterday and the days before. How do you approach this topic? Because you look at packaging, you look at clean ingredients and clean formulas, but in the end, what you have to have in mind is, with beauty it's this sort of the same as with fashion and with food. It's about clean consumption, and in my eyes, and I've definitely been inspired by some of the panels today, especially it's incredibly eye-opening panel about fashion waste. I mean, if you overconsume, it can have a recyclable packaging, it can have clean ingredients, but it still requires energy to be manufactured, and the packaging it has to end up somewhere, right? And to recycle the packaging, you still have to, create energy for the process to take place. So when I thought about clean consumption, clean beauty, I thought, that in general as consumers, we have to, be consciously approach what we buy, how much we buy, and how much do we actually need. And, we live in a world where we overconsume clothes, we overconsume food, we expect the shelves to be always full. That's, how we create so much waste in the food sector. And we also, look at the shelf and we get a gazillion products for a gazillion different problems that, are specific for a tiny little part of your face or your body. And it sometimes, it works in marketing. That what drives it. It drives CTRs. That's how you acquire customers in the web. That you get clicks, cheaper clicks through that, and it's easy to make business through that. But even if you try to use it in marketing, what you should have behind your head is that you should make products that are universal use, and that's what we do sometimes. I'm not going to lie. In marketing, sometimes we direct customers to specific problems, right? But what we make sure is that the product, it can take care of multitude problems.
I like this. It's actually your thought that when it's about idea, we all eco and we all sustainability and sustainable with our choices. But in fact, when we're standing at the grocery shop, at the shop, we choose the cheapest product, the easiest, effortless product, and the product that is in trends. So it's you said that ninth of 10 people will choose eventually the easiest way, not the best way for the world.
Yeah, just to quickly comment on that, there's this great book about product development. It's Continuous Discovery Habits. And the number one rule when you interview customers, you don't ask them, what motivates you to buy this and that, and would that be cool? Do you like this idea? You ask them about specific purchasing experiences. And when you put these two questions together, suddenly you realize that what drives you is, totally different to what you think drives you. So you would say, okay, I'm a conscious customer. I look at, good ingredients, good packaging, and I'm very aware of what's happening in the industry, and so on and so on. But in the end, when you ask them, okay, describe me the last time you bought a face care product. There was this influencer, a new brand, that they had a 40% off, and it was, easily available at Rossmann at the shelf, so I just went there and bought it. And, we live with such an abundance everywhere, and everything is so effortless, that it's really hard for us to take even those little steps that require a little bit more effort. So, yeah, keep that in mind. It was really eye-opening for me when I read the book. This is how you actually realize and get to know what drives people. And, it's not very optimistic.
I see Ruth is smiling and agreed with us. Speaking about packaging, Joanna says about plastic. We know that how many plastic is in the ocean. We even know that plastic particles are in our blood veins. So, Ruth, you from the brand that has no packaging, a policy, a naked packaging, I would say, how do you see this problem, this challenge to have a beauty product? And as Marek said, it's still a business. So we have a beauty waste it's harder than fashion because we can rewear beauty products. So how do you see that?
That's true. Wow. So first, I think there'll probably be a little delay in the conversation because I'm in the UK. But I want to just build on some of the things that were said. And one of them is to also expand this idea of clean beauty to what goes on behind the product and what is supporting, the business as a whole. So I think with this idea that probably customers are not making choices that really align to their values, and they're making choices because, of influencers or because of cost, I think it places an even bigger responsibility on brands to be doing the work. So it doesn't matter what products customers choose, they are choosing something that will, support our collective and shared values. And I think one of them is for me, clean beauty is, where is your banking? So where is the pension scheme for your employees? Are you paying tax? What is your energy like? I really see this systemic idea of clean beauty beyond just the formulation on the packaging. And I think at Lush as well, we have used, not all of our products are naked, are without packaging, but some of our iconic naked products, like the shampoo bar, which we invented, 30 years ago, they also offer, they're more efficient, right? You get more washes for fewer products, so there is a cost benefit to the customer. There is really no plastic either in the transport or after use, so there is an actual benefit, and I think they're just as good as liquid shampoo. So also the consumer are. That product is doing what it says for them. And I think meeting that customer need while we do the hard work of meeting those needs in a way that, we're not destroying the planet, I think it's the key challenge for any brand at the moment. And we shouldn't just rely on customers and on their decisions. And then the stuff that we do have packaging, we invite customers to bring it all back. The stuff coming to Poland goes to Croatia, and we have a closed loop recycling for our packaging as well, as close to manufacturing units as possible.
Yes, and I definitely wanted to touch on what you said, and I think it's very, very important to share and to educate and to take control of what we're actually doing. So one of the things to do it is to have the full control of the production process. At OYO we produce everything in an in-house laboratory led by a team of local certified chemists. This makes it very easy for us to control the resources we're investing in, the ingredients we're investing in, and also we're aiming to go local as much as possible. We're not like 100% there yet, but we are working with local scientists. We're working with Medical University of Szczecin on our own biofermented ingredients. So there is the control of the production process, and there's also the education part to inform the consumers what we're doing, why we're doing it, what is clean beauty to us. And to us, it means switching to less environmentally draining solutions whenever possible, and not thinking just about the financial part of our company. So this is very, very important to us. And then there's also a bunch of other things that we're doing. Like, for example, we are working with Forest Forever, Las na Zawsze Foundation to plant biodiverse forests. So there are so many scopes that we need to inform the consumers what we're doing, to explain why we're doing it, and what more can we do to get even further on the clean beauty, like in the clean beauty definition that we actually define ourselves.
It seems like clean beauty is new luxury in our lives, and we have so much information. You said that you need to inform consumers about the things you do beyond the brand, actually, because it's Las na Zawsze and all those strategy, CSR strategy, I would say. It's also important in this whole picture, big picture. But, you know, standing next to the shelf, we have only a few seconds to think, to read, and we remember the influencer, we remember commercials, so it's very hard. And
That's true, yes, that's very hard, but we are producing with a very conscious consumer in mind. We have never been very good with market analysis on the formal part of it. We had a huge ideology while producing our botanical skincare line, and we still do. So I do believe that, of course, it is an important thing to be aware of, but then on the other hand, you produce and you put on yourself a bit higher standards. And I think this is where the change is, that we need to put the standards higher for ourselves, for our companies, and we need to push it further and further and to seek solutions that are that enable us to use technology to produce in a kind to planet way and to offer other environmental and social benefits to our co-workers, to our environment, and to be very radically transparent about it.
I would like to return for a second to the packaging, because I know it's most interesting part for us here, probably. And Marek, it's a question to you, because a lot of brands are telling about refill system. I know Lush has return system. That's the different thing, and I would like Ruth to talk about in a second about it. But Marek, I would like to ask you, because I know in your Kaya you had a refill product one, and now you're returning to the classical packaging without refill system. Why?
Yeah, so we actually have 4 refillable products right now, and we're going to turn them all into single-use packaging products. So, you know, I'm a numbers guy, and you know, it's very easy sometimes to fall on the fashionable trend of, you know, something that is on the top of the wave right now, and you kind of superficially think, okay, this is the right direction, this is the good direction, and it resonates with the customer, and so on and so on. But, you know, from a customer perspective and also from a business perspective, you always have to, you know, at least try to gain the understanding what is behind it, you know, in the supply chain. And when it comes to the supply chain, it's also the energy that is, you know, put into the supply chain itself. And refillable products are great. I mean, as long as the solution is super sustainable and you use as little material as possible, and you have a product that is, that has huge retention with the customers. So, it's multiple use, right? Putting effort on the multiple word. If you use at least 50 times, then suddenly it pays back and it becomes more sustainable. But we live in a world where, there's a lot of shopping around. And as I said, we have a great selection of many different products on the shelf that you experience every day. And people they like to try new stuff. And, I'll switch to one face cream to another one, and I'll switch to one thing to another one. And, there's nothing worse with having a refillable solution that the customer will use, 5 to 10 times. Because in the end, the end result is worse than with single-use plastic products, right? So there's always, some kind of logic behind that you have to get a grasp on and understand it. So we know that there's more plastic actually in the refillable multiple use cases right now than there would be with multiple purchases of single-use products that are made from recyclable plastic. And that's why we decided to go in that direction.
You said 50 times we should use this refill system, and how long it stays clean inside, I would ask.
I mean, it really depends on the packaging, right? So, for instance, with pouches, it's different, right? Because they're not as heavy on plastic, right? But you get, when you work in beauty, everything has to be also appealing to the eye. That's how you sell. And if we want to generate some kind of a change, we have to think of scalability. If it's not scalable, then in the end, it doesn't really matter. So for you to create a change, you have to be able to reach at least, hundreds of thousands of people, or at best, millions and hundreds of millions of people. So you have to create something that is appealing to the customer. And we all, some companies, we ourselves as well, we fall into the trap of, caring too much about the appeal stuff. So when you have a refillable solution, you want to make it, as beautiful as possible. And then you end up with, a huge piece of, our is pretty small as well. You get some examples on the market where you get, huge sculptures that you put into like tiny pieces of containers with, 50 mil of cream. And in that case, it doesn't really make any sense. If somebody's going to use it 5 times, just go for the single-use plastic thing, or find a different solution as you guys. But be mindful of, not getting into a trap of, being superficial with your choices.
Ruth, is a return system better solution?
Wow. Do I have 5 hours? We've been, at Lush, flirting, because we've really opted for no packaging, really minimal packaging. So we use the most lightweight packaging that we can, already 100% recycled since 2008, that you can return, and then return rates are not great. So that also made us not feel super confident in implementing a refill and reuse scheme. But what is returned, we try to have a closed loop so things get turned back into packaging. The reuse now, we are part of a group in the UK that's discussing a more nationwide solution, because I think our failure, the failure of our industry or the fashion industry or anyone trying to do packaging reuse, is that we need, circular economy needs collaboration. It doesn't, this individualistic, like competitive, paradigm that we're in doesn't work for the circular economy. We really need to come together and design shared infrastructure for things to have, multiple benefits. And I think reuse is one of them. So what we're looking at, and I was in a meeting like just today as well, is shared packaging. So if we have a few brands within the same territory with shared packaging, distributed cleaning facilities, we can have a pre-fill model where then even if the customer wants to switch brands, we still get the benefit of a piece of packaging being used multiple times. So I think that's what we're working with at the moment, and hopefully we'll find a solution that, you know, is collaborative and systemic enough to catch. Because again, customers need to be able to drop it off anywhere, and I think we're just beginning to understand the infrastructure that's needed. So there's lots of trials, but in the UK we have a super successful trial. So M&S did a cleaning product in a refill system where customers had to pay a deposit, and they saw 450% increase in sales. You know, that's like, from a figures point of view, was incredible, with nearly 80% return. But then again, it's customers, they're very loyal to the brand, very loyal to a quick turnaround product like laundry detergent. So yeah, early days for this, but we don't want to lose our faith that this is the right direction to go, through collaboration around reuse, collaboration around supply chains. We really need to move into a landscape with more collaboration.
Yeah, I wish beauty industry can cooperate to not have beauty waste on Ghana's beach, or we have plastic in the ocean. It's enough for us. Okay, so that's my wish. And what's your wishes for the brighter, cleaner future and clean beauty, real clean beauty, not greenwashed clean beauty?
Yeah, definitely collaboration and cooperation, because a lot of technology is already out there. It's just a bit too expensive to use. So we have the potential to make compostable, home compostable packaging. There is technology to produce very clean, very good quality raw materials that are also technology intensive, but need us to come together to make it a bit cheaper. So the more demand we have, the cheaper the end product can be. So I think coming together to use what we already have technologically wise is definitely the future of beauty.
And for you, Marek?
What was the question again? What was my wish?
Yes.
So, I wish we as people invested a little bit more into the learning process itself, and don't jump so quick on, ideas and solutions. There is this famous curve, it's called the Dunning-Kruger curve, where you show the correlation between confidence and knowledge. And I think, the majority of us, we are at the very beginning, where the confidence is pretty high about what's good and what's not good, but the knowledge is pretty low. And we should push ourselves, further to the right to really understand what's happening and really invest in the knowledge behind it. And I've already even mentioned one book, the Continuous Discovery Product, but it has nothing to do with sustainability. But there is this great book, and it was pretty eye-opening for me, is How the World Really Works by Václav Smil. And it just shows you a whole nother level of complexity of what we're dealing with. And the challenges, they seem even higher, but the more people are aware of it, the easier it's going to be for us to get closer to the solution.
Fingers crossed. Ruth, a last word for you.
I think I want to go back to the supply chain, because I think we tend to talk a lot about packaging, and the beauty industry has this huge impact in how ingredients are sourced, just like the fashion industry. And again, a move towards more regenerative production would be amazing. And also, I think beauty is in this unique place where we can use lots of non-food materials. So for example, the idea that we can use what we call non-timber forest products. So products coming from forests, coming from agroforestry, from regenerative agriculture, that are not necessarily competing with food, and that can sustain the communities that are doing good work to protect, high biodiversity habitats, and to protect important areas of the planet at the moment. So doing partnership with indigenous communities, with riverine communities, with communities on the buffer zones of national parks. I think we have this unique opportunity and responsibility at the moment, and beauty industry is in a prime position to do that.
So let's do that. Thank you, and thank you for this enlightening discussion. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
are just a short break away from all the solutions. So now we've just compiled all these problems on you and wait until the lunch break. No, it's no longer lunch. It's coffee. It's coffee break. We all need some coffee and energizer. And we'll meet you here 4:10 for 3 more incredibly inspiring conversations. this is not the end. This is actually just the beginning. I thought I would come out together with my speaker and now friends, because the next panel is all about coalitions building, community organizing, female empowerment, because we are talking about organizations and movements led by women. Just want to make sure, do we have our wonderful speakers online? Are they here with us? Calling in from San Francisco and New York. We do. Hey. Oh, I'm so excited. I want to say to have you all here, but I kind of feel like we're all in it together in that sense. So with me in person, I have Aditi Mayer, labor rights and environmental justice activist. And with me online, on my left, there is Aisha Barenblatt, founder and CEO of the Remake organization, calling in from San Francisco very early. And on my right, there is Cameron Russell, model activist, community organizer, writer as well. Welcome. I just want to make sure that you...
So happy to be here.
Yay, so happy that you were able to...
I wish I could be there in person.
Well, next year we'll make it happen. So let me just start with a little context. So within the workplace, public scandals such as those around the treatment of models have illustrated the risks employees and contractors face when they speak about issues of harassment, particularly in the fashion industry where many workers are freelancers, dependent on the relationships to continue to get work. Those issues are further amplified down the supply chain, where brands have less visibility into how operations are managed and workers are often disempowered. So that's why we build organizations to counter that and support one another. And actually, Cameron and Aisha came up with this idea of the Remake Fellowship, going off of the knowledge and expertise from the Remake organization. And I was wondering if the two of you could speak a little bit. Oh, and Aditi is the fellow. Maybe I should stress that these are the fellows of the Remake Fellowship. Arizona Muse, who was earlier on stage, is also a Remake fellow. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the mission of the fellowship and the wonderful community that you have built.
Yeah, absolutely. I could start a little bit with sharing who Remake is. And so Remake was founded on the belief of bringing together different parts of the fashion system to be really united in the fight for fair wages, for climate justice, to really center people and planet when it comes to the fashion industry. And we started really with citizen organizing, locking arms with garment workers, with this idea that people who work in and around fashion, people who go to fashion schools, if we could teach them more about the issues, if we could really mobilize them, then we could win. And today we have some 1,800 ambassadors around the world. We have won some of the most successful campaigns on ensuring that garment workers are not forgotten, particularly in the pandemic. And I had the pleasure of sitting next to Cameron on a chair where we were both in a campaign together, dreaming big about what this industry needs. And I'll really let Cameron, whose idea this was of the Remake Fellowship, talk about how she curated our inaugural group. But for me, what was really exciting about the Fashion Fellowship with Cameron is that so much of the beauty and creativity and talent comes from models and creative directors and stylists. And so I was really intrigued with this idea of what if we brought that part of fashion, the people who market as fashion, and unite them in our fight when it comes to people and the planet? It's been the first year. It's been a wild ride. It's been a lot of fun. But Cameron, over to you in terms of who you selected and how this idea was born.
Thanks, Aisha. Yeah, I'm so inspired by Remake's work. And so that really informed the birth of this fellowship, feeling like all the people that I saw, Aditi included, myself included, trying to make change from our corner of the industry. We didn't have what an organization has, which is like a policy director, someone who can tell you what data is right and which one is made up, even though it's on a reputable website. And what the calendar is, what, when will this vote be? Which senators do we put pressure on? And how do we become aligned and in partnership with all the labor movements that are transforming our industry, that Remake has so beautifully connected with citizens to just, as Aisha said, just incredible success, unlocking billions of dollars of unpaid wages at the beginning of the pandemic, to name one of their incredible campaigns. About a year ago, a little less than a year ago, we started the fellowship with a little under 30 fellows that work in high fashion, PR, models, sort of forward-facing fashion workers. And I guess the context that I want to bring to the fellowship and to this conversation is that for as critical as we are about how the industry is working, it's so important to articulate that we are in an incredible lineage of people power, and that the people who work in this industry, despite the odds, despite incredible extraction, have delivered us some of our most precious freedoms, from Americans enslaved on cotton plantations and their descendants delivering us democratic rights that we cherish, to the first labor union in the United States being organized by young garment workers, to New Deal labor protections in the US. And I guess I'm speaking from a US perspective, and this is really global, that we have seen labor organizing inside this industry just deliver us so much. And so thank you, Remake, for allowing us to be in partnership and building those bridges and that alliance worldwide.
Actually, I've just made that connection that all three of you are US-based, because you're normally based in LA, and I know that you've been organizing with garment workers. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about, well, the fashion industry is built upon labor. I mean, it's not unpaid labor, but it's really, poverty wages, but labor of women of color. And how can we ensure better representation and support for garment workers in decision-making processes, and also when we are creating, these communities, alliances, advocacy campaigns?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. Also, hi, Aisha. Hi, Cameron. I know it's morning where you are. Good morning. I had my start in this space 10 years ago when I learned about the Rana Plaza factory collapse, which happened in Bangladesh. And at that time, I think that was a pretty definitive moment for the fashion world at large, right? There was this awareness of sweatshops and exploitation in fashion, but suddenly we had to reckon with the reality of an industry that was built upon violence as business as usual. And as someone who was born and raised in Los Angeles and came from a working class immigrant background, I realized that a lot of the ways we were talking about labor exploitation was this distant abstraction that happened overseas and was not occurring in our own borders in the US. But coming from a family where there was a lot of folks working in factories, I started looking into the fact that Los Angeles, the second biggest industry in Los Angeles was the cut and sew garment industry. So we were looking at an industry that was employing upwards of 50,000 individuals, many of which were undocumented folks. And so a lot of the dynamics that we saw within Los Angeles were wage theft, a lot of exploitation, and when workers attempted to speak out, there was a lot of workplace intimidation. So being threatened with deportation and things of the like. So there is an amazing organization in LA called the Garment Worker Center, and they have been central in creating a movement that is centering those that are affected most, garment workers, in informing the solutions and future that we need to see in fashion. At that point in time, so this is around 2016, there was a series of campaigns that the Garment Worker Center was leading against major labor violators in Los Angeles. So Fashion Nova, Forever 21, Ross. And one of the biggest fights that we were kind of waging was against the piece rate. So in Los Angeles, workers were being paid per piece as opposed to the minimum wage. And this piece rate was often as low as 2 to 3 cents. Now think about
How
that.
much?
2 to 3 cents.
In US?
In the US.
Considering that you're still paying the rent and everything.
Yes, so we had situations where workers were making as low as $5 to $6 an hour when we thought about what that meant in practice. And so a lot of the workers were saying at that time, we're having these campaigns against specific brands, but we have a landscape where the piece rate is technically legal. And so a few years back, the process began of creating the policy framework for the Garment Worker Protection Act, which would eradicate the piece rate and create the minimum wage as the wage floor, and also create a direct line of accountability between manufacturers and factories and the brands and retailers that were using those places. And so Aisha can speak more to this because this has been a big part of Remake's world. But I think for me, what I've realized is in any sort of movement that we're building, if we're not centering those that are most affected as essential stakeholders in informing what the future looks like, we're not doing enough in that movement. And so I think the beauty of this fellowship, the work that Remake is doing, is that coalition building. And I think there's a lot of work to be done so we don't have two silos of the fashion conversation and sustainability and ethics and all of those things. It's about this idea of how do you inject labor and environmental justice into every single creative industry and creative space. And I think that these amazing women are a testament to coalition building in that way.
Aisha, would you like to speak to that, about what are some of the, the resistance strategies, successful resistance strategies? Is it, calling out brands, or is it making alliances? What has proved to be successful?
Yeah, I'd say, one of the core tenets of Remake is radical collaboration. And I'd say when it comes to radical collaboration, that takes a lot of humility. It makes sure that we are able to really see one another in our shared narratives. I think one of the things that is really important in our coalition work is that we humanize the makers of our clothes. And this is really about empathy and long-term commitment to this work rather than fleeting sympathy. Like Aditi said, we've known there are sweatshops. And by the way, sweatshops in Prato, Italy, Leicester, UK, downtown LA, these are not just sweatshops far away. Just the way our clothes are coming to us sooner and cheaper, that is made on the exploitation of Black and brown women. Similarly, we know that the climate crisis is here now, and that the industry is a massive contributor and very heavily reliant on fossil fuel. And so for us, I'd say one of the first things that work is really humanizing the issues. And this is where the fellowship has been so amazing, because one of the things fashion is so good at is creativity and telling stories. One of our fellows, Jenny, who has worked with some of the industry greats, is currently in the midst of telling the Remake story. And so to me, that's the way of getting disparate parts of the industry to make a difference. When it comes to pay up, which Cameron alluded to, in the pandemic, the industry canceled orders, billions of contracts, retailers and brands panicked, and that meant that there were going to be workers on the street who, by the way, yet didn't have access to vaccines, that were not going to be paid for work that was already done. And it was a beautiful moment of solidarity where Arizona, Cameron, Amber Valletta, some of fashion's greats lent their voices to our cause, and we got 25 brands to change their position to unlock $22 billion in canceled contracts. And that, to me, is an example of when thoughtful people, particularly when thoughtful women come together to make good trouble, that we win. And so I'd say radical collaboration with humility, really humanizing the high-skilled people who are on the front lines of fashion's human rights and climate crisis, and coming together with shared goals. That's what's really worked from a campaigning standpoint. That's what's really worked from a policy reform standpoint. And finally, I'd say really putting workers in the driving seat. The bill that Aditi was alluding to, the Garment Worker Protection Act, we now have a federal bill that mirrors that. And again, it was workers that went first and foremost to give testimony to Congress. So I think we really need to be putting the people on the front lines of these issues in these conversations as well.
Absolutely. I'm looking at you, Cameron, right now, because I'm thinking of the times when we met in New York, and that sense of radical collaboration and the sense of community. Having been a model for over 20 years, it was always kind of rooted in some shame and feeling of, insecurities, and also just feeling really lonely, And it wasn't until I've met you and the incredible model mafia / model activist cohort and attending all the different climate marches. And really, it had started with you unraveling the level of abuse in the fashion industry. It was the fashion's moment of, reckoning with Me Too. So you've had a history in organizing, from models to activists, and I wanted to ask you, what have been some of the challenges of community organizing? We're all freelancers, we're all over the world, we're not like professionals in that sense, that we have scheduled calls and everything, but how can grassroots initiatives like Model Mafia, like now Remake Fellowship, how can we navigate the power dynamics of the global fashion industry? I mean, how do you even make a dent in a system that's really gatekeeping? It's all about gatekeeping and does not want to change.
That's a great question. I think the answer is sometimes it can be hard, like any important work, but that in a system that is such a entrenched hierarchy where 20 conglomerates own 97% of the industry's profits, where this small handful of CEOs and people who have been empowered by the system are the ones that are making most of the decisions. It's such a good reminder that the people empowered by that system can only operate within that system. And that if we want to build something else, the requirement is to build it, right? The requirement is radical collaboration. The requirement is organizing. And so all the difficulty of that is like, of course, because look what we're up against, because look what we have to build an alternative to. And it's so exciting that actually, I don't think it takes a lot in some ways to make a profound difference. And, Aisha can speak to this, but, Remake does not have a team of 5,000 people to counter the industry that employs so many people, right? It's a small team that has used the, network and the organizing of lots of citizens volunteering their time. And even in those numbers, not so many. I mean, Aisha, I think there's less than 2,000 ambassadors. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 1,800.
That's right,
You just
1,800 ambassadors, staff of 10. So we are tiny but mighty. And I always say, we can make good trouble regardless of the numbers.
That's right. It's so scrappy in a way, but so powerful. Unlocking billions of dollars, all you have to do is a team of 10 getting 1,800 people to show up. I mean, that is hard work, but it is so worth it. Like, look at the incredible power of this movement. So I think it's just so important to hold that as we do this work. And I wanted to pull out one thing I heard Aisha say, which is we organize the highly skilled people on the front line. And you and I have talked about this, Susanna, and that was sort of at the beginning of organizing the Model Mafia, is that I think our industry, which relies on the labor of women from top to bottom, which I think, models that see themselves as unskilled and are often painted with this sort of brush of superficiality, and your job is ridiculous and you are a bunch of young women who cannot possibly contribute. That is a effect of an industry that requires gendered exploitation. And so to retake that, to say, no, the women throughout this industry are skilled. And no, it is these women who actually know how to build better. That is what will counter an industry that is rife with PR teams that will tell you, we can't make a difference because we just don't know, because there's just no transparency. How can an industry that employs 50 million women be untransparent unless those women's voices are devalued, right? Unless we see them as unknowledgeable, as unskilled. And so it's our job, all of our job, to come together in moments like this and say, no, we are very insightful and we know a way forward.
Wow, that just gave me chills, because we were, yes, round of applause, absolutely. Because that's the thing, when you're made to believe that your voice has no audience, that it's not going to reach anyone, then like, what's the point of speaking up? You know, like only when you come together, you feel that you can collectively change something. How does it make you feel to be part of that collective? I mean, I know that you for so long navigated activist spaces, but, and you know, you actually navigate the spaces of activism and the spaces of fashion. Like, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I think it is an interesting dance, because if we think about what the fashion industry has really been built on, a lot of it is certain cult of personalities or certain avatars online that get a lot of attention, right? Even in the context of this conversation, we're talking about a fashion industry that hyperfixates on the youth, the beauty, the models, but also, you know, kind of stripping voices in that process, but also the active erasure of garment workers in that process. So I think a lot of what I hope to occupy in this space is someone that, yes, is in fashion, but hopefully exemplifies a mentality that is rooted in community care and community building in that sense. So we're all, I think, engaging in the active work of reimagination. When we think about sustainability and all of the crises that we find ourselves in our world today, I think a lot of it is a crisis of narrative. We've been fed a super narrow idea of who fashion is for, what you should look like, or even what an activist is, right? And I think it's high time that we kind of open up those definitions and invite folks into these spaces. Fashion is critical in creating the space where people can engage with art, beauty, and culture. And activism is often seen with this narrative of heaviness and, you know, sacrifice. And there is that portion of it, but I also think there needs to be this reimagination of activism as a space of joy. And that's where community comes in.
I'm sorry, I'm just smiling because earlier on, Arizona was exactly, and it just goes to show that she's part of, you know, the Remake Fellowship, but she was speaking about that inner joyful activist, that it should be, you know, of course, it's hardships, it's struggles, but it is also empowering, it's uplifting.
Yeah, that radical work of reimagination, which is a lot more easier said than done, especially when fashion has operated in a certain way. So I would say my goal is to, yes, name the ills of the fashion industry or the dominant fashion model, which is fast fashion, but also remind myself that I belong to a culture where fashion underpins a deep relationship to the land, artisans, culture. And so an alternative exists. How do we find ourselves returning to that? And what is the active story that we choose to tell? That's kind of the space I hope to occupy.
Beautiful. Well, Aditi will also be part of the closing panel about the power of storytelling. And other than being a fantastic activist, you know, and social justice warrior, she is also a visual storyteller. So make sure that you stay for the storytelling part. And I just wanted also to turn to Aisha and Cameron. Can you actually, Aisha, you were telling me a really like beautiful story of this moment when the Remake Fellows got together and met in New York and met with one of the garment workers, and just seeing those parallels, you know, obviously recognizing that the privilege that also comes with, you know, the platform that you have when you're a model, but there are so many parallels, and I would love if you could, you know, like reflect on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we were talking, you know, so much of what has happened when it comes to whether model or garment worker is that we have dehumanized this very high-skilled work. And, you know, remake, the very word remake was about remaking these connections in a real, authentic, and empathetic way. And so one of our allies, Nazma Akhtar, who runs one of the biggest labor unions in Bangladesh, she started in the industry at the age of 11, you know, has done grassroots organizing her whole life. She's a force. She's hilarious. I'm fortunate to call her my friend. And she happened to be in town for a UN meeting that we were attending in New York. And so I reached out to Cameron, and, you know, in true fellowship style, the fellow was like, let's have her over for dinner. And Nazma was thrilled. She's like, I'm going to get to have dinner with women who graced, Vogue magazine covers and runways. Like, I want to meet these models. And I think one of the things that was really beautiful as our fellows and Nazma exchanged ideas was just the similarities of our struggles. This idea that whether you're a garment worker or you're a model, you're often placed on short-term contracts, that you are not paid on time, that gender-based violence and sexual exploitation are baked into the work, whether factory floor or runway, that so many of the people who control the power structures and the money are men. And I think the more we start to see ourselves in this shared narrative and also recognize that selling fashion and making fashion is high-skilled work, that's really where we come together, not just with fleeting sympathy, but in true empathy. And that what is community organizing one-on-one.
Beautiful. Cameron, would you like to add something to that? Being in those spaces?
Oh, I think I would add one of the most beautiful things about Remake is that it just is an incredible on-ramp for people who want to figure out, how do I help remake and transform this industry? Because their ambassador program, to which, as far as I know, anyone can apply, includes, incredible education, incredible community building. And I have seen so many people from this program, and Aisha will say it better, but so many people who, take this framework, take this education, and then just bloom in their ability to help build an alternative. All the Remake events I've ever been to, people show up who have been ambassadors for so long, who are so excited about this work in this community. And I just think what they have built is an incredible alternative structure for all of us to really plug in. So I hope if you're sitting in the audience and you're feeling inspired, you'll go check out their website, at least follow them on Instagram, and you'll start to get a sense of how they organize. And thank you so much for including me on this panel.
Of course. I mean, follow all of them on Instagram. It's like, if you feel guilty about your, Fred or Feds? It's called Feds. Now I'm tired. Now I'm mixing the fashion vocabulary. I'm thinking of threads and buttons with Instagram feeds. Anyhow, I just wanted, as like our little closing, I wanted to go back to the title of the panel, Where Are Your Values, which actually comes, it's a statement, it's a slogan that comes from Remake organization. And I wanted to ask you the question about integrity. And we've sort of talked about already, and you've talked about this, dance that you do in the balancing act, but like, how do we, we're all in this business. I was once told, when I spoke about things that I've encountered, like, oh, why don't you just change the job? I'm like, I want to change the job. I want to change the nature of the job. Because if I quit, someone else is going to take that job. Like, this is not about quitting, knowing what others, would have to face up to. So I wanted to ask you, how do you balance like being in industry and being still critical of it?
This for me?
Yeah, but for all of you, just like a closing statement of sorts. You can say anything you want to say.
Do you want to start, Cameron?
Yeah, I mean, I'll react actually to what you said earlier, Aditi, because I think you started this conversation really beautifully when you talked about that balancing act. I think we're in this moment in movement building where, in fact, we are demanding that our movement leaders become influencers. In order to sustain themselves, we're saying you have to fit into this model of self-commodification. You have to, have this huge following. You have to take these certain type of pictures where you present in a certain way. You have to be at these events. You have to, really be a sort of celebrity is what we are asking of people. But that request, which I think is really like a capitalist request, is forcing our movement leaders into a power structure that is not actually what we need to build, right? It's saying you have to act in this way of power over, but what we need to build is power with. And so in this very uncomfortable transitional moment, I think for everybody who's in the world of hyper visibility, who's sitting in the part of the supply chain where I am, I think it's so helpful to hold in our minds, we have to ultimately undo this paradigm. And so my social media account, my ability to access media, I need to do my absolute best to share that resource, to and sometimes undermine it, to not give it all the value, and recognize all the ways in which I can take risks and try to take risks in the same way that people across the supply chain are taking risks. And I think it is a really complicated place to sit, but that's where everybody is. We're in this big moment of transition. And so I really appreciate Aditi saying how complicated it is to be in fashion and to be in activism, and what that looks like right now as we figure out how do we move away from these old models and also use what we have access to, and say these are real resources to put in service of change.
Yeah, I think for me, as someone who is sometimes identified as an influencer, it's kind of subverting the titles that you were given, right? You said it really well, Cameron. Like, I think for someone who occupies a role in fashion, but also activism, there's the aspiration of the fashion girl, but there's the anti-capitalist aesthetic you're expected to present as an activist, you know? The way I try to do it is to kind of name the ways that these titles expect us to show up in the world. In our closing panel, we're going to be talking about this idea of de-influencing, which is something I'm really honing in on. So if you think about what Instagram has created with this influencer identity, it's this identity underpinned by constant newness and things like that. But if we're able to actually name how social media creates unrealistic expectations of how we should consume or show up in the world, I think there's a lot of potency in that. So again, naming the ills of the system, which again, is a dance in its own right. And in my work with brands and thinking about this idea of integrity, I always try and lead with education rather than product. It's not always possible in this world. So obviously there's the low-hanging fruit of making sure that there's alignment when it comes to sustainability, plans and ethics, but it's also, can we pivot this conversation from pushing product to genuine education on certain elements that the everyday consumer might not be aware of? And it's a constant dance, but I think that the more as we as a society have conversations on the dangers of purity politics, the more further we can get along in this movement. Because I think having grace for one another and leaning into these uncomfortable conversations of how do you reimagine and rebuild the system while also navigating capitalism is a really valid conversation, which could probably be its own panel, Susanna.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next year.
I feel like I've taken over the time, and I feel so bad, Aisha. If you have like a statement, like where your values like pay up, like do you have?
I can be fast. I'll just say, look, we say where are your values because we're not judging you in terms of how you come into this movement. So whether you care about the climate crisis, whether you care about overproduction, whether you care about fashion's waste streams, whether you care about Me Too, whether you care about the treatment of women, then our movement is for you. Join us, and together we'll be stronger.
Amazing. Thank you. Giving you a virtual hug and hope to see you in person soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Nearing the grand reveal of the major solution. And let me just, a little teaser. It's called regulations. It's called EU. It's called policy. So I'll leave you with that, and I will invite our speakers.
Hi, everyone. So welcome to the panel on regulations, from climate commitment to climate action. We have 3 guests today during the panel. We have Kasia Bałucka-Dębska from European Commission. We have Irmina Opala-Sołtysiak from Unibail-Rodamco. And online, we have Dr. Hakan Karaosman from the Cardiff University. And I'm here instead of Philip because he had some urgent medical condition, but hopefully we'll make it. So welcome, everyone. All right, so let's start with the European Commission first. And we know that in recent years, there has been many regulations, like the European Green Deal, for example. But looking back, we know that countries and the world actually have had some challenges complying to meet the targets and actually to make it. So I'm curious about how optimistic are you, whether the new regulations will be met and how the world will respond to that.
Thanks a lot for this question. I have to, first of all, make one disclaimer and one thank you. So I am still part of the European Commission. I am a civil servant, a bureaucrat, since 18 years. I'm going to take sabbatical now, so like a free unpaid leave. Why? Because the regulations are there, but listening to you all today, it's kind of reconfirmed my feeling that I need to go out there to the world and see how to implement it. So what I'm going to be saying is mostly the line of the European Commission, but there might be some additions from me, myself, and I. So, you know, like, just this disclaimer is necessary. And a big thank you to Susanna, who invited me, because I was like, I'm a bureaucrat, you know, like, who wants to listen to me? But throughout the day, it became really evident, and it's absolutely wonderful, that everything that's part of the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, so a package of regulations and policies aimed at transitioning Europe towards the first climate neutral and environmentally friendly continent, is valid. It's valid, and it's super complicated. I mean, I've been here listening the whole day to amazing speakers, and I'm not being nice. It was really partly eye-opening in terms of like what is possible to implement because of the regulations or without the regulations, but also I think by now you all also see, we all see how complicated it is. And it's complicated because we are not talking about, you know, a little bit of regulation here, a little bit of regulation there. It is actually systems change that we are undergoing. And here in this country, and I do remember the transitional changes we were making after '89, the magnitude of the changes and transitions that need to happen as the result of the Green Deal are even greater. What is also very important for me to say, and again, I'm really happy to be speaking towards the end, is that if I speak in the morning, everybody is like, are you all crazy there in Brussels? I mean, do you love regulating? No, well, some people do love regulating, but it's also necessary. You know, the industry actually is telling us, please do regulate, because when you regulate, we have a clear path. We have a sense of direction where we need to go. We have, there is also clarity for the investors. We can build our competitive advantage based on the fact that we are the front runners. Please do give us standards. Please tell us what is sustainable finance and investment and what it's not. So in that sense, am I optimistic? I'm also optimistic. I'm cautiously optimistic because there's a lot has been said today. We didn't talk so much about time. And I promised to Philip I will not be alarmist, but I cannot not say it. The time we have left is between 10 and 15 years before we reach 1.5 degrees of warming. If anybody has doubts, talk to me after. I'm not gonna, do now a lecture on this. It's all science-based. And I always make this joke, anybody who has been pregnant knows this. and the father is also, and like, March is not so good for me, you know, to go into labor. Can I go like 2 months later? I'm sorry for this comparison, but it is a little bit like that. And second one for you to kind of remember on the timing is, have you seen Don't Look Up, this movie? Well, this is my life, you know? This is like, we go there and we're like, we don't have time. But it's such an alarmist thing to say. So, but it can be an opportunity, because if like we have all hands on deck, and people here today seem to like get that, if we got all hands on deck, it can be an opportunity. Is it going to be difficult? Yes, it's going to be really difficult because it's so complicated. Because it goes from agriculture to international trade to individuals to us. What have I done for climate today? Systems change, we are part of the system. So I will pause here because, as I told you, I could go on. So.
Yeah, but I feel you, and especially right now, we really need regulations, for example, in terms of artificial intelligence. And in this area, we are waiting for that, and everybody is waiting for regulators to come up and with great ideas. So hopefully, we'll get something around that as well soon. But looking at the academic perspective, Hakan, I have a question for you. So looking at the ecosystem of climate and social, we see that both consumers, but also the whole industry, the fashion industry, have some challenges ahead. And I was wondering whether, has there been progress, or there is still much to be done in this area?
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to Vogue Polska and Susanna. I'm so pleased to be here. And actually, the EU Commissioner, Katarzyna, set the scene so well. We are in a transition, and we need to make sure this transition will be done in a robust and inclusive way. So I'm a scientist, and I do my research in the supply chain context for the more than, I will say, 12 years now. But my story with the fashion industry started with my mother, because my mother was a garment worker. So this industry is human-based. It is labor-intensive. We need to make sure people across complex supply chains are involved in these conversations. So transitions are important, but I would like to underline one important thing. Climate justice cannot be separated then from social justice. So they are intertwined. We need to make sure there is actually a harmony between environmental problems and social justice. So we need action, but these actions are quite time sensitive. We need to take actions now, but let us remember there are intergenerational consequences of what we are doing today. So when we try to frame transitions in the fashion industry, we need to learn from other transitions that happened in many countries across many industries. So I will say there is hope, and we know what we should be doing, but in the context of fashion, this conversation should be reframed. And I want to go deeper to explain how fashion actually can embrace these transitions in a socially fair way. Decarbonization is important. We need to actually listen to the science, and we need to decarbonize our actions. However, decarbonization starts at the supply chain level. So brands that are at the top level need to orchestrate actions with their suppliers. We cannot just separate suppliers and workers from these conversations. Just transition is the key and is the future. We need to make sure we actually embrace this transition in a socially just way. But first and foremost, we have to be honest about the systemic and structural problems that this industry is facing. Number one, there's a power imbalance. Brands are so powerful, but unfortunately, that financial power is not distributed well with the suppliers. But the suppliers that have technical knowledge and that have problems need to deal with issues to decarbonize the fashion industry. And the second problem is all this decision making happens at top level. So this top-down decision making is no longer working. Third-party audits, certification, top-down dictatorial leadership is no longer working, because at the end of the day, suppliers, workers, and farmers are detached from those high-end conversations, emotionally, financially, and technically. And last but not least, let us remember, transition can happen, but the elephant in the room is the number of production that we are actually creating. So if we are honest about these issues, we also need to accentuate the importance of production volume reduction. We need to actually tackle systemic issues in the fashion industry. Then we can actually create these pathways toward decarbonization with the people. But here, please let us remember cost reduction and lead time pressure are actually the business characteristics of many fashion companies, from luxury to fast fashion. If we don't talk about these issues, we cannot reframe anything, and we will actually take wrong actions. And we know easy solutions or quick fixes always lead to wrong conclusions with intergenerational differences. And yes, transitions can happen. If you look at many other industries, many transitions actually succeeded. And I'm a scientist, I can give you so many evidence from different countries, different industries. Transition happened, but all of them have one important characteristic. Transitions are context specific. We cannot generalize standardized solutions for the fashion industry because brands want to transition to decarbonization. This transition is context specific, in which cultural values, knowledge, and the voices of the suppliers and the workers must be represented. So this is a long-term transition, but we need worker representation and supplier inclusion more than ever if we really want to transform the industry. So there's some progress. Now awareness is here, but we are done talking about the importance of the transition in the fashion industry. The real question is how we are going to do this. I would like to pause here because I don't want to, I'm so conscious of time, but I would like to come back to this how question in a minute. But I think this is a timely moment for us to raise these questions, but I will accentuate representation and inclusion are the key. And if we want to change the industry, we must listen to the workers that work across these complicated chains. Thank you.
Thank you. But let's take a broader perspective now. And Irmina, Westfield is not only a literal marketplace, but a marketplace for ideas and for brand identities. And it's actually a platform for the brands by giving them voice and space. And I'm thinking, how does Westfield see itself in this puzzle, and how do you consider the sustainability of your brands?
I believe that we play a very important role in sustainability and the change that is coming. And it's also because of the scale. At Unibail-Rodamco Westfield, we gather 900 million visits worldwide per year. So you can see how big platform is that for the retailers to connect with the customers. So actually, like 2 or 3 hours ago, we have announced our enhanced strategy, Better Places 2030, for Unibail-Rodamco Westfield to our investors and to stakeholders. And more on that message, we will hear from Jakub Skwarło, our COO. But what I would like to underline is that this is an ecosystem. We have heard it from many speeches today. It is an ecosystem, and in shopping centers as well. Those are landlords, but those are tenants. So if I may judge, approximately 10% of the impact of the building of the asset, of the operations, is on the landlord side, but 90% is on the tenant side. And this is not to say that we blame or shame anyone, or to distinguish from the responsibility that we as landlord have, but to acknowledge and underline the importance of the partnership between the landlords and tenants. So that's why we can invest in many different areas. Like, for example, we do 100% of the energy in our shopping centers comes from the renewable sources. Our common areas, they're all in LED screen, LED lighting. We have bees on the roof. So there are many different actions that we take, But if we do not engage retailers, brands, tenants, we will not make a real change. So, as Fernanda said, the customers, they are in need for sustainability. And the research says that this is like 81% of the customers that are interested in sustainability, and they can pay up to 60% more in order to buy sustainable brands. So there is a real business there, and we are very much interested in that. And today we announced something new, which is called Sustainability Retail Index, which is like an index that is not to judge the tenants, but to understand where they are, tenants, brands, retailers, where they are in their transition to sustainability. And this is very important that in the first stage, it will serve only us as landlords. Then let's see. But this Sustainability Retail Index will help us to map those retailers where they are and to inspire. So, as you, Kasia, said, it's about creating competitive advantage, right? And we actually are the leaders in the market. So in terms of sustainability as well, we have been awarded by Polish Chamber of Shopping Centers. We've been awarded the best in ESG actions. So we actually do care, and you can see it yourself.
Thank you. Thanks. So Kasia, what we've seen from the businesses, we know that the climate action is no longer a matter of choice, but rather careful analysis of the situation, observation of the market, and adapting and adjusting to that. And speaking about adjustment, we know that the European Commission has long been perceived as having very strict rules, and that the whole world is following, like India or China with its 2060 pledge. So we're all curious about where European Union is in all of that, whether does it want to be the strict regulator, but potentially harnessing businesses from making advancement, or whether it should be innovative and support businesses, but just use it as a platform or as a tool for advancement.
Yes, thank you for this. It's no longer a choice between if you are strict as a regulator, that means you are destroying innovation. We've had that conversation forever, but actually, the more clarity we have, the better it's going to be for the businesses, and this is what they say as well. And we need to and what is really important is a bit about what Hakan said also. The way we set regulations is with industry, and we also there are also mechanisms for the workers and the individuals to be involved. Of course, it's always more difficult for individuals to be involved. But the interesting thing, after we have done the Green Deal and the climate law and all these packages, we have been meeting various stakeholders. And it actually turns out that, for instance, small farmers and trade unions are actually our allies in a sense that because the transition has to be just, but at the same time, they see absolutely the advantages. They are our allies, and they speak the same language because, for instance, big agricultural farmers are perhaps more worried about the changes that will happen because, like we heard, intensive agriculture is actually really bad for the environment. There is like one solution that is really difficult, and it actually would involve throwing over the whole system, but it's called triple bottom line. And actually you have been discussing triple bottom line here all day. Triple bottom line is about managers having in their contracts, apart from the requirement for profit, requirement that people and environment are also taken into account. It does exist already. There's even like a legal form you can take. It's called B Corp. But beyond that, it's an important one because it includes something called real costs. what today we're not taking into account in our operations is real costs. Most of industries, and it's been like that since the Industrial Revolution, are actually shipping the costs of action to society. So like if I am polluting, the cost for cleaning up environment doesn't fall on me as a producer, it falls on the society. And with this whole change that is happening, like if we as individuals in the system would keep that in mind when buying things, when being citizens, when doing things every day, what is the real cost of what I'm buying? Is it really, could it be what I'm seeing and like really expect it? And that would, in a sense, that would make regulation redundant, because if we would think about it, we would not have to regulate. But until that happens, I would like you to keep it in mind as a concept. And globally, the EU is responsible for 17% of emissions, for instance. Indeed, other countries are moving. Everybody loves the Inflation Reduction Act from the US. We love it too, but don't forget that the European Commission doesn't have competence in taxes. We would love to do what they did, but we can't. So we have other, so you can talk to your governments, but in the meantime, we have other means. We have the Innovation Fund. The Innovation Fund is an interesting one because it's 40 billion until 2030 for innovative large-scale demonstrators and innovation. And it's paid by the emissions trading system that everybody hates. But emission trading system puts a cost on carbon. It puts a cost on the real costs of what is being produced. So that's also a nice system of putting the cost on the emitters, who of course often pass it on to individuals. So there are also safeguards for that in the form of Climate Fund and others. Again, I would need 3 hours of workshop. Maybe we should do that at some point. And then we need to work together. Like you said, you need to work with tenants. We do work with industry. There are pathways for various industries. For textile, there is both a pathway and also industry working in co-opetition. I love this because, like, if we're going to be on time, we need to do co-opetition. So and then EU globally, yeah, we set the standards and we can be innovative. And this is the way we look at it. We need a new narrative. We need a narrative where the transition is not taking away something from us, but it's a new way of doing things that actually can be better for everyone. And it's really well described in The Ministry for the Future, my favorite book, and Obama's favorite book.
Okay. Thank you, Kasia. I see we're running out of time, but I cannot let you go without showing your views. So, Hakan, for you, it's we see that the landscape is very complex and all of the regulations might be challenging for the business. But do we have any examples already within the fashion industry, or is it the academia's role to show us how to do fashion right?
Sure, thank you. I will be brief. I'm so conscious of time, but I will try to summarize as effectively as possible. So I spent my time with supply chains because of my research. So I speak with suppliers, workers, and many facilities. And actually, there are incredible solutions and innovation at the supply chain level. And I also want to go back to the triple bottom line that Katarina raised beautifully. And I am also realizing actually the perception of sustainability is changing at the brand and supplier level. So this mismatch is quite challenging. So when we talk about sustainability, it is risk mitigation for the brands. But when we talk about sustainability, it is survival for the suppliers. And we can't separate living wage issues from climate change. So this brings us to the importance of purchasing practices. We need to make sure actually purchasing practices are supporting living wage proposals that now EU is also trying to promote. So we cannot just put a blind eye on social issues and just talk about short-term incremental actions. No, we need this transformation with the long-term planning. And yes, suppliers have tacit knowledge and important ideas, when I speak with the workers, the experiences they have are just second to none, and they know what they are dealing with. The problem is they don't have the media, they don't have the platform, they don't have the stage. So we need to bring those perspectives into those big platforms so that actually we can learn what we should be changing. The situation is not difficult. We just don't do what we should be doing. We don't listen to the people with knowledge. We don't listen to the people with technical expertise. Brands or top level industry experts, they are making decisions based on assumptions. We need evidence, for which I also invite Katerina to develop those workshops. Let's make them happen. Social dialogues are the way forward. We need to make sure those voices are included and we learn from them. Oftentimes, we transform industries with this long-term, assumption-based action plans, but again, we create unforeseen and paradoxical consequences. Fashion cannot afford to repeat those mistakes. We need to make sure actually we transparently and honestly create this with the people. Again, not based on assumptions, but based on evidence. And yes, there are innovations, there are ideas, but they are at the lower tier levels for which we need them to actually guide us. So transparency here is the key. And I want every fashion brand to be honest about what they produce, specificity, but also is so important. So specific items. One item is a really vague definition. One t-shirt is different than the jeans. We need to make sure what we are creating, where, how they are shipped, and how actually transition plans happen across the chain. So with just transparency and a clear language, we can start taking actions. I'm hopeful, I am inspired by the things that I'm seeing at supply chains. But again, this is a long-term transition for which we need social dialogues more than ever.
Thank you, Hakan. So, Irmina, speaking about actions, we've seen about the corporate perspective, and what about the brand cooperation perspective? What are the actions and engagements that you observe within the brands to keep the sustainability and make it really actionable rather than just words?
There's a red line saying end of time, so I had plenty of examples, so I will stick to one or two, okay? So first would be a good festival that we have performed at Unibail-Rodamco Westfield shopping centers quite recently, which is actually exactly the same or very similar to what we do on a daily basis at shopping centers. So we do connect customers with retailers and give space for retailers to present themselves. And the big thing about it is that we are investing in such festival, right? So sustainability is important for us. And what is important to say is that the message from the Good Festival is to educate. So we were talking about it so many times today, that this is exactly what we should do. Like, let's be humble. We are not like experts, or maybe Hakan is, but we are not. So what we need is to be humble in the way that we are educating ourselves. By the ecosystem, we all learn from each other. And the second small example, green leases in the contracts, the green appendix, where we do put requirements for the retailers to be sustainable in a way that that is reasonable for them, and this is a real target. This is important, and we cannot compromise on that.
Thank you, Irmina. And at the end, we have a 5-minute message from Jakub Skwarło, COO of Unibail-Rodamco Westfield. So let's listen to Jakub.
Aging carbon-intensive infrastructure are serious obstacles for cities to achieve their climate ambitions. But thanks to established partnerships and long-lasting relations with different stakeholders, together we can develop projects like Westfield Hamburg Ubersee Quartier in Germany, which literally changed brown into green. It is a regeneration project where we used our extensive experience in retrofitting, construction, and integration of blue-green infrastructure to urban spaces to create a place that has a positive impact on people and the city. As an active and experienced partner of cities, retailers, and communities, we quickly recognized the rapidly changing nature of the sustainability transition. We saw the hurdles and interdependencies on the path to meet our climate ambitions, including current socio-economic situation, which already forced some of the companies and brands to take a step back on their way to carbon neutrality. As URW, we want to take a step forward and increase the efforts to fulfill our long-term commitment to the transition to net zero. Now, we know there is no one way to sustainability. There are no good or wrong answers. What we know is that to achieve the goal of being a net zero company by 2050 across our whole value chain, we need to not only commit, but also to act. We are not alone on this path, as road to sustainability is not a single-man route. It is sometimes challenging and uncertain, but with every single step we take, we want to enable the sustainability transition to a new way forward. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Kasia, Irmina, Hakan. Thanks for having you. It was great.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Last but not least, our editor-in-chief, Ina Lekiewicz-Levy, in a conversation with Aditi that was just on stage a second ago, and Alec Leach, the author of The World is on Fire, but We're Still Buying Shoes. It's about storytelling. Not just storytelling to do good, but also we use storytelling to sell goods. So how can we get it right?
I guess I'll be alone here now. No, seriously, Alex is running a bit late, so he should be here in a second. I hope.
You have me in the meantime. Hi, everyone. Come, Susanna, we love you. Yes.
You know, I would just fill in for Alec. I would just pretend to.
Yeah. Oh, so in this moment, my whole intro is failed because I was going to say how both of you did panels together in the past and you know each other so well.
Oh, here's Alec. Come
here we go.
over.
Yeah.
I was just filling in for you.
That's embarrassing.
Hello. Thanks so much for joining. So as we have been chatting backstage, I know you have done panels before and you know each other very well. So while asking what is your theory of change, may I also ask you to introduce yourself to our lovely guest and tell them more about what you do.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Aditi Meyer, and I exist with a few different titles: labor rights activist, visual storyteller, all about exploring this intersection of style, sustainability, and social justice. I believe that for true change to happen in fashion, we need a trifecta of building workers' power, holding governments to create systemic change on a policy level, and also a great deal of consumer education. So these are the three arenas that I try to address through my work. What does that look like in practice? If you were here at the panel that happened 2 panels ago, a lot of that is coalition building with garment workers in LA, where I'm from, doing grassroots campaigns to policy work. I also do a lot of content creation online, kind of reimagining this idea of the fashion creator to embody certain ethos around personal style, reusing what we have, and thinking about resources in a different way. And lastly, I'm a writer and photojournalist. So I spent last year in India documenting stories of resistance in fashion from the perspective of farmers and artisans. So if I were to sum that all up with my theory of change, I guess I'm someone who's trying to name the ills of the fashion industry by looking at histories of colonization to power dynamics we have today, but also engaging in this work of reimagination. I think sustainability is, in many ways, a crisis of narrative that we've had in our world today of how the world can operate and should operate. And I think fashion gives us this really interesting window to reimagine how we look at land, labor, culture, respect, and a myriad of other things. So excited to jump into that today.
Thanks so much for joining us. And Alec, if I may ask you for a similar introduction.
What's my theory of change?
And your theory of change.
Yes, so my name's Alec. I used to be a fashion editor in a previous life. I was working for Highsnobiety for a really long time, and I went to all the fashion weeks and sat front row at Prada and blah, 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 and did all of the usual glamorous fashion person stuff. And I started getting into sustainability kind of around that same time as well. And I just really noticed that, like, people in cultural spaces still really give a shit and still really care about what's going on in the world. And, you know, you'd meet all these really interesting people that do really great work and are like, I don't know, DJs or stylists or creative directors or designers or models or whatever. And they're all really scared about what's going on in the world. And they're all really kind of pissed off about it. And so that's kind of how I approach it, is that, like, everyone that I know from the fashion industry just needs a bit of help in kind of making sense of it, and needs a bit of help in kind of understanding, like, what we need to be pushing for, I guess. And yeah, I think that's the kind of principle that's really driving how I view change, is like, well, I've been part of this creative industry for almost 10 years now, and I know loads of really interesting people, and I've met tons and tons of great people through that. And so I kind of look at it like, okay, well, what do they need to hear, and how do they need to get a bit of help in making sense of the fashion industry? Because it is really complicated, you know, like, you know, someone that's, you know, is like a buyer for like a high-end retailer that sells Prada probably doesn't know the difference between scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 carbon emissions, you know, like, but that's like where a lot of the problem is like, we don't know how to navigate all of this stuff. So, yeah, that's kind of the way that I look at it. And I wrote a book called The World is on Fire, but We're Still Buying Shoes, which I guess a lot of people know me through, which was also kind of like the same idea. Like, I was just writing it for people that love clothes. And I think so much of the time in sustainability, we like forget that we love clothes, you know, and that's kind of the really important thing to remember, is that at the end of the day, we're still talking about a really fun industry and something that's supposed to make us feel good. So I basically wrote a book aimed at those kinds of people and explaining to them what I think the problem is, which is that we buy too many clothes.
The title itself kind of directs into collective ignorance, but do you believe the main education should be targeted at the consumer? So do you think the change should come from above?
I mean, I wasn't really thinking so much about people being ignorant. It was more just like, honestly, I thought it was kind of funny. It's ironic. It's about, you know, kind of owning up to the kind of contradictions in like caring about what's going on in the world, but also being really into shopping. You know, I was writing it for other people like me, basically. I basically wrote that book basically to entertain myself and to just, no, seriously, like that was what I was thinking about, was like, well, what do I want to read? If I want to read a book about sustainability, like I want it to be fun. I want it to be about the things that I care about. And I wanted to kind of not shy away from the contradictions in it all. And yeah, I just didn't want to like beat people over the head with anything. I didn't want to, everyone knows that fashion's bad at this point. Everyone knows that fast fashion's bad. Everyone knows that, you know, clothes end up in landfill and have huge carbon footprints, and it's all really, really bad. So I sort of tried to spend not so much time on that and more time on like the clothes and the cultural side to it, because that's really important.
Have you ever met anyone who said, "Oh, I've read your book and it really changed my perspective or the way I behave as a consumer, the way I buy"?
Not so. I meet a lot of people that said they really enjoyed it. Yeah, not so. I mean, I think a lot of the time people go into that kind of book knowing that. I think everyone knows that maybe they buy too many clothes, or like maybe they fly a little bit too much, or maybe they eat a bit too much meat. You know, like everyone kind of knows that they don't have the best habits.
Do they?
I mean, I think a lot of people do, and I was sort of trying to write it from a place of like not getting on my high horse and preaching to anyone. So I think people really appreciate that.
It's great. In your work, you really empathize the importance of telling the stories of people who make the clothes. What's your narrative and what's your belief? How can we present it respectfully? And what do you think is the best way of representations of the stories?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Alec, about people knowing that, you know, the dominant industry, fashion industry, is bad. I think there is this understanding today of labor exploitation being a part of the fabric of fashion. So I think for me, it's going beyond this idea of garment workers are victims of global capital, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but really focusing on narratives of resistance. I think when it comes to respect and really storytelling with the sense of humanity, showing that there is this active resistance is incredibly important, because I think it frames a community beyond the exploitation that they're facing, and also allows us to engage in the work of solutions-oriented storytelling. Something I'm always thinking about is there a call to action in terms of a policy ask or a way to redirect resources to a certain community? And I think that's a part of context building that fashion needs, you know what I mean? When we think about storytelling today, I'm always thinking about it through the lens of power dynamics. And is the subject, even though I hate that word, gaining something and sharing this dimension of themselves? So I think it goes back to this idea of resistance being an active part of the story that I'm trying to tell, because it's tied to reimagination.
And let's unpack what's behind the trend of the influencing, and is it even a trend at all?
Yeah, so I don't know how many folks here remember at the start of 2023, there was this hashtag that was gaining a lot of traction on platforms like TikTok called de-influencing. And I found this so fascinating, because for those that are not familiar, de-influencing was basically a response to the ways that a lot of netizens online were getting overwhelmed by the amount of sponsored content they were seeing on their feeds. Every day, buy this, buy that, et cetera, et cetera. So there was this whole crop of content that we saw where people were either telling you what they've bought that they don't recommend, but the second camp of content was all of these reflections that creators were doing about how the internet creates this expectation of constant mindless consumption. And I felt like this was really interesting for the cultural zeitgeist, because no longer was this reflection on overconsumption tied to our corner of the internet of sustainability warriors, but kind of like the mainstream internet conversation. And so I think it points to the ways that there is this growing cynicism of folks feeling like they're constantly being sold to. And it's showing a growing appetite for influencers or creators online, showing a deeper sense of critical thinking of what they represent and what messages they want to push to their audiences.
Do you think people are tired of being forced to need more and more?
Yeah, I think fashion's creatively in a pretty bad place, just generally. I don't know, nothing's original. It's all marketing. It's all about trying to create the next it bag or the next it shoe or the next it whatever. You know, everyone's tired of collaborations. Everyone's tired of drops. Everyone's tired of influencer beauty lines. You know, like it's just getting too much. And I think fashion executives have kind of forgotten the fact that like people can just get bored. You know, like if you don't give someone something good, they'll just like do something else, you know. And I think that, like, you know, it's really important. The de-influencing stuff comes against a backdrop of like fashion being creatively really bad at the moment, and it's just like doesn't make sense. To, you know, there's nothing to be excited about, and yeah, I think that's probably why it's taken up so much as well.
I'm also really curious for you, as a person who decided to quit the industry. Did it result in any kind of anxiety? Did you feel strange? Did you feel any kind of emptiness, or how did it feel?
I mean, I don't feel like I quit the industry. I feel like I just sort of did a pretty big pivot, but I just got really exhausted of going to Fashion Week all the time and just seeing nonstop newness and being in Paris and seeing like 10 collections in a day, and then there's another 20 collections in my inbox, and just thinking like, where is this all going? Like, I just do not get what happens to all of these clothes. You know, I was really burnt out by that whole hamster wheel kind of thing, and it just felt like, well, like things can be better than this. You know, it doesn't have to be that way. And even if I'm, you know, now in, you know, the little kind of naive, optimistic, trying to change the world kind of bubble, I feel a lot better about that than feeling like a cog in a machine, which was very much like what life is like when you have to go to Fashion Week every season. You know, you really, really feel like you're a cog in a machine.
You still did go to Fashion Week, right?
Yeah, I came from
and
Paris,
you went to the Climate
I still go to
Week
Fashion Week as well, by the way.
Oh, you did go to...
like when you're an editor, it's different, you know, like, you know, editor,
Of course.
and it's like you like have to go to every single big show. It's different. I'm not saying Fashion Week is bad.
Alec and I met at Copenhagen Fashion Week.
We did.
So.
How does it feel to attend both Climate Week and Fashion Week?
Yeah. So for context, for those that don't know, 2 weeks ago, I was in New York for Climate Week, which is basically when the UN General Assembly gets together to talk about how governments around the world are going to confront their climate ambitions. And there's a bunch of programming throughout the city. And I think that was a really productive space in the sense of there was a lot of really great conversations about the ties between fashion and fossil fuel. I think that's a conversation we're going to see growing a lot more, especially as we approach COP28 in Dubai next month. So really looking at fashion through big oil. And then right after, I hopped over to Paris Fashion Week. In terms of the cognitive dissonance, I will say, like, there is certain moves in the Paris Fashion Week circuit. Stella McCartney took over a flea market where all the stalls were dedicated to sustainability innovators that were educating the public about what they do. Gabriella Hearst has done a lot of work with Chloe, with indigenous artisans. So there are moments, but I feel like there isn't enough work being done on directly educating consumers about the big fashion industry with the capital F, like the industry of fashion, and how it's complicit in so many of the greatest fights of our time, climate crisis included. So I think there's a huge gap there. And the hope is that the Climate Week circles and the Fashion Week circles can kind of, you know, come together a bit. But that's why we have this conference, right? The business fashion environment.
It is funny. It is literally like a parallel universe. Sometimes going to Paris, when you like see the size of like the space that someone like Balenciaga will do a show in, and it's like literally thousands and thousands of people, and it's pretty. It feels pretty dystopian sometimes. But I think also, like, you know, when we talk about regulation, and, you know, people were talking about pay up earlier, it's like when people have something to fight for. People need to have something to fight for, you know, people need to feel like something is going to change, because otherwise it's basically like you read all the business of fashion headlines, you see what's going on in Paris, you feel completely helpless and feel like nothing's ever going to change. And I know personally that when I feel like there's been something to fight for, that's just been like such a huge motivator. And I think, again, that's why, you know, all the talks around different, you know, the Fabric Act or the Fashion Act or, you know, the Pay Up campaign, those are all so important because, you know, everyone does care. Like, the majority of people do really care about this stuff, and they just don't have anything to really feel optimistic about.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to this idea of looking at fashion as a Trojan horse, because is a medium that people actually enjoy, right? There is great joy in thinking about personal style and dressing. So if we can really hone in as storytellers on making that connection of advocating for other movements through the medium of fashion, I think that's incredibly potent. But we need more storytellers doing that work.
Exactly. That was kind of my next question. If you believe the storytelling has any power in actually influencing global policies when it comes to climate change?
Fashion's role in policy or storytelling?
Storytelling as its role in influencing the policies.
Yes, I think there is a lot of work to be done in acutely naming the ills of the fashion industry, but also storytelling around the solutions. And I know I've said that before, but I genuinely think there is a huge gap in solutions-oriented storytelling. But fashion can also enter the chat from that perspective. Fashion is about storytelling, right? But it's been told in a very boring, or not boring, but in a way that hasn't been able to connect the way that fashion is deeply, deeply connected to agriculture and land, and how fashion's deeply, deeply connected to so many cultures around the world that have actually had quite symbiotic relationships with production that
Yeah, this is actually so interesting what you're saying, because obviously there's so much storytelling circulating about, as you said, how bad fashion is, like how it destroys the climate, how it can be a negative influence, and there is not enough definitely storytelling about solutions and non-solutions. So that's so true.
Yeah, I think when we talk about storytelling, like there's a reason that Shell, one of the biggest oil companies in the world, spends, I think it's $230 million a year on advertising, is like storytelling matters. Like the oil companies know that. And, you know, everyone doing greenwashing knows that as well. That's what greenwashing is about. It's about telling a story that's kind of different to the reality of what's going on. And so, you know, I think when it comes to, you know, like I said, everyone cares about sustainability and everyone truly is like scared about the future. It's just that if you're told like, hey, we're fixing things, just give us like 5 more years, we'll be at net zero, don't worry about it, versus like someone telling you like, well, this entire system is like built to create money at the expense of the planet. So the only way that the planet is going to be saved is by changing the system rather than by waiting for yet another net zero commitment to not happen. I think that's the importance of storytelling. You know, people need to hear the fact that like, okay, how many more years does fashion need to voluntarily become net zero? Okay, like 300 years. Okay, this is stupid. Let's stop listening to these people and let's start thinking about how we can change the system. You know, that's the sort of storytelling that we need. And yeah, I mean, if Shell is spending $250 million a year on storytelling, then clearly it's a really big part of the climate fight.
This is not very optimistic. But maybe the book like yours will bring us forward to the solutions. If I may ask at the very end, what makes you feel optimistic about the change? I love your always like top 5 things to feel optimistic about. So
Ooh, top 5 things.
Maybe just one for today.
Okay, this is a lot of pressure. Okay, I always say sustainability isn't about reinventing the wheel, but following the lead of cultures that have always had symbiotic relationships with the land. So what's giving me a lot of hope is sitting at the feet of elders back home in Punjab, India, and working with farmers who are showing me the ways that fashion is also tied to native ecologies. Talk to me after if you want to know more about this. But a lot of the stories I'm going to be telling in the months to come are going to be talking about fashion through the lens of land, labor, and culture. And I think that's giving me hope.
Thank you so much. And thanks so much for attending the panel today. I think ours thumbs up. Thanks everyone for joining.
satisfied with the solutions that we have provided you? I hope you are. I mean, it was a great day. Honestly, I cannot wait until I can rewatch it all over again. It will be all published on YouTube and all over Vogue Polska social media channels. So if you've missed something, if you want to go back to anything, if you want to spread the message, you're more than welcome. And I feel like enough's been said already today, and there's nothing I want to say. I just want to like take it all in, but I do hope to see you next year. And thank you so much for sticking with us till the end. Where's the energizing dance? Oh well.